One ordinary day, in an ordinary building, an ordinary courier named Lee Hudgen was hard at work. He was carrying an order up the stairs to the 28th floor, completely out of breath from exhaustion, all because the elevator was out of service. He rang the doorbell, and a disgruntled woman poked her head out of the apartment, demanding to know how much longer she had to wait. He stared at her in confusion as she snatched the package from his hands, insisting that the restaurant was actually across the street. She refused to pay for delivery since it had taken him so long to arrive. Indignantly, he pointed to the elevator, explaining that it was out of order, but she ignored him and opened the package. Exclaiming that he was making fun of her, she noted that everything had cooled down. She acknowledged that delivery had been working haphazardly lately, and her words made him seethe with rage. In a moment of frustration, he shouted that if she was so unhappy, she should get her fat body off the couch and go get food herself. He wanted to express his feelings, but instead, he apologized to her. She responded by slamming the door loudly. Mentally, he told himself to take a deep breath. If she complained about him, his right to accept orders would be revoked for several days. He glanced at the stairs, realizing he still had to descend, and wondered what else he could do. It was his own fault that he had become a beggar. After descending from his thoughts, he got on the scooter and headed back to work. On the way, he came across a gate. Several years ago, such gates began opening all over the world, leading to dungeons teeming with monsters, a threat that human efforts could not counter. In response, the gods, whom people referred to as mythical, chose several representatives of the human race and endowed them with incredible power. These chosen few took it upon themselves to fight the monsters and became known throughout the world as hunters. But for ordinary people like him, all this otherworldly chaos was nothing more than a constant headache. He cursed under his breath, realizing it would now take him forever to navigate around the fenced area. At that very moment, his boss called and began scolding him for something he had said to a customer. They had just received a call from a restaurant that had canceled their services in favor of another delivery company, all because he had been rude to a customer. He had enough problems without this. This news made Hudgen feel sick. He knew what would follow. His boss informed him that he would be blocked from ordering for a week, and he wanted to object. However, his boss sent him a photo review from that same unpleasant woman. She had deliberately thrown all the food down the toilet, taken a photo, and written that she lived across the street from the restaurant and that the delivery had taken over half an hour. The taiyaki was cold. All the other snacks were damp and unappetizing. She had to flush it all down the toilet. He grew nervous and told his boss he would explain everything, but by then, he had already hung up and was gripping his head, letting out a loud scream. Rent was due next week, and it seemed he would have to work as a loader the entire time. Why hadn't the mythical gods chosen him and bestowed a gift like they had for those hunters? If he had been a hunter, everything would have been fine. Feeling very upset, he decided to go home. Suddenly, the sound of a heart came from his phone. He checked it and discovered he had received a notification for a new delivery order. But the delivery app was completely different. He had never seen anything like it and was confused by the notification. Deciding to look it up, he was immediately transported to another dimension. When he opened his eyes, he saw Pegasi flying across the sky, and ahead of him stood a huge, snow-white palace, its lower part hidden among the clouds. He looked around in shock, wondering where he was. Was this a dream, or had the gods chosen him? Realizing this, he burst into tears of happiness, thinking he would finally escape the slums and no longer have to work as a courier. However, things were not so simple. Even the gods had made him a courier. Glancing at his phone, he discovered an offer for a delivery order. He needed to deliver a bottle of nectar to a designated location. Initially, he felt a bit confused, but chose to accept the order out of curiosity. As the golden gates opened before him, he entered the palace grounds. He paused to consult the map and thought, "It is here. It is simply incredible here. This is the abode of the gods." He walked to the entrance of the palace, admiring the local beauty along the way. As he approached the massive door in front of him, he wondered if he should pick up the order here. He nervously knocked on the door, hoping that if he met one of the mythical gods, he might have a chance to become a hunter. When the door opened, a stunning goddess, Hebe, stood on the threshold. He smiled awkwardly as he greeted her, suddenly aware of his humanity. She looked surprised and asked what an immortal was doing on Olympus, urging him to explain how he had managed to arrive there. He became agitated and expressed his desire to understand the situation better. He had a strange app with an order in it, which he showed to her. After a moment of contemplation, she called Hermes a fool. With no other option, she sighed heavily and told him to wait a little. Typically, people are not allowed to touch such things. She handed him the nectar, explaining that her brother would likely cause a scandal if it wasn't delivered on time. She insisted he bring it to him as soon as possible, and warned him not to even think about drinking a single drop. Her warning only heightened his anxiety. Finally, she made it clear that she was watching him before she loudly closed the door. He clenched his teeth in displeasure and mentally exclaimed, "What the hell is going on?" He thought he would no longer be a courier, but even from God, he received suspicion and a warning not to touch their food. It looked like apple juice. Maybe he should just throw it away. He walked up to his scooter, recalling that she mentioned this needed to be delivered to her brother. So he was a god too. Well, if that's the case, maybe he would agree to become his heavenly patron. He set off for the final destination, thinking this would be the last delivery of his life. That's how he reached the lands where everything around him was on fire, and the navigator informed him that he was approaching his destination in the middle of a lava flow. He saw a house and approached the door, informing the god inside that an order had arrived for him. He caught his breath, reflecting on how many flights of stairs he had climbed that day. Once inside, he was immediately hit by a wave of heat, reminiscent of a sauna. Curious about the source of the warmth, he heard the loud, rhythmic sound of a hammer striking steel in the center of the room. A god stood near a brazier forging weapons. Noticing the uninvited guest, the god asked who he was. He waved his hand excitedly, assuring the god that he wasn't a thief. He had a delivery for him. The god approached him with a threatening demeanor, but then smiled sweetly, remarking that his sister must have sent him. Jen immediately imagined them together and wondered if they were brother and sister, but they looked nothing alike. Perhaps they were not related at all. The god noted with a smile that he was not Hermes. He quickly drew his weapon and asked how a mortal had arrived in this place. The main character grew worried and asked him to wait. His sister had instructed him to deliver this bottle to the god as soon as possible. Seeing this, the god was slightly surprised and asked, "Did he really deliver this to you without taking a sip?" He confirmed this, adding that he was not some petty thief who drinks other people's orders. He handed the man the bottle and told him to take it already. The man laughed loudly and said, "Just look at yourself. You're such a good boy. One sip of this nectar would make you a god." Hajin found it hard to believe that he almost gave in after hearing those words. He looked at the bottle in shock, wondering if the man was suggesting that this liquid, reminiscent of apple juice, could truly make a god out of him. Finally, in his hands is what will help him say goodbye to the life of a delivery man forever. He was already reaching out to drink it when the god snatched it from his grasp, excitedly asking him to wait. Can he at least have one sip? The man ignored him and drank it all in one gulp. Afterward, he broke the bottle and declared that he loves to drain them in one sitting. How long has it been since he enjoyed such refreshing nectar? He delivered it without the slightest delay. He shook his hand and expressed that he liked him. His name was Hephaestus, and he introduced himself in return. However, he slightly misheard it and called him something else, adding that he had a very interesting name. He expressed his gratitude for the work he had done. Hajin wanted to correct him, but Hephaestus ignored him and, with a smile, mentioned that he had refreshed himself with nectar and it was now time to get back to work. He wished him a good journey and said goodbye. But MC grabbed him by the shoulder and asked him to wait. Hephaestus turned to him in confusion, smiling nervously as he pointed out that he hadn't actually paid him. He wasn't in the mood to leave empty-handed, so he didn't even fear God. Hephaestus looked at him perplexed and asked, "Do you mean payment for your delivery?" He should have received it by now. He returned to the anvil, laughing and wondering what it meant. He decided to check the delivery app immediately. A bright light illuminated him sometime later. When he came to, he was already home, lying on his bed. He looked at the points he had earned from the delivery and realized this was definitely not a dream. Once again, he was enveloped in blinding light, and then he returned to Earth. That's why he initially thought it was a dream. However, the notification did not disappear. He jumped out of bed, exclaiming that he didn't even know how to spend these points. Was it really impossible to pay with money? He felt so close to the gods, yet this was all he had. Was he truly asking for too much? It would have cost him nothing to become the strongest S-rank hunter in the world when a new system notification appeared before him. He could exchange points for goods in the store, so he quickly accessed it to make an urgent purchase. He was presented with several items: a golden apple, an axe, a lead and gold arrow, and a scooter. After considering his options, he realized he didn't need any of them. What kind of scooter is this, and why is it so expensive? He scrolled through the entire list of goods and noticed the absence of hunting equipment. However, even if he had it, he still wouldn't survive in the dungeon. It was all in vain. He would never become a hunter. Then, something interesting caught his eye. It turned out you could buy money with points, with 1 point worth 10,001. He tried to make a purchase, and suddenly, a 10,001 bill appeared in the air and fell at his feet. Confused, he picked it up and glanced at his balance, noticing that his points had decreased by 1. In shock, he looked at the money again, then turned his gaze to the system window and clicked the buy button several times, causing money to rain down from the sky. A smile spread across his face. He grabbed the money and began throwing it around, shouting that it was a reward. Could he really be dreaming? A new day had dawned. He went to a restaurant for breakfast, and as soon as he tried the noodles, he exclaimed that they were delicious. It turned out that the conversion to real money really works. He even checked one of the bills in the ATM. It was real money. He had 800 points left in his account, which equated to 10 million won. And this was just for one delivery. He put the dumpling in his mouth and cried with happiness, which made the waiter nervous and prompted him to ask if the dish was okay. After that, he laughed out loud and wondered what he would do with this money. At that moment, the news started on TV. The best hunter guild in the country, Young One, announced the signing of a contract with Lim Hyun-sung, a new member. The guild was preparing for another raid into Tartarus, one of the most feared and dangerous dungeons. Its patron saint is rumored to be the Olympian god Hephaestus. Hudgen was taken aback by this and recalled the man, thinking that he didn't seem to care. To him, Hephaestus was the best customer in the world. After enjoying a satisfying meal, he left the restaurant and was greeted by the sound of a harp from his phone, signaling a new order. He had a premonition. It was fortunate that he arrived on a scooter. He mounted his iron horse, donned his helmet, and set off to fulfill the new order, despite having sworn he would never be a courier again. A bright flash blinded him. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a vibrant garden. He checked the app to see what he was delivering this time, but he was distracted by a woman's voice asking, "His name is Hajin, right?" She smiled and introduced herself as Demeter. He immediately bowed to her in greeting, and she mentioned that her nephew had told her he was a delivery man. Curious, he asked who her nephew was, and she replied that it was Hephaestus. He already knew him. The main character imagined them all together and thought about what a wonderful family they made, despite being completely different from one another. The goddess smiled and mentioned that her nephew had informed her he had delivered nectar very quickly. She felt he could be trusted and wanted him to carry out a task for her. He laughed and eagerly replied that she was not mistaken. He would deliver anything she desired. She could rely on him. He believed that if this task was anything like the last one, it would be easy money. She would likely give him some sort of magical wreath. With a smile, she told him to wait a moment. A glow appeared between her hands, and then she produced a small box. She asked him to deliver it to her daughter. It was unfortunate that she couldn't do it herself. However, the gods cannot leave their abodes without serious reasons. He took the box, confident that he would deliver it quickly, and smiled as he assured her he would take care of everything. But almost immediately, her expression turned to one of distress, and the garden withered, mirroring her emotional state. She briefly thanked him and left, leaving him to look around nervously, unsure of what had just happened. He watched her go with concern, pondering why everything had suddenly turned so gloomy. Something had clearly gone wrong. What if it wasn't just an empty lunchbox? What if it was a bomb? However, what difference did it make to him? The main thing was that he was getting paid. She mentioned it was for her daughter, so there was nothing dangerous about it. He returned to his scooter and checked the delivery address. Just then, a blinding light struck his eyes, and he found himself back on Earth. This worried him. He checked the delivery app, which indicated that he needed to go to Sinchon Station, but he was currently at Noryangjen. This greatly confused him. Did Demeter's daughter really live in South Korea? He recalled her saying that gods are not allowed to leave their abode, which made him curious about what her daughter was doing in Korea. Determined to uncover the truth, he set off, feeling a smile spread across his face as he realized he had never been so excited about an assignment. Now, he couldn't help but wonder how much they would pay him this time. He soon reached his destination, but what he saw shocked him deeply. He exclaimed that this could not be happening. Had he known, he would never have accepted the order. The navigator pointed out that he needed to go straight through the most dangerous gate, which meant her daughter was there. It's no coincidence that this dungeon is called the Hunter's Grave. Even the strongest adventurers have fallen within its depths. No one truly knows what horrors lie in wait. He hurried to reassure himself, questioning why he believed she was deep inside the dungeon. Perhaps she was actually waiting for him at the entrance. Just then, the system notified him that his destination had been updated. Now he had a map and, as luck would have it, the final point was located deep within the dungeon. He exclaimed in disbelief that they were kidding. He refused to go there. He would never set foot inside. He was ready to cancel the order immediately. However, he soon discovered that the fine print in the app warned of divine punishment for canceling the order. It was fortunate that he noticed it in time. He needed to deliver the order within 42 minutes. The divine punishment involved transforming the offender into a pig while keeping his sanity intact. Furious, he exclaimed, "What kind of idiotic punishment is this?" Overwhelmed with frustration, he believed he was doomed. Why did he accept this order without reading the terms and conditions? How could he have foreseen the consequences? He chose to deal with the repercussions later and focused on figuring out how to get past security despite not having a hunter's license. At that moment, thoughts of tonkatsu, fried bacon, and pork soup began to surface in his mind. The system provided him with a hint. When he needed assistance, he should check the store for helpful products. He considered the possibility of not being able to buy anything, but then thought, what if he cashed in his points and hired a couple of hunters? As he opened the store, he noticed a replica of Hades' invisibility helmet at the very top of the product list, available for just 800 points. It's a replica of Hades' invisibility helmet, the king of the underworld, an artifact that completely conceals the wearer's presence for 30 minutes. It can be used twice. He rubbed his chin in confusion, realizing that this was exactly what he needed right now. And this is what they call a discount? It's a scam. Once he completes this order, he won't take on any more. Afterward, he purchased an invisibility helmet, which then materialized in the air. It fell and struck the scooter's handlebars, bouncing off to the side before landing on the floor. Heijin rushed to it in horror, screaming that it was his 8 million. He picked it up, examined it for damage, and then put it on. The system informed him that there were 28 minutes left until the effect would end. He quickly hopped on the scooter and zipped past the guards right to the gate, prompting one of them to sneeze loudly and remarked that the wind had begun to pick up. His partner advised him to ignore the wind. Yangwon would soon arrive for a raid. Meanwhile, MC stood frozen in front of the gate, too anxious to step through. He nervously clenched his teeth, wondering who would think of having lunch in a place like this. He pressed the gas pedal and drove through the gate, discovering himself in another dimension. Heijin, a man in his 20s and a delivery driver, had no hunting license or contract with a heavenly patron. He lacked notable physical attributes, abilities, or special skills. Yet, against all odds, he became the first to reach the very depths of Tartarus. Upon reaching his destination, he looked around and wondered why no one was there. He had completed his task in less than 30 minutes, which meant he wouldn't be turned into a pig. After that, he called out loudly, "Is anyone here? I brought the delivery." Suddenly, 3 pairs of glowing eyes emerged from the darkness, blinding him like headlights. He covered his face with his hands, then looked at the creature and asked, "What the hell is this?" Seeing that it was a 3-headed dog already drooling over him in anticipation of a meal, he burst into tears of fear and thought it would have been better if he had chosen to become a pig. Cerberus approached him, and he wondered if this was the end. However, he still had 199 coins left. He spent the money on a ridiculous helmet, and the only pleasure he found was in a large bowl of seafood noodles. He remembered that he could use the helmet one more time. Just as Cerberus was about to attack, he put it on, but it was too late. Then, the goddess finally appeared. She scolded the dog for eating all sorts of nasty things, causing Cerberus to immediately take a step back. MC looked at him in fear, then turned around and saw a little girl. Naturally, he was curious about what she was doing in such a remote place. She approached her pet and reassured him, saying her dog doesn't bite. He was shocked to realize that she looked exactly like her mother. While this animal may not bite, it certainly seemed capable of swallowing him whole. He nervously turned to the goddess and mentioned that he had a delivery. Just then, a man's voice called out from behind him, asking where Persephone had gone. Upon seeing her, he remarked that she was playing with Cerberus, an entertaining immortal who had dared to enter the underworld, which he, Hades, ruled. Hujin became very nervous as he greeted him. He mentioned that he was the first person in the last few thousand years to venture into the underworld since Orpheus. He directed dark energy at him, which instantly seized him by the throat and began to choke him. He then declared that Orpheus had come to save his dead wife, but he had come to steal his helmet. He took it, but immediately sensed that something was amiss. Persephone agreed to at least listen to him, considering he had come all this way, and he immediately released him. The MC cleared his throat, and the Lord of the Underworld demanded that he state his intentions. Why had he dared to invade his domain? With a heavy sigh, Hujin pleaded for mercy. He simply delivered the package and asked in confusion if he had something for the Lord of the Underworld. Hades replied that this was not the case. It was a gift from his wife to their daughter. Hades then looked at Persephone and asked, "Is this true? Then why is a mere mortal making the delivery instead of Hermes?" The courier took a box out of his bag and, trembling with fear, replied that he didn't know all the details. He was just responsible for the delivery. As soon as the goddess saw the box, she joyfully exclaimed that it was her mother's lunchbox. She rushed over to the courier, and Hades asked him if he had said that his wife ordered the delivery. He confirmed this and, in confusion, added that she had asked him to give it to his daughter. Hades explained that it was a lunchbox from his mother-in-law. The girl happily accepted the box of food, while MC stared at the god in surprise. As he began to piece everything together, his expression twisted in realization. In shock, he asked where his wife was now. He placed his hand on the goddess's head and declared that she was here. This was his love, Persephone. Hudgen exclaimed that it was terrible. He was far too old for her. Realizing he had spoken without thinking, he covered his mouth with his hand. Hades, growing increasingly angry, demanded to know what he had said. Agitated, he rushed to explain. But as he stumbled over his words, he fell silent, understanding that he was in deep trouble. Hades measured him with a menacing look before bursting into loud laughter. The mortal stared back in shock, unable to comprehend what was happening. The god remarked that he hadn't laughed like that in a long time and never imagined a mere mortal would dare to insult him. "What is your name?" he asked. Afterward, Hades declared that since he had managed to amuse him, he would forgive this insolence, but warned him not to dare tease him again. He extended his hand, releasing ominous streams of energy that surrounded him from all sides, and instructed him to be prepared for the consequences. He nervously replied that he understood everything. After that, the streams of energy vanished underground, and Hades handed him the payment, asking him to thank his mother-in-law for the food. A system notification appeared in front of Hudgen, indicating that the delivery was complete. He earned 10,000 coins, and Hades would grant him an additional 5,000 coins. The current balance was 15,000 coins. The god promised to return the toy to him and then tossed a helmet into his hands. Upon seeing the number of coins, he felt immense joy and bowed several times, expressing his gratitude. Meanwhile, the Young One Guild launched its raid and was engaged in battle with a massive dragon. Du-Yun, the captain of the first team, confronted the beast directly. With a fierce battle cry, he leaped at the dragon, delivering several powerful strikes. The dragon retaliated, but he skillfully blocked its attacks. Guild leader Park Sun-jin, ranked 3rd, rushed to the boy's aid. He charged at the beast with his sword drawn, but the creature noticed him too late. The boy struck with all his might, causing blood to spurt from the monster's mouth. Sung-jin landed and caught his breath as the dragon behind him crashed to the ground. He approached Du-Yun and remarked that it wasn't bad. They had finally cleared the first floor. The guild members were overjoyed by their success, and the leader turned to them, praising their excellent work. Thanks to their efforts, the Young One Guild remained the undisputed leader. Afterwards, he let out a sigh of relief. Du-Yun expressed his fear that they might not survive this situation. Sung-jun smiled and reassured him that, regardless of the outcome, he had given it his all today. He pondered what the guild would do without him. Du-Yun was so moved by Sung-jun's words that he burst into tears and vowed never to betray him. Sung-jun turned to check on his second-in-command, Baek-Erin, and saw her probing the dragon's body with a dagger. He called out to her, urging her to relax. She briefly examined the dagger before returning to her task. This girl ranks 17th in the hunter rankings. Sung-jun acknowledged her desire to collect as many magic stones as possible, but then she suddenly turned her head to the side and ran toward him, exclaiming that something was approaching at incredible speed. Her warning heightened everyone's tension, leaving them frozen in anticipation as they peered into the darkness. Sung-jun drew his sword, realizing the situation was dire. They lacked the energy needed to defend themselves. He ordered everyone to take their positions, sensing that monsters were still lurking nearby. Aaron announced that they were approaching, which made the rest of the guild nervous. Their leader assured them that they would hold them back, but if the situation became too dangerous, they should run. The guild members shouted back that they would fight, unwilling to abandon their leader in trouble. He smiled at their courage. Aaron indicated that it was here, and suddenly a buzzing sound echoed from the darkness. Then, the silhouette of a monster emerged. To their relief, it was just Hajun returning to the dungeon entrance. He was taken aback upon seeing them and urged them to move aside. He nearly ran over the guild leader as Aaron rode past the dragon and inquired whether they had defeated the monster themselves. Just in time, the effect of his helmet had worn off. He turned to them and warned that many monsters wielding black magic inhabited the area, so they should be ready to defend themselves and launch an attack. He winked at them and wished them luck before continuing on his way, vanishing into the darkness just as he had appeared. They watched him leave, their expressions stunned, still struggling to comprehend what had just occurred. Time passed, and 150 million years would be roughly the age of the dinosaurs, about 3 times the population of Korea. MC can earn 3,001 for each delivery, which means he needs to complete 50,000 deliveries to reach his goal. That's the amount of money he will have once he redeems the points. He glanced at the notification displaying his reward and smiled, thinking he could stare at that number all day. Yesterday, he narrowly escaped being turned into a pig, then faced the threat of being eaten by a three-headed dog, and it all culminated with a near strangulation at the hands of the god of the underworld. After everything he had endured, he was utterly exhausted. Yet he grinned and then laughed out loud. He didn't really care. After all, he had a substantial account, but he craved even more gold and money. He chuckled like a villain at the thought, but the growling of his empty stomach quickly brought him back to reality. He pondered what to snack on and settled on beer and chicken. Meanwhile, Sung Joon had just finished the press conference and returned to the waiting room, where his confidants were waiting. He laughed nervously, mentioning that after the guild cleared the first floor, he couldn't even sit down. Now, he needed to meet with the leader of the Hunters Association. Do-yoon acknowledged that times were tough, but expressed his curiosity about the situation. He mentioned the guy from the conference, recalling their previous encounter. Although he hadn't figured out the details yet, he chose not to bring it up. Exhausted from the fight, he found it hard to even consider catching up. Do-yoon reassured him that it was fine. They were still gathering records from the area. He couldn't help but wonder who it was. Perhaps it was a monster. He appeared so suddenly, and they were the only guild that had cleared the first floor. Aaron noticed he was wearing a strange helmet and riding a scooter. Daeun assumed he was a hunter with magical equipment, and seemed to mention something about the next floor. The guild leader reassured them not to worry too much. Their priority was to clear the dungeon, not to uncover the identity of this mysterious person. Meanwhile, he mentioned that he was planning to file a lawsuit. Do-yoon was taken aback and added that he intended for the new recruits to inspect all the weapons. However, it soon became clear that they needed more ore, which could only be found in the local dungeon. Do-yoon exclaimed in frustration that he had planned to practice with his comrades today and insisted that Aaron should take care of it since he had a driver's license. Reluctantly, the guy agreed and asked what he needed to get. Do-yoon thoughtfully replied that he believed it was called moonsteel. Meanwhile, MC began to eat, washing down the spicy chicken with a cold beer, which felt incredibly refreshing. As soon as he considered a new order, his phone chimed with a harp sound, prompting him to jump up and check his notifications. The chicken could wait. He had a new delivery order. After all, how could he keep a god waiting? In an instant, he found himself transported to another world, and the heat enveloping him revealed that Hephaestus was nearby. He felt pleased that he had ordered delivery again and began to mentally commend himself. However, he soon realized that in his haste, he had forgotten his uniform and scooter. As he contemplated his next steps, he failed to notice a suspicious man in a robe approaching him from behind. When the man called out to him, he flinched in fear. It turned out to be Hephaestus, and he looked very upset. Hadrian asked what he was doing there and why he wasn't home. He burst into tears and revealed that he had been kicked out. The MC was shocked and asked what had happened. Hephaestus explained that he and his younger brother, Dionysus, had been having a party. They occasionally met up for that, but suddenly his wife appeared. She was furious that he had started drinking again and kicked them both out, warning them not to dare return. Dionysus immediately ran away, leaving him alone. Hadrian stared at him in shock, wondering how this pathetic man could possibly be a mythical hero. He seemed much more like an ordinary human. Feeling a sense of sympathy, Hadrian asked what he would like to order. The man replied, his voice filled with pain, that he needed something to drink and eat. He fell at her feet and explained that his wife had kicked him out before he could try the dish, leaving him desperately hungry. Being a god, he couldn't actually die, but he still felt the pangs of hunger. He even asked Habe for help, but she refused, stating that she had completely run out of nectar supplies, leaving him with nothing but his hunger. He asked in confusion if Hephaestus wanted him to bring food, which led to the question, what do gods eat anyway? He inquired with Hephaestus, who replied that anything would suffice, but if given a choice, he preferred meat and more alcohol. Excitedly, the main character took out his phone and asked for some time before returning home. When he returned, Hephaestus appeared to be starving, but he immediately perked up at the sound of footsteps. Hadrian revealed a box of food, saying he had kept it for himself but would be happy to share. Hephaestus was overjoyed and asked what it contained. Hadrian replied that it was chicken with beer. In short, it's called kimmak. Hephaestus, of course, didn't understand what it was, but he didn't dwell on it. Instead, they moved to a more picturesque spot to eat and enjoy the view. As soon as the god took a sip of beer, he joyfully exclaimed that he had never tasted anything like it in his life. The MC smiled and expressed his happiness that Hephaestus liked it, though he admitted he was a little disappointed with the size of the chicken. Once he took a bite, the size issue became insignificant, as the excellent taste more than made up for it. Observing his reaction, Hadrian questioned whether he was truly a mythical character. Hephaestus then patted him on the shoulder and expressed his gratitude for his assistance, promising to thank him generously. Hadrian looked at him in surprise, and Hephaestus advised him to check his balance. He received a notification about the delivery and was awarded 15,000 coins by Hephaestus. At that moment, he had a total of 30,000 coins. His mouth dropped open in shock at the staggering amount 150 million won just for delivering a chicken. Hephaestus mentioned that if he ever needed help, he could reach out to him. He looked at him with delight, thinking how cool he was, and felt an overwhelming urge to hug him with all his heart. Just as he was about to do so, his wife Aphrodite suddenly appeared. He called out to her husband, and they both looked at her in fear, causing MC's eyes to widen. She asked, "He's drinking again, and here too." She was so beautiful that Hajin burst into tears, wondering how she could be married to such a pathetic man. He didn't even realize he had knelt in front of her when Hephaestus excitedly pointed out that she was the one who had kicked him out, telling him to drink somewhere else. The dark aura around her began to fade. She looked sternly at her husband and admitted that she had been foolish. He was right. Her look made him very nervous, and MC advised him to apologize, acknowledging that he was in the wrong. Dejected, he lowered his gaze and agreed to do it, especially since even Hajin supported her. Upon hearing his name, the goddess was slightly surprised and expressed her pleasure at meeting him. Her name was Aphrodite. She expressed regret that he had to endure her husband's behavior and hoped he had not been inconvenienced. He broke into a smile and assured her that everything was fine. He was pleased that her husband used his delivery service. Hephaestus then asked if he could place an order right now, to which he responded in surprise. Aphrodite clapped her hands happily and mentioned that Hephaestus had told her so much about him, praising his excellence at work. He laughed smugly and replied that it was a given. After all, he was Hajin, the god's delivery man, and he could always be relied upon. Hephaestus was delighted and mentioned that he was counting on him. As he began explaining his order, Hajin looked up with displeasure, quietly noting that he hadn't spoken to him yet. Just then, a notification appeared on his phone, and Hephaestus remarked that this was exactly what he needed. MC looked up the address for his delivery to Hephaestus, who needed some heavenly steel located somewhere in Suwon. With just 48 hours to fulfill the order, he set off on his journey. As he drove, he couldn't shake the feeling of uncertainty about whether he was on the right track. His destination this time was the Sori Mines, the location of the gate. He froze in front of the portal, feeling his heart race. He couldn't believe he was about to enter a dungeon again. As soon as he received the order, he carefully reviewed all the terms, convinced that this time they wouldn't cheat him. What was the amount? He checked his destination and felt a twinge of confusion. It seemed like a safe dungeon, no more dangerous than Tartarus. However, he worried about encountering a monster there. Deciding it wasn't worth the risk, he informed Hephaestus that he couldn't go. While carrying out Demeter's order, he had a near-fatal experience. Aphrodite gasped in shock and exclaimed how terrible it was, prompting her husband to ask what had happened. He replied that he was not a hunter and would not fight monsters, even the weakest ones. He had only ventured down there with the aid of a product from the store called a replica of the invisibility helmet. This allowed the monsters to ignore him, but now that it had expired, he was left with just a regular helmet. He asked worriedly if that meant it no longer worked. He believed he could fix it. Hajin stared at him in surprise. He walked up to his wife, crossed his arms over his chest, and proudly declared that he was Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths. He claimed that anything he worked on, any metal or product, would become mythical. He urged them to bring him everything they had, assuring them he would fix it. At that moment, the MC took out the helmet, and the system displayed its description. Now, it was an invisibility helmet, modified by a god-level blacksmith with an effect that lasted only 20 minutes. He put on the helmet, ready to hit the road toward the money. Upon stepping through the portal, he was quite surprised to find himself surrounded by people, all tense and focused on food. He understands that this dungeon is quite popular, but this is overwhelming. He had expected monsters to be his only obstacle. As he struggled to navigate through the crowd, he realized he would need to venture much deeper to find anything worthwhile. At that moment, Do-yoon, enjoying some local snacks, passed by and remarked how delicious they were. 30 minutes later, Hoojin finally arrived at a deserted spot. Suddenly, his scooter began to bounce. The road was very uneven, but he could at least see some materials scattered around. He needed moon steel, a type of steel that emitted a red light. As he rode on, he searched for any signs of red with his eyes, wondering how much longer he would have to look for it. A skeleton suddenly appeared in front of him, and he was terrified. He screamed and abruptly swerved the scooter to avoid a collision. However, this maneuver caused him to crash right into the rocks, resulting in a grinding and banging sound. When he looked down, he realized part of the scooter was missing. He turned around in annoyance, blaming the poor, unsuspecting skeleton, and wondered why it appeared so scared. This idiot couldn't see or hear him at all. He glanced at his scooter and was horrified by the damage, then stared at one spot in despair. In that moment, all thoughts vanished from his mind. At one point, he realized he could simply buy a new scooter. He didn't have to endure that struggle, and with a renewed sense of optimism, he rode on. Soon, he entered a spacious cave and finally discovered what he was searching for. In front of him, atop a large rock, lay moonsteel, casting a vibrant red light that illuminated the entire cave. He immediately began climbing toward it, staring at the rock in shock and smiling, thinking he had finally found it. Then, he wondered how he would transport this boulder back. He tried to pull the moonsteel out of the rock, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. Frustrated, he sat down on the rock and thought, so what now? The system suggested he check the store, and he couldn't help but wonder if it was mocking him. Nevertheless, he opened the store and found a suitable item, a pickaxe. However, it cost around 5,000 and was disposable. Seeing this, he became very indignant and exclaimed, "Is this thing made of gold or something?" He refused to take it. There was a tool rental shop by the entrance, and it was cheaper there. He headed back to the scooter, insisting he wasn't going to break the bank for a pathetic pickaxe. He would spend a little on gas, but seeing his already battered scooter, he carefully weighed his options. The return trip would be long and difficult. Perhaps he should curb his greed and follow the instructions he had been given. Choosing not to dwell on the situation, he bought the pickaxe, planning to quickly fulfill the order and ask Hephaestus to include the cost of the pickaxe in the delivery fee. With determination, he struck the moon steel with all his might, causing it to pop out of the stone, but the pickaxe broke in the process. Distracted by the stone, he didn't have time to catch the moon steel as it rolled away, prompting him to chase after it. When he attempted to pick it up, he nearly strained his back. The stone was so heavy that he could barely drag it to his scooter. He tossed it into his bag, wishing he could teleport straight to Olympus. Suddenly, someone heard loud footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw a massive stone golem. It became clear that the moon steel was resting atop its head, and by taking it, he had awakened this creature. The stone golem let out a loud scream, its roar echoing throughout the cave. Doyun, who had been nailing the skeleton, paused to wonder what it could be. An earthquake? As he heard a buzzing sound coming from the darkness, he realized something was approaching and quickly took a defensive stance. In the darkness, he saw a bright light approaching. Ajin shouted at him to get out of the way, and he initially thought it was the guy on the scooter. Excited, he called out to him, but the scooter nearly hit him as it sped by. The rider urged him to run if he wanted to live. The man watched his retreating silhouette in surprise, and when he heard footsteps behind him, he slowly turned around. Upon seeing a massive stone golem, fear gripped him, prompting him to rush after Hajin and ask for a ride. When MC returned to his client, he immediately began voicing his complaints. He had nearly lost his life again. Hephaestus claimed he was confident in his speed and, in a fit of rage, exclaimed that he should have been warned about the dangers of the task. He insisted that he shouldn't have had to nearly die without a valid reason. However, he was puzzled. There was nothing life-threatening about this task, yet he was driving at high speed to make it on time. That was both dangerous and completely unnecessary. He responded by exclaiming that it wasn't a matter of speed. The load was simply enormous. He cursed and returned to his scooter to show him, then dragged the massive piece of ore into his hut and threw it on the floor with a crash, telling him to take a good look at it. Hadn't he considered how difficult it would be to carry such a boulder? Hephaestus was initially speechless, shocked when he asked what it was, staring at it in bewilderment. After a brief pause, he became angry and exclaimed, "What does this look like? This is the very same moonsteel he asked for." He insisted that no one should even suggest this was not what he ordered. Waving his hands, he declared that something was completely wrong and that he had been misunderstood. He lifted the moonsteel with one hand, marveling at its size and purity, declaring that he had never seen such an enormous piece of ore in his life. "Where did you find this miracle?" Hajun asked, clearly taken aback and staring at it in shock. Without missing a beat, the god dashed to the side, promising to show him everything. He pulled a fist-sized piece of moonsteel from the drawer, claiming it was the largest piece he had ever possessed. Despite his appearance, he was more capable than he seemed. He expressed gratitude for the back-breaking work and felt he deserved a much greater reward. He pointed to his phone and urged him to check it. As he read the notification, he shuddered with excitement. While Hephaestus admired the piece of ore, MC stared at the phone screen in shock. For the successful delivery, he received 20,000 points, plus an additional 30,000 as a tip. At that moment, he had 75,000 points in his account. It was around 500 million won, which is quite a substantial amount. Hephaestus explained that it was his reward for the unprecedented size of the ore. It would be unreasonable to expect him to break off a piece and return for the rest. Suddenly, Hajun fell to his knees, bowed, and thanked Hephaestus for such a generous reward. The god laughed and told him to get up. He told him he couldn't because his legs were paralyzed. Meanwhile, Do-yoon returned to the guild, where the news reported a partial tunnel collapse in the Sori mines due to an earthquake. Fortunately, there were no casualties. The public was concerned that the earthquake would lead to new species of monsters emerging from the gate. Song-jun turned off the TV and turned to Do-yoon, asking what this meant. His task was straightforward, yet he found himself unsure of how to respond. He noted that entry into the mines was now prohibited. He learned that he was the last one to leave the mines. What had happened there? With a heavy sigh, he explained that a giant golem had charged at him. His companion was taken aback by this revelation and asked if he remembered seeing a courier on a scooter in Tartarus. He had been there as well. Song-jun jumped up in surprise and asked if they had last seen him in Seoul and now found him in the Swan area. Do-yoon remarked that it was strange, but it felt to him as though the golem was specifically targeting him. The guild leader pondered for a moment and concluded that, if that were true, it was time to check on him. The events from both this time and the last in Tartarus indicated that he might be a registered high-ranking hunter. Do-yoon volunteered to lead the investigation and, with a smile, mentioned that he remembered the scooter's model and license plate number, promising to retrieve the CCTV footage from the entrance to the dungeon. Song-jun praised him for his resourcefulness and said that if he managed to find him, he should let him know that guild leader Youngwon wanted to see him. Such a valuable recruit would greatly strengthen their guild. In any case, he was glad the boy wasn't hurt in the dungeon and reassured him not to worry about the mines closing, as he would handle it personally. His words touched the boy, who swore he would follow him even into the thick of things. Song-jun gave him a light hug and thanked him with a smile. Then, she asked if he had managed to mine any moon steel. Do-yoon suddenly remembered why he had gone into the mine in the first place, which made him feel uneasy. Meanwhile, the MC was reveling in the amount in his account, laughing and declaring that he was rich. He collapsed onto his bed, reflecting on the dangers of his work, but knowing it was worth it. A staggering 500 million won. Now, he needed to find a better place to live. Hunters, for instance, earn at least 30 billion a year. Even after accounting for the cost of the pickaxe, he still made a solid profit of 45 million in just one day. However, he isn't sure how many more times he can rely on the invisibility helmet trick. If the monsters spot him, it will spell trouble. He always feels so afraid in the dungeon, and it's truly exhausting. He needs to find something useful in the store. He opened the list, but everything was either too expensive or completely useless, with the cheapest weapon costing 10 billion won. Besides, they're all replicas and probably only good for 1 or 2 uses. Maybe he shouldn't bother fighting monsters. Amid all this, he discovered something intriguing specifically. The system recommended a racing suit designed for the pace and danger of delivery work. In this suit, he will conquer any difficult terrain and overcome obstacles. Depending on the suit's level, the wearer gains enhanced physical abilities and unique skills. The next upgrade requires 100,000 points, and he can utilize it every day for 30 minutes. After reading the description, Hajin became very angry because the system hadn't shown it to him earlier. However, he won't fully grasp its effectiveness until he puts it on. The suit costs 50,000 points, which is quite expensive compared to everything else he's purchased. On the other hand, even the items he has bought so far haven't let him down. Convinced it was a wise investment, he clicked the buy button, believing he would soon recoup the cost of the suit by taking on more orders. As soon as the suit appeared before him, he picked it up and realized there was no turning back. With $25,000 now in his account, he felt a wave of frustration, but he didn't cry. Instead, he immediately tried on the suit. He thought it would be uncomfortable, but on the contrary, he felt as if he weren't wearing anything at all. The suit wasn't warm. It was definitely not ordinary clothing. Perhaps he should give it a try. Meanwhile, poor Do-yoon was wandering around the city searching for him. He began his search for him in Suwon, and some tips eventually led him all the way to Seoul. Even the scooter's license plate failed to reveal his residence, as the police reported that he had never violated any traffic laws. Frustrated, he stood at a crosswalk, clutching his head and lamenting how he could possibly find this courier. The MC called out to him, reminding him that the light was green now. He apologized and quickly crossed the road with him, noticing that the courier had the same model of scooter. It seemed like everyone had one like that these days, and it was the same color. Even the damage was in the same places. He then realized that such a coincidence could have been mere chance. He glanced at the scooter's license plate and, realizing it was the same guy, was taken aback. He quickly rushed after him down the road. He couldn't catch up to him, but luckily a taxi was driving right behind. He quickly jumped into the car and ordered the driver to chase after the scooter, exclaiming, "Are they in a movie?" The driver kicked him out and sped away, leaving him clutching his head in frustration as he cursed. Realizing he had no choice, he ran in the same direction as Heo Jun. He kept running until he was completely exhausted and finally collapsed to the ground from fatigue. A woman approached him and asked if he was okay, recognizing him as Du Yun from the Youngwon Guild. After catching his breath, he told her she was mistaken. Could anyone imagine guilds walking down the street like this? Realizing he had lost all his strength, he thought he shouldn't have chased after him. Now he had no idea where he had gone. Suddenly, someone heard a loud scream followed by a rumble. He immediately stood up and asked what was happening, and the woman suggested it might be an earthquake. The sound was coming from the mountain, and after catching his breath, Du Yun decided to head there. Once he reached the mountain, he quickly began looking around for him. He was nowhere to be seen, but his intuition told him he was behind that rumble. Two old men approached him, warning that it was dangerous and he should not go there. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed from the top of the mountain. Perhaps an avalanche was on its way down. He smiled and reassured them not to worry, though they might not have realized it. He was a hunter from the Youngwon Guild. He continued running, but eventually urged them to find a safe place. The old woman called out to him in concern, trying to stop him, while her husband simply shook his head. Do-yoon dashed into the forest, slowing to a walk to catch his breath, convinced that the sound was coming from this direction. Upon seeing a stone with a massive hole drilled through it, he was taken aback, wondering how such a phenomenon could occur. Although it was a sizable boulder, breaking it apart wouldn't be particularly difficult. B-rank hunters could easily shatter it into fragments. However, not everyone possesses the remarkable precision required to punch through it like that. He examined the hole from the inside, contemplating whether it was some kind of magic or perhaps divine powers at work. He knew he had to catch this guy at any cost. Meanwhile, MC entered the shop and took a seat outside with some food. Reflecting on his actions on the mountain, he grinned, marveling at how he had managed to punch a hole in solid stone. He had even found a way to increase his speed, if only for a couple of minutes. While he knew the suit enhanced physical abilities, he never expected it to be to this extent. Now he could safely enter any dungeon. His phone beeped, indicating he had received a new order. However, the notification sound was different from usual. It resembled a Chinese instrument. This time he needed to go to Bukyan instead of Olympus. Apparently, he would be heading to a dungeon once more. He discovered a dungeon in Bukyan online and smiled. Mount Huago is situated there, resembling more of a large hill than a mountain. Its lack of popularity stems from the almost complete absence of monsters and a limited amount of minerals. It's an ideal place for hunters who enjoy hiking. He smiled, realizing that since there was no rush with the delivery, he could take the order tomorrow when the suit's effect was refreshed. He stretched, as Aaron, who was in the shop at that moment, kept an eye on him. Meanwhile, Doyen returned to Songjin with news that he had spotted him again near Noryangjin Station. He excitedly declared that they would surely be able to catch him, as dozens of their hunters were actively searching for him. Songjin noted that he was the only one who knew what he looked like and reassured him not to worry about it. He then drew a poster and handed it out to everyone. Upon seeing the scribbles, Songjin grew even more anxious and asked if he was absolutely sure he was stronger than him. In response, he questioned whether Songjin had seen a photo of the boulder and what it had done. He is convinced it was his doing, as he knows no hunter strong enough to accomplish such a feat. Songjin urged them to hurry before the Black Dragon Guild could overtake them. Doyen felt a sense of unease at the mention of that name. While Yanwan's guild had established itself as the best in the country, the second-ranked guild was not far behind. The Black Dragon Guild had significantly increased its power over the past 3 years, aiming to establish control over dungeons while resorting to bribery to hide their illegal activities. Constantly embroiled in scandals, the guild employed any means necessary to expand its influence. Songjin insisted they could not allow the guild to take the top position. Given their recent suspicious behavior, it was essential to uncover their true intentions. Doyen confidently declared that he would sort everything out, and soon a new day dawned. Ha Jin set off for Mount Songju and Bucheon, activating his invisibility first. As he arrived, he noticed a large crowd that had gathered there. Initially, he thought there might be a festival taking place, but that seemed odd. They mentioned online that this dungeon isn't very popular. He approached a man who immediately ordered him to stop, causing him to flinch in fear. Could the man really see him? After all, he was wearing gear. Fortunately, the man wasn't addressing him. He pointed at another guy and exclaimed for him to get out of there immediately. He mentioned seeing the Black Dragon Guild recruiting new members, which immediately calmed MC as he realized it was just a false alarm. The conversation wasn't about him. The man turned to the guards, warning them that a new member was entering the dungeon. Meanwhile, Hajin rode past them toward the gates, recalling the rumors he had heard about the guards taking over dungeons. He never imagined he would witness it firsthand. It struck him as odd that even the Hunters Association seemed to be doing nothing about it, though he reminded himself that it was none of his concern. After passing through the portal, he found himself in a dungeon on Mount Wagwo. The navigator informed him that the destination was ahead and that he was getting closer. As he approached the cliff, he looked around, feeling that something was off. According to the map, the location should be somewhere nearby. He gazed up at the peak of the mountain, questioning whether he was truly meant to meet the client there. This thought filled him with unease. What if the mountain transformed into a monster like it had before and chased after him? However, with his new suit, he felt more confident. It would help him confront any monsters that might arise. He removed his helmet and fixed his gaze on the summit of the mountain, ready to start his climb. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. He shook his head, searching for the source of the sound, and the voice urged him to look down. When he did, he was taken aback to find a talking monkey head staring back at him. It appeared that way from the outside, but his body was simply buried under a rock. He reassured him not to be so frightened, asking if he had never seen a talking monkey before. MC stared at him in shock, and then inquired if he was the one who had placed the order for the delivery. He confirmed this and added that the man in the hat had said he could fulfill the request. Ha-Jane wondered if he was the one to blame for everything. His client had asked him to retrieve something. He could call him the handsome Monkey King or the victorious Buddha, but he would prefer to be called the Great Sage or the one close to heaven. MC struggled to recall all his titles, but nothing came to mind. With a heavy sigh, he told Hajin to just call him Sun Wukong. Hearing that name, Hajin was even more surprised and asked why he was here. MC explained that this was his punishment. The old geezer, the Jade Emperor, did this and only picked a few peaches. He wanted to check if they were ripe, so he buried them for a while. The main character asked him what he needed to bring, and he replied that there was nothing special, he should just go ahead and stumble upon a big pile of junk. There was a box hidden there, and that was exactly what he needed. Ajin checked the GPS and realized she was about 6 miles away, which wasn't too far. He hopped on his scooter and drove off, assuring him he would arrive soon, accompanied by a sly, suspicious laugh. Meanwhile, the hunting party encountered the boss of Mount Wagwo, the 8 Trigrams, a massive golem. Fortunately, it was currently inactive. The Black Dragon Guildmaster, Hanhua, who was ranked 60th, reassured the group, telling them not to be afraid, as there was always a way out. Her expression darkened as she considered the possibility that the Yanwan Guild might have overtaken them by clearing the abyss. However, if they could defeat this boss, they would quickly surpass Yanwan and claim their position as the top guild. She waved her fan, commanding everyone to attack and move forward. The hunters approached the golem hesitantly. One of them, feeling uneasy, admitted he had a strange sensation, even before it began to move. As another hunter took a step forward, the golem suddenly shook and rose to its feet, casting a shadow over them all. Its single eye glowed as it let out a loud scream, signaling that the fight was about to begin. One of the hunters exclaimed how they were supposed to fight it, expressing their surprise at not being warned they would face a boss. A guard from the guild leader instructed them to stop dodging and take their positions. Anyone who moved from their position would be killed. The man grew increasingly nervous and exclaimed, "How are they going to defeat it with such junk?" The bravest among them urged the others to hold their ground, warning that they would be crushed into pancakes if they became distracted. Therefore, they absolutely must not let their guard down. The others were frightened, but still listened to him. Meanwhile, one of the guards turned to Hua and asked if she thought they could succeed. She opened her fan and smiled, replying that she didn't know. At that moment, an MC was halfway to the box when he felt an earthquake and grew increasingly worried. Suddenly, he saw several monkeys running toward him. They ignored him because of his invisibility helmet, and he believed even monsters fled at the sight of it. He also noticed clouds of smoke, which was definitely not a good sign. However, since he was wearing a suit, he decided to investigate everything himself. Meanwhile, the inexperienced hunters struggled to evade the powerful strikes of the large golem. While some members distracted it, others attempted to shoot arrows, but not a single one could penetrate its durable armor. In frustration, one of the swordsmen exclaimed that they were failing. Then, the same man from the entrance turned to the guild leader, pleading for her protection. He had actually come to join the guild, not to fight. She mentioned that if they made it out alive, the guild's reputation would skyrocket. He didn't understand what she meant, and then her assistant's fist connected with his face. She clarified that they were there to help her clear the dungeon. It wouldn't be that difficult. Meanwhile, the swordsman stayed optimistic, reassuring the others not to be afraid. Together, they could manage it. They rushed into battle, shouting as they charged forward. The man leaped at the golem, striking it with all his might and causing it to stagger. He then turned to the others, urging them to attack quickly, seizing the opportunity presented by the golem's fall. All the hunters immediately launched their assault. When it finally stopped moving, they were overjoyed at their victory. They began to shout joyfully that they were alive, but one of them suddenly reminded the group that it wasn't over yet. Everyone turned to him, and at that moment, one of the golem's eyes began to blink, and its mechanism started to emit heat. It rose before their stunned eyes, and Heiwa smiled, realizing it was time for the second round. Shedding its heavy armor, the golem stood tall and moved toward them. Meanwhile, Hajin, hidden in the bushes, watched in shock and wondered, "What the hell is this?" At the same time, Do Wan arrived at the mountain. He recalled that yesterday he was in Suwon, and today he was heading to Bushian. At this rate, he could travel around the entire Jiangxi province. Noticing that the area around the portal was empty, he was surprised and wondered why there were no guards present. Yet that same man remained. Duyan approached him and asked where he was from. Annoyed, he told Duyan to watch his language. However, upon discovering his identity, he was taken aback, while Duyan felt a surge of anger. It quickly dawned on him that this was the guy from the association, a rat from the Black Dragon Guild. He nudged him with his shoulder, insisting that he get out of the way. He excitedly asked him to wait. Something was happening right now. However, his plea was ignored as he walked through the portal, believing that if they had bribed people from the association to control access to this gate, they intended to kill the dungeon boss. He needed to warn them that the Young One Guild had stopped raiding the gates of manhwarecap for a reason. The monster becomes truly enraged as it enters the second phase. Meanwhile, the MC is shocked. This is no mere foe as Sun Wukong had described. He backs away, realizing it's too much for him to handle. Even with his suit, he feels overwhelmed. Anxiety sets in as he wonders what to do next. His attention was drawn to Zhua, and he realized he knew her. She was from the Black Dragon Guild. Meanwhile, one of her assistants dragged the unfortunate man toward the monster as he begged for forgiveness and mercy. The man jumped onto the golem, and Heijun stared at them intently, unaware of what was about to unfold. The man dangled the unfortunate victim from the golem's shoulder as the flames from its core began to sear his skin. He screamed in agony, turning to the man in horror and begging for mercy. With a smirk, the man replied that it was not his problem. It was better for the victim to die in battle. With that, he let him go. Suddenly, Heijun appeared beside him, calling him a scoundrel and delivering a punch to his face. Joa grew wary and asked who Heijun was, while the others were astonished that he had knocked out a B-ranker with a single blow. The main character went down to the ground beside the guy and asked how he was feeling. The man expressed his gratitude for being saved, but insisted that he should leave immediately. Hudjin was confused and glanced at the guild members, noticing their weapons and realizing he was out of options. Hua shouted, "Who is that idiot in the helmet?" In that moment, the MC thought he could simply grab the box and make a run for it, trusting that the big guy would hold them off. He released the hunter and reassured him not to worry about his safety. He couldn't bear to watch him get killed, and realized it wasn't his fault that they had tried to take his life. The blame lay with those who had attempted it. He expressed his gratitude and then ran away. Meanwhile, the guild leader seethed with rage and exclaimed, "Why are they all just standing there?" Hudjin activated his suit, realizing that with everything going downhill, he had no choice but to take action. Hua gritted her teeth in frustration. They were so close to defeating the monster, and now it felt like everything had fallen apart. Her assistant inquired about her instructions, asking if he should gather archers. She declined, stating that their first priority was to collect firewood. The key to defeating the boss lay in the moment of transition from the first to the second phase, when he would be briefly paralyzed, just as he was now. All they needed to do was throw the victim into the monster's fiery core, and it would all be over. Suddenly, her subordinate excitedly urged her to look. She followed his gaze and saw the man in the helmet rising into the air, appearing next to the monster's head. Meanwhile, he noticed something intriguing. There was a dent in his head. He approached it, convinced it was a weak spot, and with a loud cry, he punched it. Witnessing this, Hua trembled with irritation and exclaimed, "What is this idiot doing? Is he trying to awaken it?" She quickly ordered her team to stop him, instructing them that they could shoot him if necessary. She didn't care, as long as they stopped him. The hunters then fired at the monster, and all the arrows struck Ha Jin, who was attempting to target its weak spot. The system warned him that the suit would remain active for another minute and 30 seconds. Just after that, a danger notification flashed on the screen. He jumped back and tilted his head to the side, narrowly dodging more arrows, wondering if they truly wanted to kill him. Turning to the guild leader, he indignantly shouted at her for dodging arrows, to which she retorted by calling him an idiot. It seemed as though he had eyes in the back of his head as he gracefully and dexterously dodged the arrows, moving like he was dancing. Suddenly, one of the arrows struck the golem right in the eye, causing it to awaken. Meanwhile, the man drew his sword and angrily asked if they should get up and attack him now. He ordered the others to move closer to the golem and strike at their enemy, wondering why they were being so stubborn. They unleashed a barrage of arrows, making it seem as though the golem had a mane of arrows. Suddenly, he felt a tremor beneath his feet. Hua dropped her fan in fear and stared at the golem in horror, exclaiming that they were finished. The golem awakened and entered its second phase, causing its core to burn even more intensely. Feeling the heat, the main character began jumping in place and screaming. Meanwhile, the guild hunters stared wearily at the monster. It raised its leg above them and then slammed it down with all its might. The guild master's assistant shouted that he had killed their hunters. What could they do now? She couldn't find the words, knowing there was nothing they could do. They would all be turned to ash. She stared in horror at her impending death, but Ha Jin wasn't giving up easily. He struck the golem on the head with all his strength, causing it to stagger, and the woman's mouth dropped in shock. She hadn't thought it was still alive. Meanwhile, there were only 10 minutes left until the effect of his suit wore off. He poured all his strength into the final blows. First, he landed a few strikes, then clenched his fists tighter and hit with all his might, urging it to finally break. There was an explosion, and Doyoon cried out joyfully. Incredible. He had actually defeated the dungeon boss all by himself. This simple courier, Doyoon, feels a sense of affection, as they share a similar fighting style. He never expected to encounter the courier here. Today, he is determined to take him to the Yanwan Guild, no matter what. Hua covered her face with her fist and remarked that she never imagined this loser could defeat the 9th trigram. The guard then asked, "Leader, what should we do?" Hua said, "As soon as the dust settles, let them grab him right away." She noted that he clearly put a lot of effort into defeating the trigram. Even though he's an unregistered high-ranking hunter, they'll catch him without any problem. He will answer for interfering with the Black Dragon Guild's raid, and she wants to see who's so brazen. Suddenly, something landed in front of them, and she screamed. "What?" Doyoon smiled and asked, "How are you?" "Black dragons," Hua shouted. "Him? Ha, Doyoon." He began to flex his fists and question what he thought those scoundrels were planning. They lured a newcomer into their guild to sacrifice him to the golem. Dua wondered how he knew they were here. She ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Their enemy was Ha Doyoon from the Yanwan Guild, and they needed to be cautious around him. Doyoon clicked his tongue, realizing he had presented himself with such pathos, but there were far more of them than he had anticipated. And where was the courier? He must be close by. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air. "Leader, they are in trouble," Hua asked. "What's happening now?" the guy screamed. "Can she see?" The man in the helmet vanished. Hua turned around and asked, "What? Disappeared? Where could he have gone after such an explosion?" Doyoon replied sadly, "Well then," as the members of the Black Dragon Guild gathered in front of them, he felt that he had gotten involved in this for nothing. At that moment, MC put on his helmet and remarked that he thought this might be his last adventure. He almost felt like he was waking up on Olympus, but not because he had successfully completed the delivery. No, that wasn't it. If he had died, he would have ended up in a completely different heavenly realm. What was wrong with him? Why did he have to interfere and help this guy? He wasn't even a hunter, and he vowed he wouldn't make that mistake again. His eyes widened in surprise as he thought, "Is this really Sungju? Did the dungeon disappear because he killed the boss?" Gates that had remained uncleared for a long time suddenly materialized in the dense world as dungeons. It was always possible to enter the dungeons repeatedly. However, passes were issued only to carefully vetted hunters. The man stamped the document and said, "Just let them take a look. This is his classmate from college." MC reflected that this time the dungeon had been cleared not by a hunter, especially not by a registered one, but by an ordinary courier. He hoped this wouldn't lead to any backlash. But wait, what exactly had he just risked his life for? With a sigh, he continued his ascent up the mountain. The client said he is back. He thought he could do it faster. Ha-Jun screamed. "Faster," he says. "He would only know what I've been through." The Monkey King asked, "Through what?" Heijin told him to calm down and explain. In response, MC screamed that what he was looking for was just a pile of scrap metal. But the pile of scrap metal turned out to be a massive robot golem, its head towering into the sky. He hasn't even mentioned the monster's laser beam, which nearly scorched him to the ground. The Monkey King asked again, "What? It's impossible. Could it be that the ninth trigram has gone berserk?" Was he certain he hadn't provoked the monster without realizing it? The ninth trigram rarely moved unless the creature was agitated. He recalled Hua and her subordinates and thought, if the members of the Black Dragon Guild hadn't appeared, he wouldn't have had to endure all this horror. Those bastards from the Black Dragon. Perhaps he should seek revenge on them. With a single blow, he could wipe them all out. How dare those fools interfere with his work? The Monkey King spoke, hinting that he was still unable to retrieve his box. He was certain that with the trigram enraged, achieving that would be impossible. MC replied, "No, he brought it." The Monkey King asked in surprise, "What? But how?" Huajin walked up to the moped and opened the bag. He responded, "What do you mean, how?" He smashed the creature's head in, and that's it. He took out the box and said, "Here, what's in it anyway?" "It looks like a metal box like the ones they use in Chinese restaurants." The Monkey King laughed heartily and exclaimed, "What a laugh!" He nearly defeated that monster in the sky, but now an entirely ordinary mortal has taken it down all by himself. "What's his name?" MC replied, "Li Hui Jun." The Monkey King then extended his hand and said, "I see." He struck the box, causing MC to scream, "What?" There was a bright explosion, and he asked, "What is that?" He thought he saw a staff fall out of the box. Then it hit him. The Monkey King stood up and picked up the staff, declaring, "It's his debt, Huajin." If he hadn't agreed to help, he would have waited a long time for Sun Zheng. Who knows how many more years he would have been stuck on this mountain. With a golden staff in hand, the Monkey King put his fingers to his mouth and whistled. Then he jumped onto a red cloud and wondered if he should leave before the Jade Emperor found out. If fate brings them together again, they will meet once more, Hoyun. Goodbye. The main character cried out, "What?" He had asked to wait, pondering how the Monkey King seemed indifferent to his departure. Yet he had not received any payment. Just then, a small bag fell right onto his face. The Monkey King remarked, "Foolish youth. He, a great prophet and equal to the Celestials, is above pettiness. He has already compensated him, and in this bag is a small reward for his efforts." The MC asked, "What's in there?" The Monkey King replied, "And now they are truly saying goodbye." Wei Jun interjected, asking them to wait. Great prophet doesn't even get a tip. He's no longer here. Does he really think this is a normal tip? MC returned home and heard an announcement about breaking news. Yesterday afternoon, shocking reports emerged that the Black Dragon Guild allegedly cleared Mount Haogo using special tactics during their attack on the boss. Wei Jun, visibly displeased, remarked, "What idiots!" The host added, "Fortunately, the dark deeds of the Black Dragon Guild had been exposed for all to see." A rookie hunter who was present at the scene shared some insights, revealing that they had all been deceived. No one had warned them they would have to face the boss. When the interviewer mentioned rumors of an unknown man in a helmet appearing, the hunter confirmed, "Yes, it's true. He saved him just as they were about to throw him into the fiery pit, and he was the one who defeated the boss. Without him, they simply wouldn't have survived." The main character sat at the table, believing it was the end for him, when he was suddenly carried forward. Fortunately, he kept his identity a secret and managed to save these people. Although his salary is significant, his current balance stands at 95,300 coins. From this delivery, he earned 70,000 coins, and after the fight with the monster, he feels he deserves even more. However, when converted into real money, that amounts to a staggering 700 million won. Hajing screamed in disbelief. With that much money, he could buy any house in Seoul. He even received the special reward. At first, he didn't understand its significance. The system window indicated that these were locks of stone monkey hair, specifically from the legendary stone monkey of Mount Wago, the great sage Sun Wukong. If he held it in his palm and concentrated for a moment, he could summon a clone of Sun Wukong, albeit briefly. There's only one available use. The main character looked at it and remarked how amazing it was that he could summon Sun Wukong. Lately, he had been walking on eggshells while facing all the monsters. The post was just a clone. It wouldn't cause any harm. Hajin exclaimed in amazement. "It's like having a spare life!" Just then, a notification arrived on his phone. He received a new delivery request. MC remarked that it was just in time. He began getting dressed and said it was great, noting that he would have to work harder today. A little later, Songjin ran down the corridor, shouting for Do-yoon. He burst into the hospital room and asked, "Is he okay?" Do-yoon, surprised, replied, "Sir, I thought you had already left for Busan yesterday." Sunjin replied that he could stay, but not for long, especially since it was his fault he ended up in this situation. Da-yoon shouted in response, "What? It's not his fault at all. He should have assessed the situation himself beforehand. This is his own fault. He wasn't careful enough." Sunjin thought about the idiots from the Black Dragon Guild who had dared to try to steal a hunter from the Yeonwon Guild. He realized he had underestimated their abilities and should have sent Aaron with him. Next time, he would personally handle the situation with the Black Dragon Guild. He clenched his fist, then calmed down and asked, "How is he? Is he better already?" Do-yoon replied, "Well, the doctor said the situation isn't very rosy." Sunjin yelled, "What?" Do-yoon smiled and added, "He's just kidding. The doctor said the fracture isn't that bad, so it won't take long for him to recover." Did he really think he could retire because of his injuries? Sungjin asked Do-yoon if he knew. He believes it's time for him to step back. Sungjin grabbed his cheek, and Do-yoon shouted, "No way!" He promised to stand by him until the very end. After a while, Sunjin asked, "So the guy on the scooter handled the boss all by himself?" Do-yoon sat down on the bed and replied, "Yes, he saw it with his own eyes. He appeared out of nowhere and chopped off that monster's thick head. He didn't even use a weapon. It was just a fist fight. He thinks they even look alike." He heard that some of the guys were sent to Norianjin. How did it go? Did they find that guy? Sunjin replied, "Well, they searched the entire area, but they couldn't find him anywhere." Do-yoon asked in surprise, "What?" They tracked him on the cameras as he entered the alley, and then it was as if he just disappeared. At that moment, MC coughed and asked if someone was remembering him with an unkind word. There is always such a shift in temperature here. One moment, he was floating in the clouds, and the next, he was driving on a burning road. He exclaimed, "Hephaestus? He is here." MC then looked into the forge and said, "There he is." He believes he needs to wait until he finishes. Perhaps it's the sudden heat, but he feels a bit drowsy. The warmth enveloping him reminds him of something familiar, as if he is back in his mother's arms. Suddenly, he collapses onto Hephaestus's chest, who asks how he ended up there. Hajun screams in fear. "Hephaestus, why did he become like his mother?" Hephaestus laughed and replied that he felt a bit tired. Today's delivery would be quite long. When asked if he could handle it, he considered the question and said he was prepared to travel around the world for the right price. Hephaestus replied, "Great." He knew he could be counted on. "Here, let him take it." He had just used the heavenly steel he had requested. Holding out his staff, he insisted it needed to be done today, urging Hajun to hurry. Hajun asked once more, "Today?" He realized it was probably time for him to go. "I arrived with a snake's head and asked where it should be delivered." Hephaestus responded, "To the pyramid." I questioned him again, confused, wondering if it wouldn't be easier to send it by parcel. I also asked how the pyramids were connected to Greek mythology. Hephaestus replied that he didn't know why he was so insistent. He suggested I shouldn't think about it that way. His services are in high demand, not just on Olympus. The MC has instructed him not to try to act cute. Fine, he'll deliver it. He just needs a couple of hours. Will he be able to reach Egypt today? Suddenly, Hephaestus extended his hand and commanded him to stop. He almost forgot something important. The client he is delivering to is quite picky. He took the liberty of finding him an assistant. The main character turned around and asked, "Assistant? What's that?" Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in front of Ajun and greeted him, introducing herself as Lucio, here on Cupid's orders. She has come to serve Hephaestus. After some time, the main character rode a scooter, reassuring himself that he had worried for nothing. The pyramid is located within the mythical kingdom, so he doesn't need to travel to Egypt. Additionally, being in the clouds means he can avoid traffic jams. He believes this delivery will be a piece of cake. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Lucio realized he had been deceived. He had believed she was there to help Hephaestus, not to be caught up in some man's trap. The MC thought to himself that if only that fool hadn't followed him. He asked the girl to please be quiet, saying she talked too much. Lucio quickly ordered him not to refer to her as little girl. She's very tall for a nymph, MC thought. Why did Hephaestus assign this annoying child to him? An hour ago, Lucio had introduced herself, saying it was an honor to serve Hephaestus. MC looked at her carefully, wondering if Hephaestus believed she wouldn't be of any use to him. Hajun asked if she was truly his assistant. Lucio, visibly displeased, ordered him to take action, insisting that he shouldn't underestimate Lucio just because she was a nymph. Hephaestus added that it wasn't a matter of trust. Rather, he couldn't deny that Hajun wasn't particularly well versed in mythology. In contrast, Lucio possessed extensive knowledge on the subject. He believes she will help him immensely, freeing him from worry. Meanwhile, Lucio was picking his nose, complaining about how boring it was, and questioning why she had to go through all this to assist someone he deemed stupid. Frustrated, she kicked him in the back and shouted, "How much longer?" Was he ignoring her? The main character thought to herself, "What a nightmare." He turned around and said to the young girl that if she didn't want him to leave her with the delivery, she should sit quietly and not distract him. He would inform Hephaestus that she had served her purpose. Lucia asked if he was trying to tarnish his honor. During her time at Ditchwater High School, she skipped 2 grades before continuing her education at the prestigious Streamwater University. Lucio transformed into an elite nymph, as if a prophecy had come to life. He shouldn't even think of challenging her. Suddenly, a piece of candy flew into her mouth, prompting Lucio to ask in fear, "What is it?" The MC replied, "How loud is she? It's just candy. He will give her more if she sits quietly, so she keeps her head down." Lucio tried the candy and was surprised by its divine taste. It felt as if angels were dancing in his mouth. She said she hopes he's not lying and that he'll give her more. The MC reassured her, saying not to worry because she always keeps her word. That's how he learned that the way to a child's heart is through her stomach. The navigator announced that they were 800 meters from the destination and he needed to follow the path. MC thought he could finally concentrate on the road. However, after a while, he screamed in fear, exclaiming, "What the hell is that?" He saw a large silhouette with glowing eyes looming in front of him as he navigated through the dusty haze. Lucio screamed, "Human! Just like she promised!" She sat quietly, waiting. Now was time for him to give her candy, Hudgen thought. If only he could just hit her on the head. He grabbed Lucio and shouted, "Child, why didn't she warn him about the danger ahead?" Lucio replied that he had told her to be quiet. Suddenly, a voice rang out from an uninvited guest. Lucio turned toward the source of the sound and saw a Sphinx, who declared that if he wished to pass, he must solve her riddle. Lucio screamed, "Is that a Sphinx?" This terrifying monster poses a riddle to anyone who approaches and devours those who answer incorrectly. The Sphinx is a relative of Typhon, the beast that once defeated Zeus and nearly destroyed Olympus. The Sphinx may not be incredibly powerful, but the MC isn't a legendary hero either, so facing it with just a nymph feels like a march towards certain death. Deep down, he senses that any blows he delivers will be ineffective, but there's no time to ponder his fate. MC glanced at his phone screen, then stretched and remarked that he hoped he would get paid enough. Lucio asked where he was going, and Hudgen repeated the question, confused, wondering if he was going to solve his riddle. Lucio, with a hint of fear, warned that if he was wrong, he would be swallowed and die in his churning stomach. MC raised his fist and reassured them, saying not to worry. He wouldn't die. He wasn't that foolish. Everyone knows his riddle. As they drew closer, Lucio remarked, "Creepy." Hudgen thought to himself that it was so popular it seemed impossible to make a mistake. Although he realized he definitely wouldn't solve any other riddles, he brought along a lock of Sun Kong's hair just in case. What if something went wrong? The Sphinx asked if he was ready to solve the riddle. The main character replied that he didn't have much time, so the Sphinx should speak faster. Lucio screamed in fear, realizing he had truly accepted the challenge. "Guess or die," she declared. An incredible nymph determined to solve the riddle by any means necessary. The Sphinx responded happily, "Excellent, that's the riddle." The main character thought to himself that the answer was obvious. Human. Who walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and 3 in the evening? He has seen this riddle on TV countless times and remembers it perfectly. He will solve the riddle quickly, barely having time to finish his thoughts. The Sphinx asked, "What sound does a duck make when it falls?" MC screamed, "Answer!" His eyes widened, prompting the Sphinx to question him further. MC repeated, "A duck?" Lucio shouted, "Duck, duck, duck. It makes a quack, quack." But no, Lucio didn't know the answer. She apologized, saying she couldn't help. Lucio was terrified at the thought of being eaten alive. At that moment, Farah observed them through a glass ball. She remarked, "Those two. They seem to have curious guests." The Sphinx then commanded him to name the sound a duck makes when it trips and falls. MC thought, "What? What kind of riddle is this like? A silly joke?" The answer is clear, yet it's the Sphinx. This question might have an unexpected twist. The Sphinx claimed he had 3 minutes to solve the riddle, but Hudgen believed he was overestimating him. Lucio erupted in tears and screamed, confirming the truth behind the saying that these riddles are impossible to solve. Even Lucio, the mega elite, has no idea. Now this Sphinx will consume Lucio, all because of this foolish man. Some time ago, she asked the professor, "Are the riddles of the Sphinx really that difficult?" The professor replied, "Lucio, she already guesses it herself." Before Oedipus managed to solve the riddle of the Sphinx, it had already devoured several hundred people. Lucio screamed, "So even you can't solve the riddle of the Sphinx, Professor?" The professor replied, "Not only I can't, but even the dean can't either. If she were unfortunate enough to encounter the Sphinx, she'd better run as fast as she can, without looking back." At that moment, Lucio was crying and reflecting on his warning. They would never solve this riddle. MC raised his hand and provided the answer just as it began to snow. Lucio exclaimed in disbelief, "What? What is he doing? A human? How could he waste their only chance so senselessly?" She grabbed his shoulders and shouted, "Even a complete idiot would never think of such a thing. If he wants to die so quickly, let him do it when I'm not around." The Sphinx laughed and replied, "That's right." Lucio asked again, "What? How can this answer be correct?" Agent chimed in, "Has she never heard of absurd riddles?" The Sphinx responded, "An alien, he deserves praise for this solution. He can pass." The MC then asked, "Can he just shut up?" He had already solved the terrible riddle, so he should be allowed to leave. The Sphinx asked, "What?" Heijen hopped on the scooter and replied, "Next time, let him come up with something smarter. This is like kindergarten." The main character looked at the crying Sphinx and laughed out loud, asking, "Is he really crying?" The Sphinx responded, "Screw him." Delivery driver Lee Ha-jun just got sand in his eyes. The main character began to drive away, thinking that the quest with the Sphinx, named Behemoth, had been successfully completed. Behemoth needed to be tamed like a cat. The main character said, "Baby, he's speeding up now, so hold on tight." Lucio replied, "Okay." She thought it was a human, but how could he have come to that conclusion? After a while, Ha-jun said they were almost there. They just needed to cross the gorge. Lucio pressed her fingers together and murmured, "A human." Ha-jun asked again, "What?" Lucio then apologized for her earlier words. She realized she was meant to help him along the way, but instead, she had only judged him for being human. Lucio doesn't deserve the title of Mega Elite. MC smiled and told her to stop, reassuring her that she had nothing to blame herself for. He often heard similar remarks at his job as a courier, and her words didn't affect him at all. It felt like a vacation to him, as if he were simply babysitting his younger cousin. "Everything is fine. She shouldn't worry. Does she understand, Lucio?" Lucio thanked Ha-jun. After a while, they arrived at the pyramid, and Lucio remarked that she had no idea the pyramids were so massive. She couldn't even see the top from where they stood. Meanwhile, MC looked around and thought that, according to the map, they should be waiting for him here. Lucio pointed her finger forward and said to look, as there was something written there. MC asked again, "What is it?" Lucio replied, "It says here, if there is no guard, you need to ring the bell." Heijen smiled and asked in surprise, "Can you read Egyptian hieroglyphs?" Lucio replied, "Yes, she is Mega Elite after all." MC pressed the button and said, "This is really cool." A blue glow surrounded him, and Ha-jun screamed, "What? What's going on?" Lucio shouted, "This is some kind of gravity magic." MC added, "But it says to ring the bell." They all screamed loudly as they fell into the hole that had suddenly appeared beneath them. MC thought they were falling. Ha-jun landed on the floor in shock, unable to believe he had survived such a fall. Suddenly, a loud growl echoed behind him. He turned around and called out, "Lucio?" She could have at least mentioned that he had crushed her with his body. Rising to his feet, he asked, "Did I kill her?" Lucio replied that he didn't kill Lucio. After a while, they got up and walked down the corridor. MC thought to himself, "What now?" It felt less like a delivery and more like embarking on a dungeon quest. Lucio looked away and asked, "Heijen?" When Heijen responded with a confused, "What?" Lucio clarified, "You mean there's a trap in the floor?" Lucio asked him to shine his flashlight on the metal piece. As the light illuminated it, he inquired, "What is this? Is there something written here?" He directed the beam onto the surface and remarked, "These are frescoes. It appears to depict people and a giant." Lucio exclaimed, "This fresco, what is it?" Did he grasp something? She had heard of a certain evil goddess known for kidnapping and torturing nymphs. These frescoes must have been created by her ancestors to depict the terrible crimes against their people. However, the main character thought he did not see any crimes in these images. Lucio screamed, "They say you meet your enemy when you least expect it." On this day, she would avenge the suffering of her ancestors. Ha-jun replied, "No revenge. Understand? Whoever lives in this pyramid is our client first and foremost." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Revenge," she said. Is this why they sneaked into the goddess's house? Such rude people. The pharaoh raised her hand to her face and asked which of them wanted revenge. The main character thought about the blinding light that made it impossible to see who was speaking. Lucio clenched her fists and declared that her ancestors must be avenged. She rushed forward and activated the second level, prompting Hajin to ask Lucio to stop. He thought to himself, impulsive child, why attack immediately? Pharaoh glanced at her and wondered how long it had been since she had seen someone like her. She hugged Lucio and exclaimed that nymphs are so cute. Lucio commanded her to let go immediately. She is the sworn enemy of her family. The main character looked on, puzzled, and wondered what was happening. After a moment, Pharaoh explained, a long time ago, she invited nymphs here and organized holidays and competitions for them. How sweet those young nymphs were. Unfortunately, they are no longer with her. The main character then asked, is this really how all those nymphs died? By suffocation in her arms, Pharaoh continued to hug Lucio, who had already lost consciousness. She finally let go and admitted she couldn't stop herself. She always acted this way when she saw something so sweet. The MC realized now what Lucio meant by torture. Pharaoh began to cry and scream, overwhelmed with emotion. She had almost killed him. Just a little more, and she would have found herself on a boat crossing the river Styx. Why didn't he save her, Hajin? Lucio screamed, expressing his frustration. She was like a cousin to him. Why doesn't he protect his sister? The main character replied, no way. I've already told her she needs to learn to control herself. The mistress then coughed and added, I don't think I've introduced myself. She is the ruler of the two richest and sunniest countries, the high priestess of all the temples of Egypt, and the divine embodiment of the mountain of the all-powerful falcon. Her name is Pharaoh. MC suggested that Lucio resolve the matter once and for all, declaring that the winner will be deemed right. Lucio agreed, and Pharaoh screamed. Did they even hear anything? MC whispered that she was indeed Pharaoh, but he thought the kings of Egypt were referred to as pharaohs. Lucio called him an ignoramus, suggesting it would have been better for him to remain silent. In this world, there are two types of gods and goddesses. There are beings like Cupid and Hephaestus, who were born as gods. Then there are those who achieve divinity during their lifetime, like this old woman, for example. Pharaoh asked again, doesn't the little nymph think it's rude to call her old? Lucio screamed, questioning if she heard him. The main character smiled and said to Pharaoh that she should forgive him. They are only here to make deliveries. Pharaoh fixed her hair and confidently stated that she knew. She had been watching them through her crystal ball the entire time. MC asked again, but what? Suddenly, a cane burst out of his bag and he exclaimed loudly, a cane! Pharaoh caught it and replied, excellent, excellent work. The shape is perfect. Thank you for delivering this to me. Delivery man Lee Hae-jin. He fully lives up to his reputation. MC thought, reputation? Since when did he have a reputation? Suddenly it clicked. Hajin smiled and thanked her for using Lee Hae-jun's delivery service. He then requested that the payment and tip be sent to his account. You have to strike while the iron is hot, as they say. Lucio remarked that he's disgusting, questioning why he's acting like a market huckster. Hae-jun wondered where his self-respect had gone. MC responded asking, self-respect? You can't spread self-respect on bread, girl. He plans to use the money he earns to buy her the candy she loves so much. Lucio's mouth began to water as she asked again, candy. She mimicked MC's movement and screamed in excitement, thanking her for using Lee Hae-jun's delivery service. Madam. MC decided to see what a little capitalism could do for a nymph. Pharaoh smiled, pleased to see him befriending these small beings. He needn't worry about payment. After all, she was a generous goddess. With a snap of her fingers, the system window announced, delivery complete. He received 50,000 points. Tip from Pharaoh, 50,000 points. The account balance is now 195,300 points, totaling 19,530,000. Lucio smiled and said to Hae-jun that since he helped her, the candy is hers. Hae-jun asked again about the candy, and Lucio replied that he would buy her entire candy store. He even joked about opening a candy factory. Lucio then exclaimed that he would take 90% of the profits. MC asked again, 90, is she serious? Pharaoh responded, just look at this little predator. He continued, when they leave, they can go out through the main entrance, not through this tunnel. MC questioned, what? Pharaoh replied, of course. She felt nostalgic about coming down here, but she was already somewhat tired of receiving couriers in the basement. Hae-jun mentioned that he thought this was the entrance. Lucio pointed out that there was a bell at the entrance, which indicated that if there was no guard, one needed to call. Pharaoh replied that there hadn't been a guard there for several centuries. They can just leave through the main entrance. MC asked again. Really? Lucio replied. So this is not the front door. MC responded, no candy for her. She screamed. He's angry. The delivery to the pyramid was complete. After a while, Heijin said, they're finally back. He didn't even know how they had survived. He told Lucio to wake up because they had arrived. Her drool dripped onto his hand, prompting him to cry out in displeasure. Lucio stirred and asked if they were back already. The main character took her hand and replied, what do you mean already? Can't you see? It's already dark. Lucio said she couldn't see anything. MC suggested that maybe she should open her eyes, baby. They were in the forge of Hephaestus. Lucio screamed, feeling overwhelmed. She thanked him for the adventure, saying it was a lot of fun. MC smiled and asked what was wrong with her. He realized it was true. They had made a delivery, which meant it was time for them to say goodbye. He expressed the same sentiment, mentioning that he had fun with her as well. Despite her tendency to talk a lot, Lucio questioned why he would say that, feeling it ruined such a touching moment. Hye-jun replied, insisting that he was just being honest. She wouldn't deny that she can be a bit of a chatterbox, would she? He believes they've grown attached to one another. However, she abruptly left, declaring that Lucio would never work with him again. MC expressed that the feeling was mutual, surprised by how quickly they had become friends. Hephaestus responded happily, referring to them as his stars. The client had nothing but praise for their work. He then pondered the possibility of them collaborating. MC asked once more, together with her. Lucio asked if she should collaborate with this person. They both shouted, no way! Better to die than work with this bore. Hephaestus pondered whether this was a conflict of interest. After a while, MC fell asleep and heard his name being called from the depths of his dreams. He wondered who it could be. Lucio said, Hye-jun, let him wake up already. MC jumped up in fear and screamed, what is she even doing here? Lucio covered her ears with her hands and asked, why is he yelling at Lucio? Has he forgotten that we are a team now? Hye-jun thought to himself, exactly. He couldn't refuse Hephaestus. Some time ago, Hephaestus had said sadly that he never asked his son for a favor, and all of this was for that reason. MC had to team up with this kid, and he would have to get used to it. Heijin asked why she had woken him up when he was sleeping so soundly. Lucio replied that the noise just wouldn't stop. MC inquired again, asking what noise he was talking about. Lucio then showed him the phone screen and said she meant this. MC asked once more, delivery. The system Windows had reported multiple times about a new delivery. MC grabbed his phone and thought about a new delivery. These were the most common orders, so he worried for nothing. Come to think of it, a week had already passed. Lucio asked, what's wrong? Is everything okay? MC replied, it's nothing. No need to worry. But Lucio, grabbing his t-shirt, exclaimed, I want to know what's wrong. Heijin asked her not to start whining again and told her to wait. Just then, someone called him. He glanced at his phone screen and said, it's the manager. He figured he should let them know he was quitting. When he answered, a loud shout came through the phone. Hadn't he realized he was back at work? Why wasn't he taking orders? Heijin replied, well, basically, the delivery manager, Dalman Bey, who was 39 years old and balding, was smoking and shouting loudly. Did he even bother to check how many deliveries were in line? He should be grateful he wasn't fired. He was lucky to have only been suspended for a short time. Yet, it seems he still hasn't learned his lesson. Let him get to work immediately, or I'll fire him, MC yelled loudly. Okay, let him fire him, Dalman replied, confused. Is he completely crazy? Hye-jun screamed. What if he is? What will he do to him? Lucio exclaimed. Oh my god, energy level 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. Heijin was not acting like her usual self. Her glasses shattered as she screamed. She can't see anything. Dalman asked if he thinks he can still find another job. He will blacklist him, and then he will be finished. Jun replied that he is tired of these angry threats. No wonder, with his bald head. Even his hair is running away. He is exhausted. Let him do what he wants. Good luck to him. Dalman asked, what does his hair have to do with it? He burst into tears, saying it was a low blow. Lucio turned to Hye-jun and asked, is he okay? He exhaled and suggested they go eat. Finally, he said goodbye to everyone. At that moment, the leader of the Yangwon Guild remarked, we couldn't find him yesterday either. The captain of the Yangwon Guild's third squad, Jang Soo-ho, replied that they had searched every corner, but none of them could find either the scooter or the helmet. If his scooter was so difficult to track, perhaps he had realized he was being followed and changed his ID number. Song-jung clutched his head and said, still, thanks for checking. He already had a lot of problems, and now this new issue. Soo-ho asked if they should continue the search. Sung-jun replied that they couldn't waste their energy like that. By the way, what's happening in Busan? Soo-ho responded that things weren't looking good, sir. The squad of 6 A rank sent on the raid had retreated. It seems the portal will transform into a full-fledged dungeon in just 5 days. Sungjun looked out the window and said, I understand. A month ago, a portal appeared on Hyundai Beach. When the association reached out to him, he quickly realized that clearing the dungeon would not be an easy task. He didn't believe that 6 A ranks would be sufficient. He knew what needed to be done. He ordered that Aaron and the first squad begin preparations for departure. Suho shouted, expressing his desire to go to Busan. Sungjun thought to himself that he would show everyone once again why they were considered the best guild in the country. He enveloped himself in mana and remarked that it had been a while since his last business trip. After a moment, the MC responded, big deal. He was craving something spicy and was eager to see the manager's reaction when he announced his resignation. Lucio chimed in, exclaiming that it was incredibly delicious, having never tasted anything quite like it before. MC urged Lucio to slow down, warning that it would stain all her clothes. Lucio, enjoying her meal, exclaimed that even this soft, oval dish tasted incredible. She marveled at how many delicious things existed in the human world, feeling as though she had lived her whole life in vain. MC reminded her that it was just a bowl of noodles. Undeterred, Lucio continued happily, saying, oh my God, they must be having a hard time. The guy looked at her and said it was her first time trying black bean noodles. The waitress replied, exactly. Apparently, he's a single father. The main character wondered what they were talking about. After a while on the street, Lucio grabbed her stomach and said she thought Lucio was going to explode. Hudjin wiped her mouth and remarked that he had told her not to eat so much. He thought he truly felt like a father. Lucio screamed, stop it, Hudjin. People around him whispered, isn't that the guy who lives across the street? But this building only has tiny apartments which are definitely not suitable for raising a child. The main character thought this was awful. Everyone in the neighborhood believed he was a slacker. Since they have to live together now, he should find a bigger apartment. Move? Lucio screamed. Really? MC asked why she was so upset. Lucio questioned if he wouldn't be happy moving away from a shallow puddle. Hudjin remarked that she spoke as if she had lived there her whole life. Lucio asked if they were moving. What about this palace? MC inquired again. He looked at the apartment building in disbelief and asked if she was joking. Did she have any idea how much the apartments there cost? He grabbed Lucio by the cheeks and exclaimed, definitely no less than 20 billion won. Lucio screamed in response. Where did all the money go that Lucio helped secure from the pyramid? Hudjin glanced at the system window, which displayed a current balance of about 200,000 coins. He thought he could afford it. Maybe he should buy an apartment. After a while, Lucio exclaimed in surprise, it's so spacious. Hudjin, are we going to live here now? MC replied that he hadn't decided yet. He thought the new building was gorgeous. As he looked around and asked if he could see it again, the man responded, of course. The current owners will be able to move out in 2 weeks, and the rent is about 200,000 won a month. He simply won't find more luxurious conditions anywhere else. The location of the building is simply stunning. It's not too tall, and schools and transportation are conveniently nearby. Let him believe it. He won't regret buying it even in 20 years. The MC said, that's enough, thank you. It truly is a great place, but he would like to explore other options. The man replied, of course, I will show you everything that is available. Hudjin believed that buying the first place he found wasn't very wise. He suggested that Lucio go and check out the new location. Lucio asked sadly, so we won't live here? MC grabbed her and said that Hudjin had already mentioned he hadn't decided yet. In response, she screamed, Hudjin is a liar! He glanced at Aaron, who was observing them intently, and thought to himself that he knows her. After a while, Lucio was enjoying his noodles and exclaimed that they tasted divine. She turned to MC and asked why he wasn't eating. MC replied that he had bought a place on the very first day of searching. That's really cool, of course, she said. After a full day of searching, he finally chose the building he had seen first. He purchased an apartment for much less than the market price, but something still troubles him. That girl he spotted yesterday, he's certain he saw her among the hunters in the dungeon. The helmet obscured half of his face, so he believes she didn't recognize him. He took out his phone and asked why he wasn't receiving any new orders. Lucio inquired if they hadn't already completed one. Hudjin responded that there had been nothing new in 2 days. Lucio remarked, 2 days? That's not that long, does he realize that? MC added that he used to receive at least 1 order a day. Lucio, surprised, exclaimed, what? She folded her arms across her chest and said that excessive greed never leads to anything good. He had enough money from the last deliveries. The MC mentioned it was until yesterday. He glanced at the system window, which displayed 193,700 coins. This was the amount left after paying the rent. 19,370,000,000 won. However, with the remaining amount, the total comes to 17 billion won just for the apartment. On top of that, he needs to buy new furniture and appliances and pay the realtor. When you consider all the expenses, it seems all the money went toward the apartment. Lucio asked, "What? Is this the new tenant's mistake? Overestimating his finances," she screamed. "Why is the apartment so expensive? He could buy a castle in the heavenly realm." The MC folded his arms and replied, "How should I know? Souls have always been expensive. There's nothing we can do about it." Lucio then asked, "What should we do now?" MC replied that he was sorry to say they wouldn't be able to buy candy anymore. Lucio screamed in protest, insisting she was against it and would think of something. Hagen said she now understood the situation. Lucio then asked why he didn't consider becoming a promoter. He followed up with a sarcastic question, wondering if he should become a door beggar instead. Lucio said they don't have to wait for a new job. They can go to Hephaestus and ask if he knows any gods or heroes who need deliveries. Hagen agreed, admitting that she's very smart, maybe even a real genius. But then she asked how they would get to Olympus. Lucio responded as usual. The MC pressed for clarification, asking again, "What do you mean?" He teleports there when given an order. Lucio looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "What?" At that moment, a helicopter was parked on the platform next to the first and second squads of the Yonwon Guild, where a total of 45 hunters had gathered. The deputy leader of the Yonwon Guild, Baek Aaron, along with the guild leader, Park Sungjin, stepped forward. Sungjin confidently announced that everyone had likely heard they were heading to Hyundai Beach to address the new portal. He urged them to put their past failures behind them and strive to bring glory to the guild once more. The hunters responded with a resounding, "Yes, Captain." He then turned away and said, "Okay, they're coming, Aaron." She replied, "Yes." As the helicopter began to take off, Songjin turned to Aaron and asked, "About what she said earlier, is she sure that guy is her neighbor now?" Aaron responded that she couldn't confirm if he had moved in, but it was clear he had visited the apartment. Songjin pressed further, "Really? He believed they had searched every corner to find him, yet he ended up right under Aaron's nose. He asked if she was absolutely sure she had seen him. Aaron replied that she was. Sungjin thought that now it wouldn't be hard to locate him. They should focus on the portal. Aaron looked out the window and realized he was the one who had defeated the boss. He hoped to catch him in battle one day. After a while, the MC approached the Hephaestus Forge and greeted him, asking if he wasn't working today since not even the lights were on. Lucio screamed in fear. Hudgen believes they should leave. She was crying, expressing her fear of divine punishment for entering without permission. MC asked her again, "What?" but pointed out that they were already there. Besides, she had insisted he come. Lucio screamed that this was terribly disrespectful. MC thought to himself, "Disrespectful?" A little girl called Pharaoh, an old woman. Suddenly a scream echoed from behind them, demanding to know who dared approach at such an early hour. Hephaestus remarked, "It's them." The main character responded, "Hephaestus." Hephaestus replied, "Yes, but I didn't order delivery. What brings him here?" Hudgen chimed in, "Well, here's the thing. Hephaestus had a request." "A request?" MC replied, thinking it would be rude to arrive empty-handed. Hephaestus shouted, "Is that what you think?" MC then said, "Here, I brought soju. I remember you liked beer, so I thought you might enjoy this too." Hephaestus happily snatched it up and exclaimed that, of course, he could say whatever he wanted. MC laughed and mentioned that he wanted to ask if Hephaestus could introduce him to any gods or goddesses who might be interested in delivery. Hephaestus inquired again. Delivery? He had something specific in mind, but MC pressed further, asking, "But what?" Hephaestus responded, questioning whether he truly understood. He expressed concern about the potential dangers involved. Hudgen reassured him not to worry, promising to seize every opportunity. Hephaestus countered, stating that nothing is more dangerous than poverty. If he genuinely believes he can manage the risks, then he should go ahead and be teleported. He stretched out his hand and used magic, prompting MC to scream loudly for him to stop. He didn't specify who he was addressing. After a moment, he teleported to the forest and looked around, wondering where he was. He had been thrown away without any explanation. What could he possibly expect from him? The system window reported a danger detected. MC looked around, sensing something threatening was approaching. Suddenly, a massive monster appeared before him and let out a deafening scream. Hudgen thought, "What the hell is that?" He realized he wouldn't be able to dodge it. He screamed loudly when a hand with a bow suddenly emerged from the bushes and attacked the monster. The creature squealed and Hudgen fell to the ground. He asked, "What was that? Is it dead?" Lucio shouted joyfully. "She barely made it. He was almost turned into a human pancake." MC responded, "Lucio?" He didn't realize she was coming after him. Lucio explained that after he disappeared, she was also transported here. Hudgen remarked, "Well, thank goodness she silently watched him suffer and didn't even help." Lucio screamed joyfully, but it was quite a sight to behold. Olympus boars are known for their ferocity, and he killed the monster with a single blow. The main character responded, but it wasn't him who had slain the creature. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. It was Hudgen. He turned to see a centaur who remarked that he didn't know there were people present. A man and a nymph stood together, leaving MC puzzled as he wondered, who is this strange horseman? Just then, a notification popped up on Hudgen's phone, indicating he had arrived at his destination. MC thought, could this unusual man be his client? The centaur then spoke, saying, "It's not often that strangers come here. Maybe they will tell him who they are," Lucio said, referring to the lame centaur. She tugged MC's hand and exclaimed, Hudgen, I think I know who it is. Jason, this is the leader of the Argonauts. Achilles, meet the hero of the Trojan War and the greatest warrior who led the Olympian gods to victory. Hercules. This is Chiron, the mentor of many great heroes. With a look of displeasure, he questioned whether they had just mentioned Hercules' name in his presence. Did they even understand what he had endured because of that fool? The main character urged him to wait, but Chiron remained completely silent. Hephaestus had sent them. They were there with a delivery, not to cause him trouble. Hudgen swore again, asking if Hephaestus really thought him a fool. He began shooting at MC and Lucio, prompting a system window to report danger. Lucio screamed loudly, and Hudgen remarked that he wasn't lying. After a moment, he mentioned that this was how they ended up in the house. Lucio confirmed it was true, and Chiron found it intriguing. Hephaestus typically doesn't mention him in front of just anyone. No matter how you look at it, he's certainly not a hero. However, even the most renowned heroes can hardly claim to have a friendship with nymphs, let alone have them as companions on their journeys. The MC whispered, "Why is this horseman so suspicious? They've already explained everything. Why doesn't he believe them?" Lucio replied quietly, "She doesn't know either. They say he has a vulnerable soul." Chiron decided to believe them. Lucio exclaimed that Chiron truly is the wisest of sages. Chiron then asked if the two of them could get him whatever he wants. MC replied that it wasn't literally everything, but a lot. Chiron pondered whether he needed to be tested. He ordered them to head north through the forest, where they would find a giant cave. Their task was to collect the saliva of the lazy oaf who sleeps inside. Hudgen grabbed the jar and asked once more, "Saliva? You want me to collect saliva in this jar and bring it to you?" He hoped they didn't literally mean to collect saliva from the man's mouth, did they? Chiron replied, "No, literally." "Does he have any objections?" MC thought to himself that this was, of course, a completely unthinkable violation of another person's personal space. He laughed and said, "Sure, let him think he already has the jar of saliva." Then, he grabbed Lucio, who only managed to scream, but that was no reason to refuse the order. Chiron called him a pathetic idiot, noting that he didn't even bother to ask about the dangers that lay ahead. This is a simple test to determine whether he can be trusted, even if he somehow manages to escape the forest alive. After that, he will need to cross rocky, snow-capped mountains that no human has ever traversed. If he's a complete idle talker, one look at these mountains will make him give up. Hudgen quickly soared into the sky, prompting Chiron to ask, "What?" The system window reported, "Racer suit, skill, super jump, single use, 1 minute, time remaining, 1 minute, 50 seconds. MC thought he had already gotten used to the suit. At this speed, they would reach the cave very soon. After a while, he pushed off the mountain and landed on the ground. Looking towards the cave, he declared, "Destination reached." The system window then reported that the racer suit was disabled, with a reboot time of 32 seconds. Hudgen thought it was a shame that he had used the suit's functionality too mercilessly. Lucio mentioned that she was feeling dizzy. The MC asked if she was really sick. Since they were already there, they needed to collect some saliva. Lucio suggested they do it quickly. After a while, MC thought they had descended deep enough, but he didn't see anyone sleeping there. He turned on the flashlight and asked if she was scared. Lucio replied that fear wasn't natural for mega elites. MC chuckled, and in response, Lucio screamed in fear. Hudgen glanced at her and urged her not to scream so suddenly, as her reaction was confusing him. What was she afraid of? It was just a few drops from the ceiling. Lucio trembled in fear and raised her hands. MC remarked that he thought she had seen a monster. He looked around and asked, "What was that?" He saw a huge monster in front of him and remarked that it looked like he wouldn't have to worry about a lack of saliva. Hudgen had gone crazy. At that moment, Chiron twisted his ankle and muttered, "What an idiot! Where did he go?" He had thought he was just an ordinary person, unaware that he was hiding such extraordinary abilities. and yet he is just a person. Despite his abilities, he can't climb the mountain. He looked ahead in surprise and exclaimed, "What the hell? He really went into the cave? You're crazy!" Covered in mana, he felt a sharp pain in his leg. He soared upward, thinking, he can't go into the cave. There are immortal monsters in there. At that moment, MC screamed in horror. He burst into tears, grabbed Lucio, and quickly ran away from the monster. Lucio screamed as the creature pursued them, while Hajin remarked that he thought it was sleeping. Lucio asked in disbelief, "How is this possible? A huge snake with several heads. This enormous monster is a hydra." Hajin asked again about the Hydra. Lucio inquired, what did Chiron entrust him with? The MC screamed in frustration, wondering how Lucio could possibly know. Who would have thought he needed to obtain the saliva of such a monster? How could he have been caught off guard like that? With Hades' helmet, he could still take action, but now he had to go without it. Suddenly, a system window appeared beside him, and he exclaimed, "What?" The system window indicated that in an emergency, he needed to use the warp service. MC asked again, "Warp service?" The system confirmed, "Warp service. For just 5,000 coins, they will transfer the goods you purchased to your current location." Hajin thought to himself, 50 million won just for transferring goods. He bought the Hades helmet for 800 coins, a brazen act of robbery, but now was not the time to hesitate. He spent 5,000 coins and had 189,000 points remaining. Lucio happily exclaimed, "Hajin, a helmet just fell from the sky." With tears in his eyes, the MC lamented that these were his hard-earned 50 million. He put on the helmet and declared, "Hydra, it's the end." Hajin moved toward the monster, prompting Lucio to scream. "Hajin, what is he doing? The entrance is on the wrong side." The main character replied, "Actually, he knows." Lucio questioned again, "Is he crazy? It's the Hydra itself, the daughter of Typhon. Even the gods of Olympus fear this creature's deadly poison." Hajin thought to himself, "So this is the daughter?" He then remarked, "It looks like Typhon has scattered his seed everywhere." Lucio interrupted, saying, "This is not the time for jokes. This situation is different, not like what happened with that Sphinx." The main character replied, "It's okay. He can handle it, and she should get dressed for now." Lucio shouted, "Hajin!" She turned around and screamed, "Hajin is a real fool and an idiot. Let the deadly poison melt him to the bone." The main character remarked, now she could have left gracefully. Instead, she only left curses behind. With that, Hajin squeezed the jar and walked toward the Hydra, saying she could sleep normally. Her eyes widened, leaving him completely confused. He opened the jar and brought it to the monster's face, wincing in displeasure. He thought it was better not to touch it, otherwise something terrible might happen. And why had he even been told to get this? The main character looked at the can and said, "Okay." He hoped that would be sufficient. He attempted to give a small tip for the delivery when suddenly, everything around him began to shake. Hajin screamed, "What's going on? Is the ceiling collapsing?" Large stones tumbled from above, accompanied by a loud scream. Hajin shouted, "Is that an earthquake?" Panic set in as his can broke, spilling all the contents onto the ground. He held out his hand and said, "Without this, he can't collect the drool." The massive heads of the Hydra reached toward him, prompting MC to scream curses in terror. She woke up, realizing the situation. No, he was wearing a helmet. He just needed to hide from everyone. The Hydra asked, "Who is he?" The stench of the flayed ghosts of hell lingered in the air. Was he sent from the abyss? MC thought fearfully. Can she smell him? The Hydra laughed and said, "Don't be so afraid. This wonderful helmet that hides him belongs to Hades, right?" Hajin thought, what a horror. She can see right through him. The Hydra then asked, "So what? Why did he come to her?" So far, he had swum across the river Styx. MC thought he came for her saliva. If he said that, she would kill him on the spot. Another head of Hydra asked, "So what? Can you swim across the river Styx?" A different head replied, "What a fool. Hades sent him." The first head screamed, "Idiot, does she want to die?" The Hydra then asked, "Why is he silent?" She hoped he hadn't woken her up over something trivial. If that were the case, MC replied, he had come to say hello from the abyss. He thought to himself, what a nightmare. He was at a dead end. Hydra asked again, "Hello? So, Chiron sent him?" Hajin confirmed, "Yes, that's right. It seems he hasn't been able to contact her lately. That's why he asked to say hello." Hydra remarked, "Wow, this little brat is curious about how his older sister is doing." She had lived for countless millennia, and this was the first time she had encountered something like this. Stepping forward, she asked, "How is he doing? Isn't he performing well as a guard?" The MC thought to himself, elder sister. At that moment, Lucio was flying over the snowy mountain shouting, "Hajin is such a fool. Even she can't handle Hydra. I need to go down and ask for help." Suddenly, she collided with Chiron, who asked, "What's wrong? Why are you alone?" Lucio replied, "Chiron, Hajin is heading straight for Hydra." Chiron grabbed his head and said, "So, he finally made it to Hydra." Lucio screamed, "We need to help Hajin quickly." Chiron replied, "Even he, a demigod, can't handle Hydra." Lucio, filled with fear, said, "It can't be. We need to send him back." Chiron frowned and ordered her to show him the way. Lucio looked at him and asked, "Chiron?" He replied that he couldn't let a young man die because of him. At that moment, Hajin looked at Hydra in surprise and asked if she was in human form. Hydra laughed and said it seemed he was taken aback by her appearance. After being sealed here, she could no longer return to her true form. Even her brother hadn't seen her like this, so he was unaware. MC wondered, "Little brother, is she referring to Cerberus? What's the story behind their genealogy?" Hydra smiled and replied, "Exactly. How was her little brother doing?" She hadn't been able to contact him, so she was quite worried. MC responded, "What's the point of unnecessary words? He eats 3 times a day and gets paid. He is very happy with his profession." He imagined that his nose had grown and considered it a pet. Hydra asked again, "Really?" She was glad to hear it. The main character replied, "Well, since he said hello, he should go." He thought to himself, if he stays here, he might get caught lying. Hydra requested a moment and surrounded MC with her mana. She explained that since he had come at her brother's request, she couldn't simply let him go. Concerned about her reputation, she contemplated the implications. Meanwhile, MC stood frozen, unable to move. He turned to her and asked, "Reputation? What reputation?" Hydra stuck out her tongue and insisted that he not refuse. Turning her back to him, she commanded him to take what she offered. In the middle of her back were scales of a different color, which he could pull out and keep for himself. The main character was taken aback, wondering if she was really asking him to rip out her scales. Hydra instructed him not to be afraid, as her scales held a dangerous power that would be useful to him. Hajin thought, if that's the case, could it really be some kind of object, like Sun Wukong's tail? If so, he had no reason to refuse. He extended his hand and said, "Well, I never. It can't be helped." Yet, he wondered why it wouldn't come out. He was shaking, wondering if she was doing it on purpose. The system window displayed, "Activate riding suit." MC managed to pull out the scale and thought, "It's working." He nearly lost his balance, realizing how slippery it was. When he fell, he exclaimed, "It worked. I did it, Hydra." She replied, "Well done. But isn't he being a bit too greedy?" Hajin looked down and realized he was lying on top of her. Hydra, slightly embarrassed, never thought he had his eye on her too. Well, she decided to let him do as he pleased. Suddenly, MC jumped up in fright and screamed, "Yes! No! This is a misunderstanding!" Chiron stood behind him, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Hajin turned around and asked, "What?" Chiron screamed. Did he defeat Hydra itself? The main character thought Chiron. From Chiron's perspective, Hajin looked very strong. He wondered, what is he doing here? Lucio shouted, "Hajin!" She rushed toward him, exclaiming how glad she was that he was alive. The main character reminded her, "He told you to wait outside. After all, she is loyal." Lucio screamed, "It hurts. She is in pain." Chiron thought, is it true that a human defeated Hydra? Even Hercules had a hard time dealing with her. This Hephaestus sent a real monster. The main character felt happy with Lucio, but then turned around and asked Hydra to forgive him. "They are too noisy, right?" Hydra smiled and replied, "Nothing." Hajin then asked, "By the way, is this his nymph?" To which Lucio shouted, "Yes, exactly. She's the most nymph-like of them all." Hydra joyfully responded, "The little one from next door? How unusual. And besides, they haven't seen each other in a while, Chiron. He's aged. Does time really not spare even immortals? Or did her poison affect him?" MC asked again. "Poison? What happened between them?" Lucio replied, no longer surprised by his ignorance. "He wants to receive it? It's a well-known story, Hercules, the poisoned arrow, the Hydra, and the death of Chiron. It was an accident. On that fateful day, Chiron lay among his fallen comrades, his leg pierced by a poisoned arrow. It was less an accident and more a form of retribution for having raised a monster. Returning to Zeus, he pleaded for the immortality that had been granted to him to be revoked. Kneeling before Zeus and revealing the traces of poison, he expressed that he could no longer endure this torment. Zeus paused for a moment before agreeing. He stated that, having raised so many heroes, he would grant Chiron a constellation. Chiron, clearly taken aback by this unexpected gesture, felt indignant. Zeus then extended his hand and assured him that he could not die, explaining that he would come to understand everything in due time. Chiron called out to him, trying to stop him, but it was too late, and thus the sage's life came to an end. He transformed into a deity who ruled the constellation Sagittarius, becoming known as the constellation Chiron. The Hydra claimed that the poison kills all living things, yet he, infected with this poison, managed to reach this place. With a sad smile, she remarked that he likely survived thanks to the power of the constellation. He called her snake tongue disgusting and asked if she wanted him to cut it off as well. She laughed and replied that his tongue was equally repulsive, reminding him that he used to be a gentleman. She looked at Huygen and clarified his name. Then she reached her hand into her chest, causing them to blush. She quickly closed his eyes, instructing him not to look at her, stating that this sight was not for children. The Hydra pulled out a flask containing a purple liquid and asked if he needed her saliva. Was this Chiron's request? The centaur frowned at this, and Hajun asked, "So she knew everything?" She smiled and replied that he smelled of centaur. Then she turned to her brother and instructed him to take it. He grew wary and questioned her intentions, realizing she couldn't simply give him the antidote. She said he mistook her for some kind of villain, but in fact, it wasn't she who poisoned him. It was Hercules. He recalled what happened that day and felt uneasy. The MC then asked, "This is his student, right?" Hydra approached Chiron and handed him the flask, saying she had been waiting all this time for him to come for the antidote. He looked at her face with doubt and paused to think for a moment before ultimately deciding to take it. He immediately uncorked the flask and drank its contents, feeling a change wash over him. Hydra's saliva spread throughout his body at lightning speed, causing the bandage on his leg to fall away. Suddenly, his consciousness clouded, and he staggered, prompting concern from Hajuan. Then he collapsed to the ground, all while under the watchful gaze of the Hydra. MC called out to her in horror, fearing she had poisoned him, but then he heard Chiron crying. He grabbed his leg and burst into tears of joy, as his body had returned to its previous state after 3,890 years. All this time, he had endured pain in the world of constellations. Finally, he could put an end to the torment that had lasted an eternity. Hydra stroked his head and, with a gentle smile, told him he had endured a lot. Once he realized he was fine, the two rushed to his side. Afterward, they returned to the house and waited. Chiron had disappeared, leaving Hajun feeling nervous. He contemplated withholding the delivery fee, but Lucio quickly scolded him, insisting he was talking nonsense and speaking disparagingly of him. In reality, Hydra had provided him with the antidote, so he couldn't claim the delivery fee. Hajun sighed in frustration. Afterward, Chiron finally emerged from the room and apologized for the long wait. With a wide smile, he showed them the bow and explained that he had been searching for something, which was the reason for his delay. The MC expressed their frustration, saying they didn't expect him to be gone for so long. Lucio, covering his mouth and wearing an awkward smile, chimed in that they hadn't waited at all. Hagen then asked if he was referring to this bow. He confirmed his intentions, stating that he planned to give the bow to Hercules, though he believed it would suit him better. Upset, he thought it would have been better to receive money instead, but he did not refuse the reward, expressing that he would accept it with gratitude regardless. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a god appeared in the doorway. Chiron exclaimed in fear, revealing his identity, and immediately apologized for the sudden arrival. Lucio quickly recognized him as the god of war, Ares. He mentioned that he would share the details later, prompting MC to ask if this was the Ares, that fool from Olympus. Upon hearing his name, Lucio grew concerned and asked if Ares had lost his mind. Ares, the son of Zeus and Hera, is a prince among the gods. He turned his attention to a man and a nymph, asking if one of them was Hajun. The man nervously confirmed this, prompting Ares to rush toward him, exclaiming that he had finally found him. MC was startled by Ares' sudden movements when, unexpectedly, the god fell to his knees in front of him and asked for help. Hagen certainly didn't anticipate this at the age of 27. He was the first person among mortals to whom a god had knelt. After clarifying all the details, he set out to complete his task on a high-speed train. Lucio looked out the window and excitedly remarked how fast this vehicle was. He wearily corrected her, saying it was not a car but a train, and reminded her to keep quiet since they were not alone. She quickly closed her mouth, acknowledging that she understood and would definitely adhere to the rules of conduct in public. He sighed wearily, realizing he hadn't slept a wink, and now faced another delivery. With this lifestyle, he felt he would die before his time. Suddenly, his phone beeped with a notification. He had received 100,000 points from Chiron for the delivery, along with an additional 100,000. Now his account had about 400,000 points. This news instantly filled him with happiness, and all his fatigue vanished. He laughed so loudly with joy that the man behind him asked him to be quiet, prompting him to apologize. Lucio seized the moment to be sarcastic, claiming he had told her to be quiet. He urged her to shut up, expressing his fear over the prolonged delay in payment for the delivery. He still couldn't calm down upon seeing such large numbers in his account. He had received 20 billion won for the delivery, which meant he no longer had to worry about bills or bankruptcy. He looked down at his phone, wishing he could feel calmer if it weren't for the situation at hand. He needed to save a hunter under Ares' protection who was in danger. The deadline for completing this task was approaching quickly, and when they first learned about it, they had been taken by surprise. Ares revealed that he had seen his fate and would die today. The main character suggested that, since the situation was so urgent, perhaps he could save Ares himself. Lucio explained why that wouldn't work. It would violate the law of causality. Confused, the main character looked to Chiron, who clarified that a god cannot personally influence the life and death of a mortal. No god is permitted to break this rule. He turned to Ares and stated that the one known as the god of war cannot be unaware of this. Even if it saddens him, he must accept it. With a gloomy expression, he insisted that this cannot be changed, as he has invested everything he has in this hunter. Constellations can invest points in hunters. If the hunters achieve feats and gain fame through public recognition, the constellation would receive several hundred times the points they originally invested. However, if a hunter completes their mission and dies, they lose everything. Upon learning this, Hudgeon looked at him with pity and asked if that meant he could lose everything he had invested. That's the gambling addiction of the gods. Chiron grew furious and called him an idiot, insisting he deserved it. Although he might be a constellation, he simply sat there and gambled away. Ashamed, he looked away and pleaded for their help just this once. He even secretly invested his father's points. The MC then asked, "Isn't this Father Zeus by any chance?" Lucio exclaimed in shock that he was the greatest god of Olympus and had stolen his points. At that moment, Hudgeon placed his hands behind his head and remarked that he couldn't solve everyone's problems. He wondered how he was supposed to save the constellation hunter. Sighing, he considered that if he fulfilled the request of a god like Ares and earned his favor, he would surely receive a generous reward for this task. Lucio asked worriedly where they were going, and he showed her the ticket, revealing that they were headed to Busan. Meanwhile, in the dark and damp dungeon, a pile of monster bodies lay where Sun Jin and his guild had already defeated them. He warned them that the enemy was still approaching to prepare for battle, and just after that, sea monsters emerged from the darkness, roaring loudly. One of the creatures lunged at Sun Jin with its jaws wide open, but he swiftly swung his sword, neutralizing the threat. However, that was just the beginning. As he fought one monster, another struck from behind. His eyes narrowed with determination as he unleashed a flurry of rapid sword swings, dispatching the creatures around him. To catch his breath, he plunged his sword into the ground and leaned on it, cursing under his breath as he realized they were relentless, with no end in sight. Meanwhile, Aaron charged forward, attacking the monsters with 2 daggers before pausing to catch her breath. Sungjin called out to her, asking if she was okay. She confirmed that she was fine and mentioned she had taken care of the ones behind her. With the danger now past, he declared a break. After another battle, they all sat along the wall, and Songjin asked how much longer it would be until they reached the boss room. Han Oh-sung informed him that they had already arrived and would see the boss soon. He glanced at the leader and remarked that, regardless of the circumstances, they had done a great job. They had reached this point twice as fast as the vanguard. The leader responded that it was all due to his effective guidance. He had heard that 6 A-rankers from the vanguard had been forced to retreat. Was the monster truly that powerful? He responded that it was quite large, measuring approximately 10 meters. If they had engaged the monster from the start, they would have been able to clear this gate, but the entire squad was exhausted from battling the smaller creatures. He anticipated that it would be challenging for them, to say the least. Sungjin remarked on the positive aspect of having assembled such a strong squad, prompting the guys to stand up and suggest they move forward. He wanted to wrap this up quickly so he could call his mother. They pressed on through the cave and arrived at the massive doors leading to the boss room just beyond. Sun Jin immediately adopted a serious demeanor and reassured the others not to be afraid, prompting them to enthusiastically punch the air. Following the leader's orders, the tanks moved in first. As the doors opened, they revealed the boss room. To their surprise, it appeared empty at first glance. Sung Jin walked inside, scanning the room, and asked Oh Sung if he was certain this was the boss room. Oh Sung confirmed it, just as a drop of water fell on Aaron. She looked up, puzzled by the water pouring from the ceiling. Her eyes widened in fear, and she turned to the guild members, urgently telling them to run. a massive drop of purple slime fell on her from the ceiling. Songjin called out to her in a panic, and soon the others faced the same fate, with half the squad incapacitated in seconds. Frantically, Songjin turned to Oh Sung and exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" They hadn't been informed about this during the briefing. Something strange was happening to Oh Sung. His eyes rolled back and he began mumbling incoherently. Suddenly, tentacles emerged from his mouth. He turned to his mother and asked if he had done well by bringing them all. This made Songjin very nervous. He gazed at the enormous monster lurking on the ceiling and realized they were trapped. Meanwhile, Ha Jun had already reached the location. Lucio looked at the portal and asked, "Is it here?" After receiving confirmation, he flexed his fists and declared that he would quickly save him and then head to bed. However, it turned out he had decided to go without the little nymph. This made her indignant, and she asked what he was saying and why she couldn't go with him. He told her to calm down, explaining that the gate was even bigger than the gates of Tartarus. In response, she began to stomp her feet in frustration, insisting that he was abandoning her again just like last time. He remained silent, contemplating what he should do with her. He hadn't felt this bad in a long time, likely due to yesterday's events. The last time she accompanied him, they encountered a hydra. Then, an idea struck him. He handed her some money and asked her to buy her favorite candies and wait for him here. She glanced at the bill with irritation, then threw it back at him, exclaiming that he must think she could be bribed. She also wanted to enter the gate. In response, he asked, "Isn't it a bit small for this?" She replied that she could buy 50 candies with it. Hearing this, she immediately started drooling and asked, "Is that really so much?" In that moment, she demonstrated that everything can be bought and sold. He gave her more money and headed to the portal, saying he would be back soon. When a stranger approached her, she decided to refuse him. He laughed and commented that it was the right choice. Once he was on the other side, he quickly realized how dark and damp it was. He turned on the flashlight and walked forward, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, his foot landed on something slimy and soft. He squealed loudly in fear, shining the light at his feet as he exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" Looking up, he felt a twinge of surprise, realizing that, given the circumstances, the hunter of the god of war was clearly in trouble. But for good pay, it was worth it. However, the entire road was littered with bodies, leaving him to wonder how he could possibly move forward. His suit was still recharging, so he would have to manage without it. If he had a scooter, he might have found a way. Anxiety crept in as he pondered his next move. This was just the beginning, and it was already proving to be incredibly challenging. The system informed him that, in an emergency, he could access the local store, so he opened it right away. A scooter was listed, but it cost 100,000 points, which made him feel nauseous. That amounted to a staggering 1 billion points. He couldn't help but think that it was far too expensive for an ordinary person. Suddenly, someone snuck up on him unnoticed and whispered in his ear, asking what he was looking at so intently. Ha-jun screamed in fear and accidentally pressed the buy button. Lucio, pleased with his reaction, asked if he was scared of her. However, MC wasn't so much scared anymore as he was devastated, having lost 1 billion won. At that moment, he had about 290,000 points left. He turned to Lucio and exclaimed, "What is she doing here?" She shrugged and told him that she wanted to go together with him. She had been following him from the very beginning. In shock, he asked if she really had been following him. He had thought she was calmly waiting for him outside. At that moment, something flashed behind him. She excitedly urged him to turn around, and he was met with the sight of his new scooter, glowing with a divine light. He stared at his new ride in amazement and exclaimed in delight that it was so cool, it felt like a whole motorcycle. However, the joy was short-lived. As the monsters approached, he turned to face them, suddenly realizing that he had completely lost track of himself. After that, he hopped on the scooter and told Lucio to hold on tighter. The two of them sped away, gradually distancing themselves from the monsters. Meanwhile, the incapacitated half of the squad was still alive, and Sung Jin found himself face to face with a massive creature. Frustrated, he cursed and wondered how they were supposed to handle this situation. Everyone was caught except for him, and he needed to save them as quickly as possible. Just then, slime shot down from the ceiling, but he managed to leap to the side just in time. He quickly retaliated with several strikes, but his attacks had no effect on the slime. He retreated to a safe distance, realizing that this monster hadn't even given him a chance to attack. The entire ceiling, though described completely differently, was now a source of dread. Moreover, the association had never mentioned that there were monsters capable of invading a person's body and controlling them. If this creature managed to escape, it would lead to a true disaster. No matter what, he must defeat this monster here. Meanwhile, as Aaron struggled to escape from the slime, she opened her eyes and swiftly swung her daggers, cutting through the trap. Song Jun immediately ran to her, realizing she had freed herself. How was she feeling? She told him that while she would like to say she was fine, that would be a lie. They needed to deal with the boss quickly. Otherwise, everyone who had been captured would die. He agreed with her, and she then turned to face the monster, declaring that she would distract the boss so he could take action. Perceiving her as a threat, the monster launched an attack with its tentacles, but she skillfully dodged each one. Getting in close, she landed several powerful blows. She glanced at the guildmaster, sensing that the moment had finally arrived. He took a fighting stance, activated the powers of Ares, making his sword glow red, and unleashed a special attack known as Mars Punisher. Swinging his sword upward, he unleashed a brilliant flash of energy at the monster. Upon contact, the energy quickly spread across the ceiling before exploding. Song Jun knelt to catch his breath, realizing it was just in time. The divine skill, Mars Punisher, was the true reason the Young One Guild had managed to maintain its lead thus far. No monster has ever survived this attack, but this one did. A massive eye appeared right in front of him. He stared at it in shock, and Eren rushed over, urging him to get up quickly. He lowered his gaze, filled with sadness, and apologized to her. It felt like this was the end. In the end, he couldn't save them. The monster began to unleash its powers, but suddenly the eye bulged and Hajin burst forth with a roar like an engine, joyfully announcing that the delivery had arrived. The two of them stared at him in shock, clearly not expecting this. MC landed softly not far from them, then immediately turned around and stopped. Eren looked at him in shock and asked, "Is this person by any chance the guy on the scooter?" Lucio jumped off the scooter, laughing as she remarked that they were barbarians and clearly had no talent for naming things. Her name was Super Elite Racer. They were taken aback by the sight of a little girl in a dangerous dungeon, particularly given her unusual costume. She called them fools and questioned why they were so astonished by her presence. With a smirk, she beckoned Hajin to come closer, insisting he should see how amusing they were. Just then, someone approached from behind her and greeted her. When she saw a guy with tentacles emerging from his mouth, she nearly passed out from fear. The main character grabbed the man and calmly asked, "What kind of squid is that?" The man pulled the tentacles from his mouth, looked at them with disgust, and exclaimed, "Was that thing inside a human?" The man's body fell directly onto Lucio, causing her to squeal in fear. Meanwhile, Hajin finally spotted the monster from which the body had emerged. He was taken aback by its size and asked, "Is that the dungeon boss? Looks like they really made it in time." Turning around, he called out to Sung Jin, who awkwardly confirmed, "It's me." He clarified, "He's a hunter of the god of war, Ares, right?" Once he confirmed this, he began to circle around him, examining him from all sides, and noticed that he looked unwell. "He's not injured, is he?" he asked. The response was that he only had a couple of bruises, and he mentioned that, for some reason, the hunter seemed familiar to him. Had they met somewhere before? Sung Jin's expression darkened. The MC recalled their encounter in Tartarus and laughed, remarking on how small the world seemed. Sung Jin was growing weary of the conversation and ordered him to stop talking. First, he needed to defeat the monster. If he didn't handle it quickly, others could be in danger. He responded by asking why he should do that. Hunters are supposed to catch them after all. What could an ordinary delivery guy like him possibly do? He also thought to himself that, on top of everything, his suit was still recharging. Rin pulled out a dagger and suspiciously accused him of planning to sacrifice them. He waved his hand excitedly, insisting that she was completely mistaken. He tried to explain that it wasn't him who should fight the monster, but Sung Jin responded by exclaiming that all of this was complete nonsense. His weapon was broken, and at least he had a scooter. He took out his phone and reassured him not to worry about the weapon, as he had something for him. He transferred the Ares weapon from the app into reality, and a bright flash erupted in front of them, making the hunters grow wary. As soon as Sung Jin saw the sword materialize before him, he was taken aback. It was the legendary sword Ares, a mythical weapon said to end wars. After Hajin handed him the sword, he bid him farewell, excitedly urging him to wait. Who had sent him this sword, and why was he wandering through the dungeon so calmly, despite not being a hunter? Who is he anyway? He picked up the frightened Lucio and turned to him, saying that if he wanted to know his name, he should call him the God's Delivery Man. After that, he got on the scooter and said goodbye to them, but Sung Jin asked him to wait. As he watched the man's retreating silhouette, he realized he was just talking nonsense. The monster behind him let out a deafening roar, prompting him to turn toward the weapon, realizing he had no choice but to wield the sword. As soon as he grasped it, a brilliant column of light surrounded him, and Ares' armor materialized on his body as he readied himself for battle. The energy radiating from him filled Eren with delight. She found his strength to be simply incredible. What had happened to him? The massive monster roared loudly, but Sung Jin was no longer afraid. With a serious expression, he raised his sword, and Eren felt confident that they would not lose this fight. He activated Ares' powers, causing his sword to burst into flames. As he swung it, the monster fired a beam of energy at him. The two forces clashed, but the deity's power proved to be far stronger. It swiftly struck the monster's already crippled eye, incinerating it. Moments later, a flash erupted, followed by a deafening explosion that echoed throughout the cave. Aaron stared in shock at the hole through which sunlight streamed into the cave, asking how he had managed to break through the ceiling. Suddenly, the armor on his body crumbled, and he lost all his strength, collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, the girl caught him and praised his efforts. She glanced back at the hole in the ceiling, wondering who the guy on the scooter was. More precisely, he was a delivery man for the gods. As he drove through the city, he told Lucio that he was hungry and suggested they should get something to eat. A new day had dawned, and the news was covering yesterday's incident. Yesterday afternoon, the gates to Hyundai and Busan were opened, and they have now been informed that they have finally closed. The best guild in the country, Young Ones, successfully halted the dungeon breach. Sunjin watched the news and noted that all day the coverage had focused solely on the gates. If it weren't for the god delivery man, they might not have been able to stop the dungeon breach. He glanced at the sword, wondering who this person was and how they had managed to deliver it to him. Meanwhile, Doyen was racing down the hospital corridor. Upon reaching the room, he called out with tears in his eyes, asking if he was seriously injured. Seeing that he was okay, he clicked his tongue in displeasure and remarked that he seemed disappointed. He quickly clarified that this wasn't true at all. He was very happy. He had heard that he had done an excellent job this time as well. After all, not everyone manages to secure third place in the hunter rankings. He noticed his new sword and asked where his previous weapon had gone. When he was told that it had broken, he exclaimed in shock, "Is that true? But that sword cost more than 10 billion won." Songjin replied that it didn't matter because he now had this sword. Doyen then asked, "Is it really that good?" To which he responded that the guy on the scooter had given him the weapon, prompting another shocked exclamation. Is he serious? The guy on the scooter entered the gate. Songjin asked him to be quiet and mentioned that, regardless of the situation, it's good that he is here. He has a favor to ask. He discovered who the guy is and wants him to find out where he lives. Doyen questioned why he needs the address, to which he replied with a smile that they need to recruit him into the guild at all costs. Meanwhile, MC returned to the god of war, who greeted him warmly at his temple and inquired if he had successfully delivered the sword. MC confirmed that he had, assuring Ares that the weapon was delivered safe and sound, so there was no need for concern. Ares sighed with relief and remarked that it was indeed worth entrusting him with this task. Let him go inside. It's time to find something to give him in return. He turned toward the temple, and Hajun watched him with a smile. He remarked that everyone said the man was rude, but he disagreed. Lucio responded that, of course, he wasn't rude. Ares was polite. He was a prince. Hajun insisted that he should not call him that, as it was blasphemy. MC believed she was correct. He was indeed a prince. Afterward, he followed Ares, but eventually paused and called out to the nymph. This startled her, and he instructed her to wait for them there, allowing only Hajun to accompany him. She felt very upset, but refrained from complaining to the god, while MC reveled in her discomfort. After this, Ares led him to the treasury. He was surprised by the size of the doors, and the god explained that by human standards, each one weighed more than 3 tons. When he inquired about how to open the doors, Ares responded with disbelief, asking what kind of foolish question that was. All he needed to do was push them. He opened the doors, and Hajun observed how simple everything was. After entering the treasury, he saw a pile of jewelry. Ares explained that all of it belonged to the rightful heir of Olympus, the god of war. The main character began to estimate the value of the treasures and asked if he could take anything he wanted from the collection. He asked in response how he could pay him with just one thing, expressing concern about the negative impact it would have on his reputation. Heijin, feeling very pleased, began to sift through the gold, confident he had left it somewhere among the piles. He retrieved a gold box from the heap and handed it to him with a smile. Unhurried, he inquired about its contents, to which the god replied that he himself didn't know. This made him indignant, and he asked if he was truly giving him something he himself didn't understand. God laughed and assured him not to worry about it. He chose not to open it, as it was too precious even for him, and he believed that whatever was inside couldn't possibly be bad. When his father personally handed him the box, he mentioned that it was one of his most treasured possessions, sparking his curiosity about its contents. As the MC opened the box, his face lit up with a golden glow, prompting the god to ask if he liked it. He feigned surprise, but his expression betrayed his true feelings. Ares expressed his expectation of the light, but upon noticing Ha-jun's reaction, he grew confused and asked what was wrong. Ha-jun pulled a wooden stick from the box and questioned what kind of nonsense that was. Ares, visibly surprised, responded with displeasure, wondering if Ha-jun was joking with him. He remarked that this was what Ha-jun considered treasure. It was merely a club. He felt a deep sense of disappointment. Meanwhile, another ship was caught in a fierce storm. The great explorer Jason approached the bow and declared that the situation was dire. During their voyage, they encountered sirens perched on the rocks, singing enchanting songs to lure him underwater. Jason questioned whether he should have trusted that person with his mission. Meanwhile, MC began waving his stick in a fit of rage, ranting at Ares while completely disregarding the fact that he was a god. Afterward, he returned home. When morning arrived, he stretched and let out a heavy sigh, commenting that his back hurt so much it felt like he had slept too long. After meeting with God, he returned home quite late. He glanced at Lucio, who was sleeping on the floor and mumbling about candy, and wondered if nymphs also talked in their sleep. He covered her with a blanket, thinking she must be very tired. He decided to let her wait a little longer. As soon as they moved in, she was able to sleep in the bed. After that, he went to the store, made his purchase, and was already heading for the exit when he noticed a poster about the national exam for hunters. It was scheduled for the 15th, which meant there were still 3 days left until then. He was intrigued by the poster, and after stepping outside, he reflected on how he had never truly wanted to become a hunter. However, he realized he couldn't keep infiltrating the dungeon while hiding his identity. Perhaps it was time to give it a try. By the time he returned, Lucio was already awake. She rubbed her eyes and asked where he had gone. He smiled as he showed her the bags, saying that he had bought them food. She immediately began to unpack his purchases, but there were no candies inside, which upset her. He remarked that all her teeth would fall out if she kept eating sweets. Just then, a new delivery request came through on his phone, this time from Hephaestus. He felt happy, thinking that Hephaestus wanted to have a drink with him again. So he headed to his house. He got off the scooter with a smile and waved cheerfully. Hephaestus commented on how quickly he had arrived today. He replied that of course he was faster for him. After all, he was his regular customer. The man smiled and noted that lately, many people had begun to contact him. He had heard that he helped heal Chiron's leg and sorted out Ares' problem. He was somewhat surprised that the news had spread so quickly, even though only a couple of days had passed. With an awkward smile, he replied that he was just lucky. So, how could he help him? Footsteps echoed behind Hephaestus as a man emerged from his hut. Upon seeing him, Lucio became very excited. Ha-jun asked if they knew each other, and mentioned that he was known for fast shipping by sea and safe delivery. The man was a representative of the leading shipping company, Olympus. Jason, an Argonaut, introduced himself, noting that he was recognized not only as an Argonaut, but also as an outstanding traveler. He had journeyed on the ship Argo, alongside some of the greatest figures of ancient Greece, who were celebrated as the heroes of Hellas. Jason approached Ha-jun and expressed that he had heard a lot about him. He shared his gratitude for Ha-jun's healing of his adoptive father. Ha-jun replied that there was no need for thanks, as he was simply doing his job. The two shared a smile, and Ha-jun noted that the rumors about him were true. He truly was a humble person. They expressed their apologies, but he didn't have much time to spare. He needed to get straight to the point. There was a small problem with their service. They couldn't carry out cargo transportation due to the sirens they encountered along the way. The main character thought they could be referred to as Argo Sea Transportation. Jason continued, explaining that in the past, when they faced issues with the sirens, he had asked Orpheus to handle it. However, that was no longer an option since Orpheus was currently on tour. After everything he had heard about him, he decided to seek help immediately. Ha-jun asked what was so special about Orpheus, questioning whether he was really being asked to deal with the sirens now. He confirmed it and slouched tiredly. He pondered why an ordinary courier was being asked to confront all sorts of monsters. He initially refused, claiming he didn't know what others were saying about him. After all, he wasn't someone trained to fight. However, Jason smiled confidently and asked if he could make a final decision. Once he learned about the reward, he was certain it wouldn't disappoint. He would receive 500,000 points for eliminating the sirens. He immediately agreed, stating that although he lacked fighting skills, he enjoyed it much more than delivering food. The reward was simply too enticing to pass up. Hephaestus cautioned him that the sirens resided in the sea, making it challenging for him to battle them in the water. This revelation surprised him, and Lucio inquired if he thought they lived in Hephaestus reassured him not to worry. It was time for him to demonstrate his abilities. After that, they set off and arrived at the Sirens' habitat, the Singing Rocks. Jason mentioned that cargo ships were forced to sail only along this route, and MC assured him he would handle the situation, so he shouldn't be concerned. The man laughed and said he wanted to ask him to destroy the Sirens before dawn the next day. He offered a boat to reach the rocks, but MC replied that it wasn't necessary. Then he called Lucio and jumped off the ship with her, which startled Jason, who exclaimed, "What are you doing?" as they soared through the air. He summoned a scooter and rode it across the surface of the water. Shortly before setting out to sea, Hephaestus had upgraded his helmet, allowing him to walk and run on water for a limited time. Jason watched him go, thinking how unpredictable this man was. Hagen then asked, "So these rocks are where the monster settlement is?" To determine if he was completely foolish, Lucio inquired, "He knows what sirens are, right?" Hagen replied that they were singing mermaids, and she sighed with relief, noting that he understood the basics. But if the sirens were just ordinary mermaids who sang beautifully, how could Odysseus, the hero of the Trojan War, have escaped them simply by covering his ears? Sirens are experts in underwater attacks, and a few can even turn the great sea monster Kraken into a snack. Now, MC understood why the reward for the quest was so substantial. He declared that they wouldn't be going empty-handed. Taking a stick from behind his back, he decided to confront these insidious monsters the old-fashioned way, with Lucio supporting him. Meanwhile, the Sirens had already spotted them. One of the Sirens peeked out from behind the rocks and announced that there was a human and a nymph nearby, and they were getting very close. Her sister replied that she would handle them and then jumped into the water, creeping up on them from below. Seeing a dark silhouette underwater, Lucio warned Hagen that something was approaching. He replied that he felt it too. Suddenly, the siren leaped out of the water with her mouth wide open, and MC immediately struck her on the head with a stick, causing her to fall back into the water. Ares informed him that although the stick appeared flimsy, it was a gift from Zeus, suggesting that this club was likely more powerful than it seemed at first glance. He challenged the mermaid to experience the destructive power of the Olympus Club, claiming it dealt 99 points of damage. However, the blow did not harm her at all, surprising even herself. She asked him what kind of stick it was, and in that moment he realized how Ares had set him up. What kind of firewood had he been given? After that, they vanished, and the mermaids began searching for them everywhere. Lucio cautiously peeked out from their hiding place, and Hagen noted that they had narrowly avoided serious trouble. They had only survived thanks to his helmet. "How are things over there?" he asked. The nymph replied that they had swum far away, and he suggested she try to get out. As it turned out, they were now right in front of the Siren base. Jason had previously told him about a Siren Queen residing in the Sea Temple. If he could eliminate her, it would be a significant blow to the others. Lucio worriedly asked if they could really leave now, especially since the club Ares had given him had proven to be useless. MC glanced at the stick and acknowledged that it was indeed true. It would be wise for him to take at least a stone with him. However, there was another option. He opened the store and declared that there were no problems in this world that money couldn't solve. The system recommended the Zeus lightning bolt, which cost a staggering 150,000 points. In an instant, a bolt of lightning appeared before him. Lucio was taken aback and smiled, realizing that although he had spent 150,000 points, he would instead earn 1.5 billion. Meanwhile, the queen's loyal subjects gathered to see her. One of them spoke up indignantly, stating that they had been without food for 10 days and were seeking her permission to go hunting. However, she firmly forbade them. Orpheus, who had recently the ruined hunt, had left them at a disadvantage, and such an opportunity might not arise again. If they attacked everyone indiscriminately, people would stop going to sea for a while. They needed to hunt the big ship right away, but they had to wait a little longer. The Argo would soon pass by, carrying a ton of people. Hagen, it turned out, was also present at the meeting, though under the influence of an invisibility helmet. He noted how casually she spoke about such cruel things, and Lucio, worried, remarks that they wanted to eat the entire crew. He insisted they couldn't allow that to happen, and then asked if she remembered the noodles they had eaten last time. Remembering the magical taste, she immediately began drooling. He said that if she helped him this time, he would buy her spaghetti that was even tastier. Hearing this, she was very surprised and exclaimed, "Is there really such a thing as an even tastier dish?" Of course, she agreed to help him, after which he whispered the entire plan into her ear. She looked at him worriedly and asked, "Will this really work?" It seemed very dangerous for him. He took off his helmet and placed it on her head, saying that she would do everything he believed in her. After that, she flew away, exclaiming that she would definitely succeed. He watched her go, thinking that the helmet's effect only extended to those nearby, which meant they could see him now. He called out to the sirens, calling them stupid fish, and they turned to him in surprise, asking how he had been able to enter the temple. He began to tease them, slapping himself from behind, and said that if they wanted to taste him, they should catch up first. Of course, such provocation angered the queen. She ordered her subjects to seize him immediately, and they swam toward him, baring their fangs. He started running as the system informed him that without the helmet, his ability to walk on water would soon disappear. He called out loudly to Lucio, who was hovering nearby. She told him she was ready, and then commanded Zeus's lightning to strike them before quickly retreating. The resulting ball of lightning caused everything to explode. Fortunately, Hajin managed to escape the temple just in time. He screamed, realizing they were more powerful than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, the sirens who remained inside the temple were crushed by the rubble. As he looked at the destroyed temple, he reflected that their original goal had been to kill the queen, but eliminating the weeds would also benefit the sailors. Lucio landed nearby and joyfully exclaimed that they had succeeded. He praised her for a job well done and, peering into the ruins, remarked that they had indeed gotten rid of the queen. However, there was still no reward. At that very moment, her hand emerged from under the rubble, grabbing Lucio by the leg. Furiously, she exclaimed, "How dare they do this?" insisting they wouldn't be able to take another breath. MC called out to his little assistant in concern as the siren opened her mouth wide, ready to swallow her whole. Hajin immediately rushed to her aid, activating the second phase of the suit and engaging power mode with a loud scream. He pounced on the enraged woman and struck her in the face with all his might, sending her flying several meters away. After that, he caught his breath and, examining the suit, thought to himself. In the second phase, the power unleashed was unexpected. Lucio noted that there was no time to examine the suit. The queen had vanished. Suddenly, air bubbles began to rise to the surface of the water near the rubble. Lucio warned Hajin of the impending danger below, but the queen swiftly emerged from the depths, pouncing on him. She seized his leg and, with a smirk, declared that he was caught, causing his expression to darken for a moment. Then, she dragged him underwater, swimming to the very bottom while laughing and taunting him that she would drown him. As he began to choke, panic set in, and he wondered if he was truly going to die there. After recently signing a contract to buy an apartment and accumulating so many points on his balance, he couldn't accept dying like this before even starting to live. He took out his club, and the system informed him that it was responding with a power output of 100%. He struck the queen on the head with all his might, causing blood to pour from her mouth. Clutching her wound, she exclaimed that he had hit her right on the bone. The MC began to beat her with his hands and feet, wishing her a quick death. A glow began to emanate from the two of them, extending even beyond the water. Seeing this, Lucio became very worried. Then, Hajin jumped out from under the water and exclaimed that justice had triumphed. After successfully completing their task, he destroyed the last siren with his own hands. They celebrated by going to a restaurant for spaghetti. As soon as Lucio took a bite, she exclaimed with delight that it was delicious. The main character smiled and encouraged her to eat more, suggesting she might want something else since everything was on him that day. She beamed with happiness and playfully warned him to be prepared for new expenses. Reflecting on their journey, he realized he never expected that, with her help, they would defeat the sirens. Of course, he had played a significant role in the destruction of the queen, even though it nearly cost him his life. He urged the nymph to eat as much as she wanted. She deserved it. After all, she helped him earn 500,000 points. If he exchanged those points for money, it would amount to 6.3 billion won. He could even purchase the Zeus ball lightning for 150,000 points. As they brought him food, he began to eat with a smile, realizing that he was compensated more for destroying a monster than for a regular delivery. He recalled the announcement about the exam once more. Lucio reached for his plate and asked what was on it. He replied that it was pork and sweet and sour sauce, which was quite tasty. She quickly took a piece and exclaimed that she would eat it all. He then pointed to the sauce and said it should be enjoyed with the pork. She dipped a piece of pork in the sauce, then placed it in her mouth and was immediately met with an incredible flavor, sour yet sweet, complemented by the taste of crispy fried pork. He smiled as he watched her and reminded her to eat slowly. No one would take her food away. She ate a few more pieces and asked why things had to be so complicated if she could simply pour the sauce on top. However, as soon as she attempted to do that, he hit her on the head and told her to forget about it, insisting he didn't believe she was capable of such a nasty act. After that, they returned home, but they were so full that they could hardly move and ended up lying on the floor. Lucio exclaimed that she was going to die, realizing that she had eaten all the pork by herself. He closed his eyes and reflected on how he had worked tirelessly the day before and the day before that. Today, he hoped to rest comfortably at home, but luck was not on his side. A knock at the door interrupted his peace. Irritated, he stood up and called out to ask who it was. Warily, he trudged to the door, wondering why anyone would come at such an hour. Perhaps the landlord had come to inspect the room? He opened the door, expecting to see the landlord, but instead found a suspicious man wearing glasses, a mask, and a hat. Without hesitation, he closed the door, stating he wouldn't buy anything. The stranger began knocking again, calling out his name. Hajin trudged back into the room, disgruntled, remarking that these people had even managed to find out his name. It's incredibly eerie. Lucio cautiously peeked around the corner and asked who it was. The stranger replied that he didn't know, just that he was some kind of merchant. The stranger knocked on the door again and declared that he had come because he knew everything about Lucio. After all, he was a delivery man for the gods. Upon hearing this, MC quickly opened the door and asked who he was. With a wild smile and a flaming sword in his hands, the man replied that it was fortunate MC had opened the door as he had been planning to force his way in. Hajin was horrified. A deranged psychopath stood at his doorstep. Recognizing the sword, he immediately realized it was Sanjun and asked what he was doing there. He concealed the weapon and, with a smirk, asked for his thoughts. After everything that had transpired, he extended an invitation to join the Youngwon Guild. They then headed to a cafe, and before getting to the main point, Sangjun pulled an envelope from beneath his clothes, stating that it was his reward for the assistance. It wasn't much, but he urged him to accept it. Inside was a check for 500 billion won. The MC wiped his nose with satisfaction, stating that people should help each other in dangerous situations. He reflected that he should have started doing this sooner. The guy smiled and expressed his happiness that the reward was appreciated. Now, they could discuss his joining the guild. If he joins them, he will receive 20 billion won immediately upon signing the contract, along with an annual payment of 30 billion won. There are also bonuses for effective work. How does he feel about this offer? He believes there won't be a guild in the industry with better conditions than theirs. Upon his discharge from the hospital, Doyen remarked that this individual lacked both a hunter's license and any work experience. He questioned how someone without such credentials could venture so deep into the Tartarus dungeon and defeat a monster. Additionally, he was uncertain whether the person had entered or exited through the Hyundai gate. However, Doyen believed that if this individual joined their guild, they would ultimately earn significantly more money with his assistance than the amount he was currently offering. He asked what would happen if he refused, laughing happily as he claimed he could be relied upon. Now, he is officially a member of their guild. However, realizing what he just said, he suddenly stopped and, in confusion, asked what that meant. He pulled out his phone and, with a smirk, declared that he did not want to sign the contract. After that, he left the cafe, and Song Jin followed him, urging him not to refuse and to reconsider. If he wasn't satisfied with these terms, he could reconsider them. He replied that this was his final decision and that he wasn't interested in the guild or anything related. He still had things to do, so he needed to leave. Songjin ran after him and exclaimed, "What other things? Is there anything more important than this?" He showed him the notification about the new order on his phone and smiled, confirming that he indeed had tasks to complete. Then, he pressed the accept order button, and a bright light began to emit from it, blinding the guy. He wondered if it was the same light he had seen at the gate. Once everything calmed down, he was taken aback to find that it had suddenly vanished. As time went by, the application directed him to the mountains. They had already traversed the area, but Lucio was feeling very tired and asked if they could rest a day. He caught his breath and told her that he truly intended to rest, but some fool had ordered delivery straight to the top of the mountain. He checked the delivery address and thought that he usually appeared right in front of the customer. However, today, for some reason, he had been teleported to the foot of such a high mountain. Lucio mentioned that he always responds to any order. Perhaps that's the key. He told her that this time he just wanted to leave as quickly as possible. He didn't expect Song Jun to come to him in person and even offer to join the guild. This was indeed a tempting offer, but people would quickly see that he wasn't a hunter blessed with divine power. He was merely using items from his side hustle. He didn't need this guild at all if he was earning billions with every delivery. As he pondered these thoughts, he finally reached his destination. Lucio, who had not been walking on her own and had simply been sitting on him, also seemed tired for some reason. Jun caught his breath and turned to face the person who had summoned him to this unsettling place. His eyes widened at the sight before him, a pile of monster bodies, reminiscent of those from the dungeon. Noticing his sudden halt, Lucio asked why he looked so frightened. Upon seeing the gruesome collection, she exclaimed, "What kind of creatures are these?" He moved closer to them and told her he didn't know. He had just arrived as well. As he stepped on the tentacles, he found it strange, yet the texture felt oddly familiar. Could this really be the same monster that had appeared at the Hyundai Gate? He turned to the nymph and asked if these creatures were also part of Greek mythology. She replied that it wasn't true. She had never heard of such monsters. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. One of the monsters lunged at him with a loud scream, and he turned around in horror, wondering if this creature was alive. Suddenly, his clients sprang into action. The god leaped high into the air, illuminated by divine radiance, and rushed forward like a comet, striking the monster. The main character had to shield his face from a sharp gust of wind, while the god let out a heavy sigh, lamenting that his back hurt. It seemed the years had finally caught up with him. His body is no longer what it used to be. Upon seeing Hajin, he approached him with a smile, recognizing him as the hero from the rumors. The main character immediately noticed his tall stature and wondered if this guy had placed the delivery order. Lucio became very excited when she realized who he was and asked if she knew him too. She exclaimed in response, but he couldn't understand her reaction. He, who completed all 12 tasks of the gods, the great hero of Olympus, ascended the throne and secured victory in the war between the gods and the Titans, the hero of all heroes, Hercules. He smiled and admitted he felt a bit embarrassed by the reminder of his past exploits, but Hajin felt uneasy. After all, he was the one who had shot the poisoned arrow at Chiron. Hercules mentioned that he had heard the news. Wasn't he the one who healed his teacher? He nervously replied that, in fact, it was a Hydra. As he gave him a friendly pat on the back, Hercules thanked him. The system immediately warned the MC that the suit could not withstand such damage, leaving him to wonder if he was going crazy. He possessed incredible strength. Hercules mentioned that he used to be a demigod, but as the nymph explained, he became a constellation that protects Olympus. The main character introduced himself, and Lucio joyfully shared her name, expressing that she was honored to meet him. Hercules smiled and informed Hajin that he had summoned him for a specific reason. He asked him to uncover some information. Turning around, he pointed to the passage that had emerged behind the Titans, explaining that monsters were using it to attempt an invasion of Olympus. Recently, tentacle monsters had been coming through this opening with alarming frequency. Each time he encounters these unfamiliar creatures, he feels as though one of them is trying to breach their realm. He approached the still-living monster and kicked it with all his might, wondering if this could somehow be connected to the appearance of the gate in Hyundai. Hercules informed him that he needed to uncover the source of these creatures. Shortly after, the system notified him of a new task. He had to determine the reason for the monsters appearing on Mount Olympus, and he had 24 hours to complete it. If he failed or gave up, he would face heavenly punishment. However, a reward of 200,000 points awaited him. Nervously clenching his teeth, he wondered if he really had to tackle such challenges. Even if it meant sacrificing 200,000 points, perhaps he should just abandon the task. He glanced at the scars and muscles on Hercules and said he would immediately go on reconnaissance. He laughed, appreciating Hercules' attitude, which was exactly as his wife Hebe had described. Hajin instantly understood who he was referring to. This was the goddess from whom he had received his first delivery order. So she was his wife. Hercules mentioned that she often apologized for underestimating him. He laughed and reassured her that it was okay. It happens to everyone. He found it remarkable how all the heroes of Greek mythology had appeared in this place. Just then, the system notified him that the route had been established. He examined the map and realized that something seemed off. He turned to the cliff and noted that the map indicated he should head in this direction. Hercules confirmed this, then lifted him into his arms, declaring he would launch him into the depths at great speed. Growing increasingly nervous, he asked Hercules to wait, but his plea went unheard as Hercules hurled him down with all his strength, wishing him a safe journey. Meanwhile, MC, horrified, clutched Lucio tighter and mentally labeled him a crazy idiot. Meanwhile, Do-yoon burst into Sung-jun's office, excitedly calling out to him. Sung-jun responded with a sarcastic remark, questioning whether this place was a playground for Do-yoon. Ignoring the comment, Do-yoon pressed him about whether he had signed the contract. Sung-jun waved his hand in disappointment and told Do-yoon to forget about him, revealing his heartless nature. Do-yoon was taken aback and asked why, considering all he had done. He told him it wasn't his fault. He had suddenly received a delivery order and had to go to work. Indignantly, he asked if he really believed that. It was a typical excuse. He thoughtfully remarked that he didn't know. It certainly didn't seem that way. After all, he had come to deliver to the Hyundai dungeon and then received a message, which was exactly what he had requested. He stated that, regardless of the circumstances, they would continue searching for new hunters for the guild. Now, let him explain what was happening with his errand. The sacred relic that Ares had given him through Hajin had served as his spare sword for some time. However, since he no longer needed it, he decided to put it up for auction. He also needed the money to cover the contract signing, but he still hadn't managed to persuade the courier to join the guild. Doyun inquired whether he had received the message. He heard they had a buyer from Japan. This news perked him up a little, and he said they would proceed as planned. Recently, serial thefts had become a significant issue in inter-guild trade. During the transportation of equipment, particularly valuable items were stolen. This sword couldn't be purchased for just a few won. They would be better off hiring mercenaries to transport it. He remembered Hajun, recalling that he called himself a delivery man. Suddenly, a great idea formed in his mind. Meanwhile, the MC was falling down the cliff, screaming and wondering if there could have been a different way to handle the situation. The system informed him that he would soon reach his destination, and he wondered if this was what awaited him at the bottom of the cliff. If he continued to fall like this, he would surely crash. He summoned his scooter and noticed a dead end ahead, but before he could react, he crashed to the ground. Fortunately, his scooter cushioned his fall, and he nervously remarked that this all-terrain vehicle was worth every penny. They had only survived thanks to it. He called Lucio and told her to get up, assuring her that everything was okay. She sighed heavily and replied that she thought they were going to die there. After that, they dismounted the scooter, and he looked around, questioning what they were supposed to discover among the bare rocks. Lucio mentioned that they needed to report back to Hercules, which prompted him to angrily tell Lucio to go to hell. That reckless fool had thrown him off the cliff. Just then, he heard someone stomping behind him, and fear gripped him. Everything began to shake, and he feared there might be an unseen monster lurking above, which meant they could die without anyone ever knowing. The stranger then asked if they were just talking about Hercules. Lucio turned to the man and excitedly called out to Hajin. When Hajin turned around, he was startled to see a giant holding a massive stone on his back. He felt a surge of nervousness, realizing the giant was nearly as tall as Mount Wagwan. Where had this giant come from? The giant inquired about his connection to Hercules, and the man nervously replied that he had no association with him. He explained that he simply wanted to discover how the monsters had escaped. The giant smiled, then burst into laughter, causing the stone on his back to glow. He then asked how it all began. Was this kid really planning to look for him? He should be ashamed. The main character thought the giant would obviously have the answers to Hercules' question, so he asked if he could share what he knew. The giant responded angrily, questioning why he should help solve this fool's problem. Confused by the giant's stubbornness, the main character turned to Lucio and asked why the giant had reacted that way. She hid behind his back in fear and asked if he truly didn't know this giant. His name was Atlant. He had lost the war between the gods and titans, and as punishment, he was condemned to hold the firmament on his shoulders. It was clear that he was feuding with Hercules, the son of Zeus. Hajin felt indignant, thinking that he should have been warned about this. Why are all the gods such hopeless idiots? Atlant asked, his laughter nervous as he wondered if the conversation was finally over. He listened intently, and the giant acknowledged that the nymph spoke the truth. Even if monsters were to invade the outside world, it was of no concern to him. Meanwhile, MC was beginning to feel irritated by the entire situation. If he couldn't convince the giant, he wouldn't be able to make the delivery, and heavenly punishment would await him. He smiled and asked how he could refuse such a cutie. On the contrary, the giant nearly vomited at this, and Hajin clarified that he wasn't asking for information for free. He would certainly repay the help. Perhaps he wanted him to fulfill some request. Atlant became intrigued, while Lucio waved his hands indignantly, insisting that he had gone crazy. The giant then laughed and asked if he really thought he would trust such a task to an ordinary person. He suggested that he should give it a try, grinning as he remarked on his own bravery. In that case, he should bring him a golden apple. If he could obtain it without crossing the river Styx, he would reveal what to do about the monsters. The main character thought the golden apple sounded somehow familiar, while Lucio excitedly exclaimed that it was impossible. He couldn't agree to this. Golden apples were a true treasure, growing on the tree that Gaia had given to Hera as a wedding gift. Finally recalling where he had heard about the golden apples, he silenced the nymph and asked, "Will that really be enough?" Atlant confirmed this and even swore an oath on the honor of the Titans. He then declared that since he was making a promise, he would swear by the river Styx like a true man. The giant appreciated his words and followed suit, swearing his own oath. With a grin, Hajin pulled out his phone and remarked that now Atlant couldn't go back on his word. He kept wondering where he had seen the golden apple before, and it was one of the items available for purchase in the store. After some consideration, he bought the golden apple for 1,000 points. It immediately appeared in his hand, and he showed it to Atlant with a satisfied smile. He was shocked and completely confused about how he had managed to obtain such a rare apple in such a short time. Meanwhile, Hercules continued to battle the monsters, defeating another slimy creature inside, believing it to be the last one. He glanced toward the cliff, wondering if they had returned yet. Atlant was not easily persuaded, and he began to wonder if he had adequately warned them about him. Choosing not to dwell on it, he laughed and declared that they definitely wouldn't pass by him. Just then, a glow appeared below. He turned around to see the delivery man leap onto the top of the cliff on his scooter. He nervously exclaimed that they had almost died there, and Hercules, clapping his hands, declared it was simply fantastic. Unfortunately, MC couldn't stop in time and ran him over. Realizing what he had done, he knew he was finished. After a moment, he knelt down and shouted that he had made an unforgivable mistake. "Dear customer." Lucio knelt beside him, bowing her head as she pleaded for forgiveness for the rude man. Hercules laughed and reassured her that everything was fine, insisting that nothing like that could harm him. The MC looked up at him and pointed out that it was because of that man that his face was damaged. He smiled and asked, "What's wrong with that?" The protagonist thought to himself, "But it's turned into a bloody mess, hasn't it?" Then Hercules folded his arms over his chest and sighed, saying, "Whatever the case, apparently, Atlant hasn't given them any information." He believed this mission would be too difficult for them. He thought that perhaps he was still angry about the stolen golden apples. So many years had passed, yet the anger lingered. Lowering his gaze, he declared that since they had failed the mission, he would have to subject them to heavenly punishment. The MC asked if he hadn't heard the news. Confused, he inquired, "What do you mean? How could this be?" Why did Titan provide them with the information so calmly? The protagonist reached behind his back and said, "About that." He pulled out an apple and added that he nearly went crazy when he gave it to him. Hercules cried out in surprise, "A golden apple! But how did you get it?" He replied, "Well, how can I say this? Not long before, I was holding a golden apple in one hand and Lucio in the other." He said, "Here's the golden apple." Atlant looked at it in disbelief and replied, "It can't be. How did he get that?" The protagonist asked, "An apple?" He explained that he bought it at the store and that he would reveal what he wanted in return. Now, he had to give him the golden apple. The main character waved his index finger and said, "He can shut up once he gets this, right?" First, he needed to explain why the monster had begun to appear. He responded, claiming it wasn't true, and even swore an oath on the Styx River. The protagonist then held the apple to his face and declared that he would eat it himself. Relenting, the other man agreed to tell him everything. In the present, the protagonist raised his index finger and stated, "That's what Atlant said." He listened, but didn't give him the apple and ran away. Hercules remarked that he really had no business ethics. He thought that ever since he learned he had healed his mentor's leg, he realized he was no ordinary person. The protagonist added that he had saved 10 million. Lucio then asked if it was possible to make candy from a golden apple. Hercules grinned, feeling a sense of familiarity with the young man, reminiscent of his own youth. He liked him. However, he clenched his fist and pressed on, asking what Atlant had told him about the origins of these monsters. The young man replied that he didn't know. He didn't seem to be asking a riddle, but he said something strange. He asked, "What exactly?" He answered, "The earth is divided into 7 branches, a place where a blue flame burns in every corner." He claimed that the monsters come from there. Hercules thought this problem was becoming increasingly complicated. As he gazed at the monsters, he instantly recognized that they hailed from another world, though he could hardly fathom their origin. Hajin is a person capable of traversing between Earth and the mythical realm, and, as if guided by fate, this boundary-defying individual is accompanied by a nymph. The 3 goddesses of vengeance, known as the Aranes, are notoriously cruel. How could they assign such a heavy task to such a small man? Then he looked ahead, surprised, and asked what he should do next. MC extended his hand to him, and with an awkward smile, said he knew what to do. He smiled back and added that he had completed the task, dear client, and that he must be paid. After a while, Hercules stood atop a mountain of defeated monsters, arms folded across his chest as he gazed thoughtfully into the distance. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. How did it feel to witness this with his own eyes? Was it more useful than he had anticipated? He turned around in surprise and asked, Hermes, how long has he been here? Hermes replied, right from the moment those guys left. Then he raised his hands and added, he better tell him, Hercules, how much longer he will speak to him respectfully. He hates such formality. To this, Hermes answered, no, he wouldn't dare. He had helped him complete the task countless times. He asked if he understood how difficult this made it for him to navigate his relationships with his brothers, particularly with Ares. Had he heard that Ares hadn't even responded to him lately? Hercules scratched his head awkwardly and admitted that they picked a fight every time they met because of their past. He would only treat him like a brother when he started acting that way. He replied that they both enjoyed fighting. Was he still feuding with grandfather Atlant? Folding his arms, he questioned how he could simply come down and make peace after everything that had happened. Even if he did, he wouldn't want to mend things. Hermes hoped they could achieve peace, but he knew it wouldn't be easy. He wondered if what grandfather had told him was about the place they were both considering. He recalled the prophecy, describing a land divided into 7 branches where a blue flame burns in every corner. They would need to prepare for what lay ahead. Then Hermes took off from the ground and said he would report on what happened today. Hercules looked at him and replied that he was already busy and could go himself. Hermes insisted, saying, no, it has to be me. Who will deal with these creatures if I'm not here? Besides, delivering news is my job. He took to the skies, sending a greeting to his wife. She replied, yes, good. Then he focused his energy and declared, well, now it's time to get rid of this trash. With those words, he turned his gaze toward the monsters. After a while, Lucio found himself drifting off to sleep. The protagonist threw the blanket off and shouted, it's time to get up. She rose to her knees, wiped her eyes, and pleaded for 5 more minutes. He was indignant. What do you mean 5 more minutes? It's already time for us to go. He insisted she wash up and get dressed quickly. She grabbed a soda from the refrigerator and asked where they were rushing off to so early in the morning. He pointed his finger at her and asked, where? He mentioned that the hunter exam was today. When he told her to wait for him at home, she protested, insisting she should get ready. After taking a sip of her drink, she realized he was right. But what was he planning to do with the hunter exam? He looked at her and said, so she asked him to take her with him, even though she wasn't sure what she was supposed to do there. She clenched her fists and asked, won't it be boring for him to go there alone? And if he leaves, who will cook for me? He was indignant at the suggestion that he was her cook. Then, gathering his things, he said he would take a look. He grabbed his ID and exam pass, but he didn't want to carry the baton around with him, so he decided to leave it behind. Lucio shouted happily, hey, Jen, I'm ready too. He glanced at her, wondering where she was. Then, he tossed a cap onto her head and urged her to at least wear it. After a while, they entered a high-rise building. The protagonist looked around and remarked on how many people were there. Lucio looked at him and asked, are all these people the Reapers? He understood that she was referring to the hunters from myths. Many of the participants are simply martial artists when the host shouted that he would announce the beginning of the Hunter Abilities test. The first participant approached the cage, and in the next moment, a guy entered the arena holding an axe. A huge number of goblins surrounded him, but he dealt with them with ease. Meanwhile, the protagonist, holding Lucio in his arms, watched from the audience and thought that 3 goblins were probably chosen for security reasons. Even an ordinary person could handle such monsters. So the point of this test is not just to pass. It's important how they perform. All he can do is attack them with his suit, and that will suffice. The host announced contestant number 38, and the protagonist raised his hand, responding with a confident yes. He then stepped into the arena, determined to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Activating his motorcycle suit, he caught the judge's attention. After a moment, the host declared, contestant number 36, 2 minutes 52 seconds. One of the men nearby asked, what kind of martial art is that? He has excellent balance. The guy next to him remarked, looks like he did some exercise before waking up. At that moment, one of the judges extended his hand and said, it's fine, but martial arts alone won't be enough. The man beside him thoughtfully added, this guy lacks character. Juan noticed the commotion caused by the old men, and she had her own thoughts about their guilds. Voices echoed around her, and she wondered if one of them was from Black Dragon. Had she personally come to recruit hunters for the guild? She questioned how she even ended up here, especially since Black Dragon had recently been ranked 2nd in the country. The guild lost most of its sponsors due to numerous scandals, and now it must search for new hunters on its own. She hopes to see someone worthy today. With a sigh, she listened as the host announced the next contestant, number 38. The MC entered the arena, and Lucio joyfully shouted, go, Hudgen. He smiled at her and replied, okay. He took a stance, believing that passing the exam was important to him. However, he realized that if he drew too much attention, he might start to irritate them. He decided to concentrate his power and pass the exam without any trouble. Just then, the goblins charged at him and he thought, here we go. He easily dodged their attacks, utilizing his danger detection and avoidance skills. He noted that, compared to the sirens, these creatures attacked much more slowly. He wondered if he could avoid a hit without the help of a suit. Meanwhile, Hua remarked, wow, that number 38 moves pretty well, huh? She glanced to the side, recalling that she had seen that kind of dodge before. At that moment, the protagonist continued the fight. Raising his fist, he considered hitting lightly so as not to kill them with one blow. Then he struck, and the goblins vanished into thin air, shattering into tiny pieces. At that moment, he thought she had found the perfect candidate. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and muttered, damn. After a while, everyone gathered in the hallway. The protagonist looked at his ID when an employee approached him and congratulated him on passing. Heijin's result was the third best in history, and they were eagerly awaiting him to prove himself as a hunter. He thought to himself that he hadn't expected anything else. Was it really that easy to become a hunter? Lucio raised her hands and shouted, hey Jin, he's so cool. When Ha-jun asked when they were going to eat, she simply expressed her desire to eat. He picked her up and she pointed forward, mentioning that Lucio really liked the tang soup back then. The protagonist remarked, this is the Gangnam district, isn't it? There's a cafe nearby. Just then, I approached them and said I was glad to see Ha-jun. They looked at me in surprise, and I introduced myself while slightly adjusting my hair. The protagonist thought, why is this the same woman I met on Mount Wagwa? She then commented that at first glance, his technique looked quite good and asked if he wanted to join Black Dragon, where he could fully develop his abilities. Before she could finish speaking, he walked past her, stuck out his tongue, and declared that he didn't want to join. Confused, she turned around and shouted that he had to wait. Black Dragon was also recruiting new hunters. The protagonist continued on, stating he had no plans to join the guild, wishing her good luck. She clenched her teeth in irritation, thinking that every single one of these talented hunters was important, and she had to lure him at any cost. Extending her hand, she shouted that she would pay 5 billion for him to sign a contract with her. She believed he should be compensated handsomely. The protagonist paused, and she wondered if her offer had worked. He asked again about the 5 billion, and she folded her arms across her chest, responding, exactly. She thought she wasn't surprised. For some people, nothing is more important than money. Then, he picked his nose and remarked that she was greedier than he had imagined. Lucio added that they weren't just some street musicians. As they stepped out onto the street, she chased after them, indignant. Street musicians! He probably doesn't realize these are unprecedented conditions for a newcomer. Does he think they'll offer him more elsewhere? He replied that they had already made him an offer. Young one had proposed 20 billion. Isn't that the basic offer? She exclaimed in disbelief, sinking to the ground in despair, wondering what had just happened. The Young One Guild offered a newcomer that much attention, and the main character stepped forward. Lucio exclaimed, tons of yoke. The guild leader thought, who the hell is this person? After a while, the news anchor reported that a new talent had emerged from the recent exam for potential hunters, surpassing the previous third-place result. This incident is currently being hotly debated. The protagonist glanced at the TV screen and remarked, wow, it hasn't even been an hour, and they're already talking about him on the news. He then picked up the menu, studied it, and said, it's probably a shame they came here now. Lucio, what would you like to eat? She replied that she had already mentioned wanting tank so yoke. When asked where to find tanks, she pointed to a roadside cafe. Then, she indicated a dish on the menu, saying she would have the item that looked like meat. The protagonist raised his hand and said, Miss, she must take their order. Just then, someone approached them, holding out a plate with a dish, and said, yes, here are 2 servings of fried meat. The protagonist was surprised and exclaimed, ah, is it ready already? Someone smiled while holding the second plate and replied, the fried meat in this cafe is quite tasty, and they cook it quickly. Plus, the portions are generous. The main character thought in surprise about this unexpected service. He asked if he had now gotten a job as a waiter to stalk him. The protagonist replied that he wasn't stalking him at all. He merely suggested having lunch together. The protagonist tried the dish and reminded him that last time he said he wouldn't join the guild because he wasn't interested. He asked if that was still the case, but he had heard that he took the hunter exam. The main character reached out and shouted that there were reasons for that. Then he continued eating. Thinking he had finally attracted attention, he stated that, regardless, he wasn't going to join the guild, so he should leave him alone and let him eat in peace. Sunjin then clarified that it seemed he had misunderstood something. That wasn't why he had come to him this time. He needed a courier. The protagonist wondered if a delivery was needed when Sun Jin mentioned that an item had to be delivered to Japan the day after tomorrow. Originally, they planned to send it by plane, but now they were being hindered by an unknown thief. Sun Jin hoped he could escort the cargo to its destination. The protagonist thought carefully about this, realizing that Sun Jin truly specialized in deliveries. Although a bit embarrassed to ask, he inquired about the payment for his services. Sun Jin reassured him that money wasn't a concern, and they could pay whatever he felt comfortable with. The protagonist pressed for a specific number, and Sun Jin held up 2 fingers, suggesting, "How about that?" The protagonist was taken aback and asked, "2 billion?" Sun Jin confirmed, "Well, that's how it is. Not just 2, but 20. The protagonist bowed his head sharply and cried out, "Oh dear customer, the day after tomorrow, he will escort his cargo by Super Express." In response, he laughed and said he expected nothing less from him. At that moment, Lucio continued to enjoy his dish, thinking there was nothing more delicious than tang suyak. It was the best in the human world. Meanwhile, Choi Seoyun jumped up to the window and announced, "Everything is ready. I am awaiting your order, Mr. Hermes." After some time, the protagonist and Lucio arrived at the port. She looked ahead in surprise and exclaimed, "Wow, how many square things there are." He noticed that this was. Could all of this be goods from the guild? He never thought he would sail on a cargo ship. This is not a delivery, but simply an escort of cargo. As they approached the bridge of the ship, the man held out his hand in front of them and instructed them to stop. He needed to check their IDs to verify their guild membership. The main character stepped closer and explained that he was sent here by the Young Ones Guild, assuring the man they would understand once they saw it. After that, he presented the card, and the worker was surprised, realizing it was a Young Ones VIP card. His partner bowed and shouted that they were begging for forgiveness. He confirmed his identity, and then they walked forward. Lucio, taking the card in her hands, exclaimed, "Wow!" The protagonist thought about why such a ceremony was necessary. As they continued, Lucio remarked that up close, the boat looked quite spacious. He replied that Olympus had many ships, like the Argo, for example. Lucio raised her fist and said, "But not every god has a ship like that. Who knows? If they do, it must be big." He thought to himself, "It's just a big boat. Is that something to be proud of?" They then approached one of the containers, and the main character asked, "Is this it?" He held out the card to the device and wondered, "But isn't? It's too obvious. It's as if they're practically begging a thief to steal what's inside." The next second, the device announced, "Young One Guild confirmed. Doors opening." The protagonist walked forward, smirking as he said, "Well, now I understand why they advertise this so much." He looked at the glowing sword bound with chains and asked, "How do you steal this?" Placing his hands on his waist, he thought about the top-notch security. Could there really be a thief capable of stealing this sword? At that moment, Lucio hugged his leg and asked, "Why is this sword here?" The protagonist replied, "Is it something special?" She looked at him in surprise and said, "Doesn't he know? It's a glittering golden sword." Exuding divine power, Charlemagne's famous sword, Durandal, lay nearby. He sat down next to her and remarked on how incredible it was that she truly seemed to know everything in the world. She clenched her fists and questioned whether that wasn't unnatural. Before she could finish, he smiled and reminded her that he knew she was a super elite nymph. She then looked at him and asked what he planned to do next. He replied that he would ensure no one stole it, and that she shouldn't sleep either. They both needed to keep an eye out. After all, what if some fool decided to rob the ship? With 20 billion on the line, she was indignant and wondered who he thought she was. Lucio thought 20 billion was a huge sum. If the sword was stolen, they could demand even more compensation from him. He needed to concentrate and keep his eyes open. Then he smiled and said, "Okay, looks like the ship has already set sail." Lucio proposed a bet. Whoever falls asleep first would get a flick on the wrist. She replied that they had agreed to the challenge. Meanwhile, the guards outside were monitoring the situation. One of them wondered in surprise why he suddenly felt sleepy. With those words, he collapsed to the floor, dropping his weapon, and his colleagues followed suit, passing out in the same way. CEO Yoon then entered the ship and announced her presence. Inside the container, the protagonist fell asleep, and Lucio gave him a flick on the wrist, telling him to wake up. He sat up, surprised. How had he fallen asleep? She raised her fists and shouted as fog enveloped the area. He realized he and everyone outside were asleep. Is this fog sleeping gas? He wondered. Then he glanced at the sword and thought, Durandal, thanks to Zeus, everything is fine. Thanks to the suit's power, he should be immune to the effects of certain substances. Could a thief really have a similar ability? With these thoughts in mind, he opened the container door and looked outside, astonished. What the hell? He muttered. She unfolded her hands in front of her and exclaimed, "Oh my God, this allows me to be a worthy thief today," he thought. What kind of crazy woman is this? Then he said, "Open the door." He believed that if he could catch this thief, the delivery would go smoothly. He paid 10,000 and felt he had no time to waste. Then she rose to her feet and said, "Okay, now it's time to get to work." In the next moment, a magical rope bound her body and she realized this is no ordinary rope. It completely bound her, like a spider web. The main character, holding the rope in his hands, declared, "Got you." Lucio shouted for her to surrender. She thought in surprise, "Are any of these people still awake?" At that moment, the protagonist grasped the Arachne rope, a magical cord woven from the threads of Arachne, who had defeated Athena in a dispute. No matter who the opponent is, the rope immediately ensnares them. The more the enemy struggles, the tighter the noose becomes. The only way the rope can break is if the enemy significantly overpowers him in strength. The MC recalled how effortlessly the 10,000 coin artifact had subdued her. Then So-yoon asked about his identity, wondering how he could withstand the divine gas. And where did he get that rope, created by a deity? The protagonist approached her and, striking her on the back of the head, remarked that for a thief, she was talking too much. Indignant, she insisted she was not a thief and demanded that he untie her and let her go. She needed to take something from this place. The protagonist responded, questioning whether she thought he was completely crazy for considering her request. After all, she was a thief intent on stealing someone else's property. She claimed that she only takes what truly needs to be taken, insisting that it's a good deed. He realized that she was definitely delusional, attempting to justify her crime. "Wow, really?" he remarked. "You know the thief from that fairy tale, right? She's just like him. She takes things and gives them to those who truly need them." The protagonist looked at Lucio and asked if she was serious. Lucio replied that it seemed like she was really out of her mind. Then, So-yoon shouted, "Enough! This is all to counter the impending threat." Lord Herm stated that the sword must be returned to its original owner. The main character was taken aback. "Hermes?" he wondered. Lucio clarified, "Ha-jun. And isn't this girl a messenger from the god Hermes?" The protagonist realized that this thief had been sent by Hermes. He then said she must wait. He considered the threat she had mentioned, thinking that she had revealed too much information. She stated that she hadn't been given it for use in a situation like this. At that moment, a small pill appeared between her teeth, and she added that he would regret what he did today. With those words, she bit into the pill, triggering a powerful explosion. The protagonist covered his face with his hand and shouted, "What kind of power is that?" He realized, aha, it's just a regular smoke grenade, but with really thick smoke. He noted that the girl was tied up with an Arachne rope, preventing her escape. Then, he looked in surprise at the rope lying on the ground and thought, has it disappeared? At that moment, So-yoon lunged forward and mentioned her expensive pill. Did he even realize how much it costs? She had used the elixir of the astral body. When consumed, it liberates the soul from the physical body for a limited time, allowing it to enter an astral state. There are 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. She declared that she would never forgive him for this. A pervert, he had done who knows what here. Hermes' hunter, So-yoon. Then she flew forward and with a sigh said, "I barely escaped." The effect of the elixir of the astral body had worn off. She feared her plan was almost ruined when she encountered that strange guy. What kind of pervert is this from a special effects movie? She looked in surprise at the system window, which displayed a message from the constellation of the cunning messenger, asking if everything went according to plan. She replied, "Ah, Mr. Hermes, there was a small problem, but I did manage to steal the item you requested." In that moment, the Heiju ring appeared in her hand. She believed it was one of the legendary items associated with King Arthur, belonging to the Lady of the Lake, who bestowed the sword Excalibur upon the king. She could hardly fathom that the ring from the legend might actually exist. Then, the system window appeared, and she hesitantly responded, "Ah, well, I'm sure I used that gas correctly, but someone still woke up." The system window displayed a message. The cunning messenger constellation inquired about the man, her expression one of puzzlement. She remarked thoughtfully that he was dressed in a costume reminiscent of the superheroes seen in movies. Additionally, he possessed a strange, almost magical rope, which he used to tie her up, leaving her with little ability to move. She had to use the elixir he gave her. The system reported that the cunning messenger constellation frowned, deep in thought. It asked if there was a small child with the man. She replied, "Yes, that's right. A cute little girl with blue hair was with him." She wondered how he knew so much. Could he really be such a famous person? The system window indicated that the cunning messenger constellation laughed at this incredible coincidence. It reassured her not to worry, as this was also part of his plan. She sighed and, smiling, asked, "Part of the plan?" Really? Good, she thought. Wait, if he said that, does that mean he's her hubby? She clenched her fist, determined that the next time they met as Sunbae and hubby, she would teach him some manners. After a while, the protagonist came to a stop on a scooter. His phone displayed a notification that 20 billion had been deposited. He happily exclaimed, "Wow, money!" He recalled how the young guild had been anxious and how there had been a commotion following the thief's appearance. Suddenly, a guard screamed. The ring was gone. The protagonist, still smiling, reassured everyone that they were fine. Lucio asked where his humanity had gone. He believed the sword had arrived safely in Japan. With a grin, he added that there was now no need to worry about the card balance. She smiled and inquired if she would be able to eat as much candy as she wanted every day. Then, she asked why he was going to Hephaestus. He replied that it was simply because he wanted to meet him in person. He had used nearly all the scales the Hydra had given him. After a while, they drove up to the house and the protagonist stopped at the door saying, "Mr. Hephaestus, they've arrived." Then, with a hint of curiosity, he wondered where Hephaestus had gone. The light inside appeared to be on, suggesting they had arrived without warning. Lucio suggested they not wait for him and go out for some fried meat. He asked when her favorite dish had stopped being sweet and sour pork. At that moment, Hephaestus inquired, "Hey, Jin, is that him?" He smiled and replied, "Ah, he's here, Hephaestus." Then, looking surprised, Hephaestus remarked, "What an incredible coincidence." They were just discussing him when the very friend he mentioned appeared. The girl next to him asked, "So it's him? Nice to meet you, Ha-jun. Her name is Freya." Hephaestus explained that Freya is the main goddess of the Norse pantheon, leads the Valkyries, and taught Odin magic. The MC shouted in surprise, "Hephaestus, what is he doing?" Like Zeus, he asked, "What the hell is he talking about?" The reply came that he was cheating on Aphrodite with her. Outraged, he wondered what nonsense this was. Why would he cheat on her? She's his client and wants to place an order for delivery. He needs to be put in his place. The protagonist thought, a client. Freya laughed and said, as she had been told, that he was very funny. He believed she was having an affair with Hephaestus and awkwardly apologized. Then, kneeling down and hitting his head on the ground, he admitted that she was such a beautiful goddess that he had made a mistake. She held her hand out in front of her and replied, "No big deal. If Aphrodite were present, disaster would surely follow." She asked him to deliver a letter, handing it to him with those words. Suddenly, a system window appeared before the protagonist, instructing him to deliver the letter to Heel, the ruler of Helheim, in order to uncover the situation in Valhalla. The time limit for this task was set at 120 hours. The reward was 500,000. He asked, "Valhalla, where is Helheim?" Lucio replied fearfully, "Helheim is the world of the dead, similar to Tartarus, where Ha-jun is." He added, "This is a very dangerous mission." The man questioned, "Really?" Reflecting on his past, he realized that he would have accepted the order without a second thought. Now, he no longer has to put himself at risk to deliver anything. He has a comfortable place to live and plenty of money. Even without a job, he can provide for both himself and Lucio. Speaking of which, Hephaestus added that, apparently, even he won't be going to Helheim. After that, the protagonist asked if it had to be delivered right now. He thought to himself that he couldn't just refuse 5 billion won. He laughed and added that he would take any order for their money. At that moment, Lucio struck him in the back with a nymph kick and shouted, "Is he really obsessed with money?" Sometime later, in the world of the dead, MC stopped on a scooter. Looking around, he remarked that maybe it was because this road led to the afterlife. The atmosphere felt really creepy. Lucio responded that this was exactly why she had warned him it was dangerous to come here. She hugged him from behind and, with a sigh, added that he had truly gone crazy. Norse mythology can be quite ruthless. He turned slightly to her and reassured her not to be afraid. Why, she wondered, was she saying more and more depressing things each day? She responded that it was all because of him, Ha-jun. Whenever she was near him, it felt as though her life was getting shorter. He continued writing and remarked that, for an elite nymph, she seemed a bit too timid. He believed that Valhalla was a paradise where warriors who died in battle would go. In contrast, Helheim was the afterlife for those who passed away from natural causes or illness. Since he had never heard of Helheim, he assumed it probably wasn't that dangerous. The device announced that there were 10 minutes left until they reached the entrance to Helheim. He acknowledged this and drove onto the bridge, stating they would arrive once they crossed it. Lucio expressed his fear that they would die on the way, but he pressed down on the gas and pushed forward. In the next moment, a wave of terror washed over him. Why was he suddenly so afraid? His whole body tensed up at once. The nymph screamed in fear. Heijen realized she couldn't move. He wondered if she felt the same way. At that moment, they heard a voice, speaking of very strange things. The living are trying to cross the Helheim Bridge. The huge female head turned to them, fixing her gaze upon them, and asked, "What is so strange?" "It smells like life. He is not her man. Has this guy already died?" The protagonist wondered fearfully. Is she talking about him? That day, the rain poured down relentlessly. He knows better than anyone that making deliveries in such weather is dangerous. However, he continued to receive rent notices, which forced him to take the job. At one point, a car cut him off, and he indignantly shouted, "What the hell?" He skidded to a stop, grabbed his helmet, and exclaimed, "Who drives like that in this weather?" He felt as if he might as well let a truck hit him head on. In the next moment, the protagonist looked back and thought that the order had fallen through. After the fine, he found himself in the negative. Suddenly, he looked to the side in surprise and noticed a huge truck heading straight for him. In the end, he was hit. Heijen died at 27, all while delivering food. In the present tense, he shouted, did she really think he would tell her something like that? Is she really going to kill an innocent man? She claimed he smells of rotten decay. Could it be that she was mistaken? He answered, of course. Lucio mentioned Hajun, suggesting that perhaps it was because he had recently been to Tartarus. Tartarus, she said, just as the nymphs who live by the stream smell like the stream. The nymphs who dwell by the ditches smell like the ditches. And the nymphs who inhabit the rivers carry the scents of rivers, leaves, and herbs. Lucio, the river nymph. She clenched her fists and remarked that Tartarus and Helheim come from different myths, yet the afterlife is similar in both. Perhaps that's why she sensed death on him, he thought. The smell of death? He didn't detect that at all. Yet the Hydra claimed he smelled like a spirit from hell. Then the woman said, "Wow, I see." She had heard of a man who met with Hades in Tartarus, so they arranged a meeting. In that case, he couldn't help but know her, the one who guards this place and the bridge. The protagonist believed he had no idea who she was, but Lucio mentioned that guarding the bridge to Helheim was a task suited only for an evil warrior or someone weary of fighting. The captain of the guard at Jalabra, the bridge from Midgard to Helheim, is Lady Maudgood. She acknowledged Lucio with a clever child remark, indicating she even knew his name. But why did she need to cross the bridge? Lucio presented the letter, explaining that they were delivering it to Lady Hel at the request of Lady Freya. She asked, "A letter from Lady Freya? So that's it, okay? They can pass." The protagonist thought in surprise. What? She let them through so easily just because they were carrying a letter from Freya. Whatever the case, he was glad they were allowed to proceed. They needed to leave quickly before she changed her mind. Then she looked after them and said, "So it is them. A different journey lies ahead." In the next moment, MC thought, "It looks like they are getting closer. Soon they will reach hell." He then shouted, "How cold it is. This really is hell." Lucio sneezed loudly, prompting the protagonist to indignantly shout at her not to sneeze on him. He thought it was immediately clear that this was hell from Norse mythology, a place reminiscent of the North Pole. Someone should have warned him about the local climate right away. This Freya seemed like a liar, even if she didn't look like one. Then Lucio shivered from the cold and remarked, "I think she read about this in textbooks." Unless he was a dead man who had already forgotten the feeling of cold. Only a frost giant could survive in Helheim. He turned slightly and asked, "What? Why are you only mentioning this now?" She replied that he shouldn't yell at her. She had just remembered. He doesn't remember everything he learned in school. When she asked if he could buy something at the store, he wondered if the brat was already eyeing his wallet again. But she was right. They had no other choice. So he ordered the store to open. He wondered what goods could conquer the cold. Then he realized he had found the answer. He chose a down jacket made with wolfskin, an enemy of the icy world. This black down jacket would keep him warm, no matter how frigid the temperature or how fierce the wind. He was taken aback by the price. 200,000? This scooter cost 100, while some capes cost 2, leaving him with no choice. The system reported that he purchased a wolfskin down jacket for 200,000, leaving him with a remainder of 622,700. With tears in his eyes, he took the down jacket and reflected on the points he earned through blood, sweat, and tears. Afterward, he put on the down jacket and said, "Well, no matter. He'll receive 500,000 once he completes the delivery." Then Lucio shouted, "Hajin." He was surprised. She happily replied, "The jacket is so warm." He was taken aback as she handed the down jacket to Lucio. He thought it was special because it could share effects like the invisibility helmet. It turned out to be a win-win situation. After all, he would still make money on this delivery. With that, they set off. He said, "Okay, we've dealt with the cold. Now all that remains is to reach the destination." The nymph shouted, "Let's go." He thought to himself, go. After some time, while continuing to control the scooter, he asked why there was such a strong blizzard in this area. Lucio expressed that she couldn't see. He thought, despite the down jacket making the cold bearable against the wind, the scooter wasn't moving forward at all. He wondered if they would even have time to get there today. Frustrated, he muttered, "Damn it, the navigator isn't working. This won't do." They needed to take a break. They stopped and hid behind a block of ice. Lucio warned that if they stayed there, they would get buried in snow. He agreed, saying it would happen, but he would warm up the phone so they could move on. She suggested that now would be a good time to eat fried meat. MC glanced at the phone screen, which displayed a delivery task from Freya with the remaining time of 41 hours, 17 minutes, and 36 seconds. He thought that even though they still had a long way to go, they might just make it. Everything seemed to be going smoothly so far. Just then, Lucio called out to him, prompting MC to respond. "Oh, come on. She thinks I'd sleep here." She pointed to the side and yelled for him to look, urging him to get up quickly. He peeked around the corner and asked what on earth had happened. To his surprise, he saw the naked body of a man running ahead and wondered what kind of man he was. He rushed up to them and shouted that if they wanted to live, they had to run right now. Several angry wolves were chasing him. The protagonist thought, damn, why is he running in their direction? Then he hopped on the scooter with the nymph and they sped away. He shouted at him not to run this way, calling him a psycho. Sigurd kept pace alongside him and said that while he was running, he shouldn't talk to him. He was already having a hard time, the MC thought in surprise. He managed to keep up with the scooter, which was going at full speed. Then he wondered why, of all possible directions, it was heading straight for him. Lucio added, "That's exactly it. If he decides to die, he should die alone." The protagonist smiled and replied that she had gone too far. Sigurd laughed and shouted with joy at the sight of him. Since arriving in this strange place, he had encountered nothing but ice and wolves. The protagonist exclaimed, "What kind of ridiculous reason is this?" Lucio then asked if he had decided to become food for the wolves. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise and realized they needed to head to the hut. He rode through the gate, declaring that they were saved. Sigurd chased after them, shouting for him to wait, insisting he was going too. The protagonist couldn't help but think, yes, a naked man. He then turned his attention to the wolves and realized, with a sinking feeling, that they had almost caught up to him. Closing the gate, he shouted in frustration, knowing that he had seen one of them for the first time that day, but soon it would become food for the wolves. He walked away from the gate, feeling the weight of his guilt, convinced that they would die because of him. He knew he would never forget this moment. At that moment, Sigurd asked who was going to die there. The protagonist was taken aback as Sigurd leaped over the 7-meter wall into the hut's territory. The protagonist shouted in surprise, astonished by his feat. Lucio exclaimed in amazement. Sigurd landed with a smile, remarking that he must have said something strange. There was no wall in the world that he couldn't overcome. The main character thought this, while Lucio noticed that his underwear was ridiculous. Just then, Sigurd approached them and shrugged, saying, "Whatever." He was late with the introductions because of their earlier run. The protagonist replied that they didn't need to meet at all. Then he added that he was a descendant of the greatest man in the world, the king of the gods, a glorious warrior of the Voltsen clan. "He is Sigurd." The protagonist replied, "Oh yes, his name is Hyun." Sigurd then clenched his fist and said, "Okay, Hyun, nice to meet you." At that moment, Lucio looked at him with admiration and said, "Sigurd." The protagonist turned to her, puzzled by her words. She explained that if his name was Sigurd, then he was the hero of the Vatlunder saga, the one who had slain the evil dragon Fafnir. That was why they called him the Dragon Slayer. He was, in fact, the Dragon Slayer himself. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, he laughed and replied that he wasn't such a hero to deserve such an introduction. They should speak to him without any emotional appeal. The protagonist believed he liked him. Then Sigurd gestured toward the hut and suggested they shouldn't stand outside. Perhaps they should go inside first. The main character responded, confused, saying they couldn't enter without knowing who owned the hut. He walked forward and announced that a blizzard raged outside and they were surrounded by man-eating wolves, emphasizing the urgency of their escape. Lucio declared that if anything went wrong, it would be his responsibility. The protagonist glanced at the phone screen and thought how fortunate it was that this place wasn't far from their destination, allowing them to wait out the snowstorm for a while. After some time, they lit a fire and settled down on the floor. Sigurd then asked what business had brought them to such a dangerous place, noting that, judging by their appearance, they didn't seem like warriors. The protagonist scratched his cheek and replied that he had been asked to deliver something to someone who lived there, considering it a mission. He then inquired if they had been given a mission as well, noting how unusual that was. After that, the main character pointed to the side and asked, "So, Sigurd, why were those wolves chasing you? You're a dragon slayer." Lucio clenched her fists and said, "Really, wolves are just small fry to him." He responded, "Because this is Helheim." The protagonist was taken aback. "Helheim? What do wolves have to do with it?" He explained, "This is a world inhabited by the dead, so why fight those who are already dead and in the afterlife? Fighting them would only exhaust him, and then they would eat him alive." He concluded that it was better to simply run away. The protagonist agreed, finding this reasoning logical. Sigurd then asked whom and what he should deliver. Familiar with the area, he suggested leaving at sunrise. At that moment, Lucio placed her hand on the protagonist's arm and, looking at him, inquired if it was Sigurd. Perhaps he should trust him and share everything. He considered her advice and mentioned that Freya had personally asked him to deliver her letter. Sigurd clarified, asking if the letter was indeed from Freya. As he glanced at the letter in the protagonist's hands, he thought about the seal and realized he should have mentioned it immediately. The protagonist questioned how he could possibly trust someone dressed only in underwear. Just then, a loud noise startled them, prompting an abrupt turn. As the protagonist spotted the animals, he wondered, "Are those wolves? Damn, how did they all gather here?" Sigurd looked at the protagonist and shouted, "Hahain, you handle them while we escape through the back door." He was surprised. "What? It's impossible to even kill them. How can he stop them alone?" The protagonist replied that Sigurd shouldn't worry about it. In the next moment, he concentrated energy in his hand, prompting MC to wonder what it was. He replied, "The Dragon Slayer's sword, Graham." Lucio exclaimed that it was with this remarkable sword, Graham, that he had slain the dragon Fafnir. The protagonist realized, yes, they called him the Dragon Slayer. At that moment, Sigurd swung his weapon, unleashing a surge of powerful energy. The protagonist exclaimed in disbelief, "Crazy! He killed all the wolves with one blow." Sigurd replied, "It's not like that. This is not the end." Suddenly, the remnants of the wolves began to coalesce into one large creature. The protagonist shouted, "Damn, what is this?" He thought to himself, so this is what he meant when he said it was impossible to die in Helheim. Then Sigurd looked at them and shouted, "Hayun, he has to run. He will buy us time." In that moment, he jumped up and exclaimed, "Damn it, there are 8 of them." He wondered if the nymph and Hayun would manage to escape. He believed that would be the right decision. He looked ahead in surprise as he saw MC leap at the creature, swinging his club with full power. With a loud scream, he struck the huge wolf, creating a hole in its head before landing in the snow. Sigurd, taken aback, exclaimed that it couldn't be true. The Helheim wolves, once thought to be immortal, had completely vanished from the face of the earth. The protagonist stared in surprise at the club in his hands, while Sigurd wondered what kind of person he was. He rushed over and shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" The protagonist glanced at him and simply swung his club, saying, "It's unbelievable death in Helheim, really. Not even the mistress of these lands can rule this territory." The protagonist wondered if he meant to say he was blessed with such talent. Even though it was late, he had finally revealed his skills as a hunter. After that, Lucio clenched her fists and declared that she understood everything. He asked, "So what? Did he really become an S-class hunter?" She responded, "All thanks to this." He asked if Ares had given him this. She replied that it was mistletoe that had long ago killed Balder, the second son of Odin, the king of Asgard. This artifact is so highly valued that it is incredibly rare in myths around the world. A myth-class weapon capable of killing an immortal. It is known as the Branch of Destruction. This is mistletoe, he thought. Can he really kill an immortal? Isn't this item the ideal weapon? And with Durandal, which guarantees his safety and is valued at 20 billion, he's implying just how much a weapon capable of killing an immortal would cost. After that, he joyfully waved it and exclaimed, "Wow!" He wondered if it would be 10 times more, 20, or perhaps even 100 times the value. At that moment, Sigurd raised his hands in front of him and shouted for him to stop waving that around. Was he going to kill him too? He replied that he wasn't and laughed awkwardly. Then, without realizing it, he admitted he was treating Sigurd like an idiot. He apologized for being so ignorant, Ares. After that, he hopped on his scooter and shouted, "With that attitude, let's go straight to hell." Sigurd chased after him, calling out for him to wait. He insisted they were already close. As he ran, Sigurd thought it wasn't safe to send this man to his fate like this. After a while, the man stopped near the building and said, "We've arrived." This place was much larger than he had imagined. Lucio mentioned that she was also seeing the Helheim Tower for the first time. Just then, Sigurd caught up with them and shouted, "Hayun, you have to stop." Turning around in surprise, Hayun asked, "Mr. Sigurd?" He struggled to catch his breath and warned that it was too dangerous to go there alone. The protagonist then inquired if Sigurd had been running after them the entire time. He replied that he hadn't intended to stop. He had no other choice. The protagonist then stood in front of him and asked, "So, can you come with me? What's the problem?" In response, he questioned whether he thought it was that easy to enter Helheim Tower. "Just open the door and step inside," he said. At that moment, Sigurd looked behind him and exclaimed, "Oh, there they are!" The warriors ran toward them shouting, "They must stop." The protagonist thought, "Who are they?" There were guards at the entrance to the tower when Sigurd stood before them, extending his hand and expressing his pleasure at seeing them. One of the guards asked, "O Lord Sigurd." He replied that these were Lady Freya's messengers who had come to deliver a message. The guard responded that, in that case, he would open the gates. The protagonist then questioned why they were being so polite to him. Sigurd explained, "Isn't it obvious? Garm is the garrison responsible for the territory of Helheim, and I am its general." After some time, they entered the tower, and the protagonist remarked that it felt like a castle in the afterlife, though there was nothing special inside. Lucio then asked, "Does the afterlife necessarily have to be gloomy and scary?" At that moment, the MCs stopped near the maid, who said they had told her everything. The guests had brought a letter from Lady Freya. He replied, "That's right. Is it possible to meet with Lady Hel?" the protagonist asked. She walked forward and replied, "Of course, the lady is already waiting for you. Follow me." The protagonist nodded and then turned to Lucio, asking, "Is she some kind of god or hero?" She responded, "Lady Ganglad is neither a goddess nor a hero, but she has been Hel's servant for a long time." With a smile, she added, "Lady Ganglad has managed to stay by the goddess's side for many years." Lucio was eager to learn more, but she continued walking silently. Frustrated, Lucio exclaimed, "So there will be no answer? I was asking such diligent questions. What a terrible waste of words." At that moment, Ganglad thought it was cute. She stopped at the large door and announced that Lady Hel had arrived, advising everyone to be cautious. Sigurd mentioned that he would only accompany them so far inside, as he was there to deliver a letter to Hel. The protagonist thanked him, then looked ahead, reflecting on his previous encounters with Hephaestus, Ares, and the other gods, none of which had prepared him for this moment. Perhaps it was because she was the goddess of death that he felt so nervous. Just then, the maid stepped forward and announced that Lady Freya's messengers had arrived. The goddess smiled and remarked on the strange aura emanating from him, noting that he seemed neither alive nor dead. She questioned whether he was the same individual who had disrupted the balance in Helheim. The main character then took out a letter and stated that he had come to deliver it. She received a letter from Lady Freya. The moment she pulled it towards her, she began to read. After a moment, she said thoughtfully, "Child of the outside world, is everything written here truly true?" He replied that he did not know. He had only been asked to deliver it and had no idea what it contained. Confused, she wondered why Lady Freya was asking at that moment. Lucio raised his hand and shouted, "How is he doing?" But he was just asking for clarification. Then Hel stepped forward, unusually confident, and said that if he was so curious, he should know that someone was apparently disguising themselves as Helheim's dead to reach Valhalla. This was the work of outsiders. The people of Helheim had nothing to do with it. With that, she tore up and burned the letter. She added that there was only one place in the entire universe where someone could have committed such a vile act that interfered with the cycle of life and death, a place where the earth split into 7 parts and everything around burned with blue flames. She smiled, placing her hands on her waist, and declared it was their fault. The protagonist thought to himself that this brat ruled Helheim. At that moment, Ganglad blushed with embarrassment and called her cutie. After a while, Hel sat on the throne, resting her head on her fist, and asked, "So, did they leave?" Ganglad replied, "Yes, they opened the warp to get to Olympus directly." She responded that she thought she had found a funny guy for the first time. "It's been a long time since we've seen Freya, and she's quite the villain. She devised the plan to send living people to Helheim." Ganglad explained that he's known as the god's delivery man, visiting various myths to carry out the god's errands in exchange for points. The goddess asked him about being a messenger. Then she jumped off the throne and said, "In any case, they've confirmed their existence, so there's no point in sitting still, Ganglad. She needs to be ready to go." She looked genuinely surprised. Folding her arms across her chest and radiating energy, she declared that she would personally go to the very epicenter of the events. After a moment, Hephaestus asked if he was sure about that, wondering if he had misheard. The protagonist replied that he had heard correctly. Lucio clenched her fists and added that she was also nearby, listening very carefully. At that moment, Freya nervously bit her nail and mentioned the place where the earth split into 7 parts, with everything around burning in blue flames. This prophecy sounded so absurd that she thought it was just a fantasy. Then the protagonist wondered why everyone was so serious. Come to think of it, when he told Hercules about this prophecy, he reacted in exactly the same way. Freya then said that she apologized to Hephaestus. Unfortunately, she had to leave, but promised to return later for the goods. He replied that there was nothing to be done. The problem was serious. She believed it would be better if he remained unaware, but since he already knew something, she felt compelled to tell him. Didn't anyone realize that the situation had escalated too far? Someone had deliberately turned a blind eye to it. If things continued this way, it would end like Ragnarok, and no one would benefit. At that moment, the protagonist placed his hand on her shoulder and urged her to stop and wait. "Dear customer, did you happen to forget anything?" Hephaestus extended his hand and asked, "Hey, what's he doing?" He looked surprised, didn't he? Didn't she have to pay him back? She asked how he could dare, a mere mortal, to touch her body without her permission. With those words, she released a terrifying energy, and the main character felt an unbelievable pressure. He thought he couldn't possibly be left without money after enduring such hardships. In the next moment, he performed his signature move, asking for his hand to be gilded. This was Hajin's unique skill, developed from experiences with customers who had run away without paying. Research indicated that if he accepted this benefit, his chances of receiving money increased by 95%. Before leaving, the protagonist added, "You need to pay." She replied, "Oh right, I completely forgot." The system reported that a tip of 500,000 had been awarded for her service. Freya, the protagonist, looked at his phone screen and exclaimed, "Oh my God, there's even a bonus." The remaining points totaled 1,372,700. He clenched his fists and thought joyfully, "Finally, my first million. If converted into cash, that's more than 10 billion. Just then, Lucio kicked him in the back and shouted, "Hudgeon, your greed knows no bounds." He continued indignantly, "Does she want to break your back?" Freya sighed and remarked, "They're funny." She then walked toward the exit and added, "We really should go now, Hephaestus. She has caused a lot of inconvenience." He replied, "Well, it happens. He'll send a message when the goods are ready." Then he added, "He's either incredible, crazy, or brave." The protagonist scratched his head and asked, "Is that so?" "He thinks so." The protagonist folded his arms across his chest and replied that it wasn't so. Since time immemorial, it has been believed that a man should be incredibly brave. The main thing is not to slide into feeble-mindedness. He answered, "Exactly, Lord Hephaestus. He wants to inquire about something specific." He asked what else he needed to know and what happened in the place where the earth is divided into 7 parts. Why is everyone so surprised when they hear about it this time? Even Hercules wore a strange expression on his face. He turned to Hercules and asked, "What is he even talking about?" He replied that he had business, but Hephaestus shouted that he didn't understand why he had been told about it if such a thing had happened. He didn't ask, and he doesn't even know what this place is. He said, "That's just how it is," believing that sooner or later there would have to be a meeting of the gods. In any case, she is to blame for everything. The meeting of the gods is literally a gathering of 12 deities who discuss heavenly plans. This is the first meeting in 389 years, and he begins to understand why. After that, the protagonist addressed Mr. Hephaestus, asking if he really told him to forget about it. He was surprised and added that this story is not a pleasant one. The very fact that he knows about it could cause problems. The main character was taken aback when he was told not to be too upset, as the gods are primarily responsible for the situation. He will discover everything when the time is right, as he visits various myths. Eventually, he will face this situation, whether he wants to or not. He frowned, realizing it would be better if this didn't happen. After a while, Lucio cheerfully exclaimed, "Hajin, you must open quickly." He replied that she should wait a little. "Okay, the password is 389. Then they entered the room and Lucio happily exclaimed, "Wow, this place is very spacious. That ditch is nothing compared to this." He felt that now, with the previous tenant's belongings gone, this could truly be his home. If he had known this would happen, he probably should have stopped by the furniture store on his way to the hunter exam. Lucio then shouted that she liked this room. The protagonist folded his arms and remarked that she had more impudence and daring than height. the biggest room should be his. She turned to him, waved her finger, and asked why that was the case. We should decide fairly rock, paper, scissors. He questioned if she was asking for trouble. He picked her up and mentioned that this room would be his anyway, as he was considering going furniture shopping. He suggested that she join him. She shouted in response, calling him mean. He looked ahead, surprised, and thought, who is this? He had just moved in and wasn't expecting any guests. Perhaps it was someone from his management. He then grabbed the door handle and said yes. He was surprised to notice Erin, who was holding a pie in her hands. "Aye," she said. He recognized her from the Young One Guild and asked in surprise, "What brings you here?" The nymph replied, "This girl is someone we saw when we delivered Lord Ares his sword." He thought she might be their neighbor. He had been so busy lately that he had completely forgotten about her. Then she handed him a dessert and told him to take it to the delivery man. He asked, "What is this?" She replied that a housewarming gift was a rice cake. He responded, noting that he hadn't even thrown a housewarming party, invited anyone, or organized any celebration. "Is that really what they do on moving day?" she asked. "Isn't it?" He replied, "Of course not," and wondered why she had chosen a rice cake. At that moment, Lucio pointed to the dessert and asked, "Rice cake? Is this something to eat?" She then snatched the plate from the protagonist's hands, ran to the back of the room, and declared that it was now her rice cake. The protagonist reached out and shouted for her to give it back, but she began eating the cake and said, "Ha, June." Because of the move, he forgot to feed her. She was having lunch and feeling extremely hungry. Suddenly, she was taken by surprise at the taste. In the next moment, she emptied her stomach, prompting the protagonist to reach out and yell at her not to do that on the floor. Confused, she looked at the cake and asked, "What is this?" It tasted disgusting, as if she had eaten chocolate and washed it down with mouthwash. The protagonist expressed her frustration, clenching her fists indignantly as she asked, "Do people really eat this because it's healthy?" Meanwhile, Erin took a small piece of cake and said, "It's mint with chocolate." "It's delicious," the protagonist exclaimed, looking at her in surprise. He realized it was mint chocolate. Curious, he asked why she had dropped by his house. She replied that it was for an assignment and investigation that Songjin had asked her about. He was surprised by the investigation. She claimed he promised to pay any price and suggested he ask the guild leader for details. He thought, wow, that's Jin again, then folded his arms and added that maybe she didn't realize his services were costly, very costly. She held up 2 fingers and he asked 2 billion. His services had actually increased in price. She held up 2 fingers and said it was twice as much. He shouted in response, asking, "Where is the gracious Mr. Songjin now?" He thought it was impossible to resist such a sum. After a while, they were sitting in the car when Erin said they had arrived. MC thanked him and then got out of the car. Lucio stood in front of him and asked, "Hey, June, didn't you say we were going to buy furniture today?" Hadrian replied that the furniture wouldn't run away, especially since they had no plans for the evening. She was indignant. How could they have no business? They were planning to enjoy a delicious dinner that evening. He mentioned they could eat whenever they wanted. How often would they have the chance to make 4 billion? She called him a liar. Just then, Erin approached them, holding something in her hand, and asked if they wanted to take it. Lucio asked, "What is this?" She replied, "A coupon for the cafeteria. We can eat there after the meeting. The food is delicious." Lucio exclaimed, "Hooray! It's the best!" She felt foolish for having eaten mouthwash, but she still enjoyed it. The protagonist looked at her and thought she was simply obsessed with food. He looked toward the massive building and realized this was the first Young One Guild in the country. He thought he might never return here again in his life. After a moment, Songjin smiled and shouted, "These people!" He had heard they had moved into a new apartment today, so he congratulated them. Then, he extended his hand and said, "Here." He prepared this as a gift for them. The protagonist responded, okay about the gift. We need to discuss the 4 billion. A child accompanied him, urging him to hurry. Lucio held the coupon in her hands and suggested they quickly head to the cafeteria. Songjin laughed and said, "Then let's get straight to the point. They should sit down." MC took a seat across from him, cradling Lucio in his arms, and thought, "He's afraid? Why is he smiling so widely? He's about to face a very difficult task." Then Songjin handed him the documents and said he would first explain the problem. The protagonist glanced at the documents in surprise, wondering if the dungeon difficulty levels had changed. Songjin noted that they likely remembered the boss monster that had appeared in the Hyundai dungeon. Similar to that monster, the difficulty of the other dungeons had also increased significantly. If no action was taken, the worst-case scenario could be a dungeon breakthrough, allowing monsters to invade their world. He folded his arms and remarked that this could jeopardize the very existence of the country. It was difficult to envision the potential consequences. The protagonist took the document and acknowledged that he understood the situation was dire. However, he wouldn't ask him to investigate why this had happened, would he? He replied that was not true and that he wanted to assign him a very easy task. They would move on to the next point. He explained that he simply needed to go to the dungeon specified in the contract and investigate the monster. The protagonist looked at the document and asked, "Is this a joke? He wants him to find a red dragon?" He thought to himself that a red dragon is a level 7 monster, the highest level in the Republic of Korea. Even if all the A-rank hunters united, it wouldn't be enough. So he wondered why the #1 guild in the country was entrusting such a daunting task to an ordinary delivery man. He replied that he wasn't asking him to do everything. They would handle the terrain and other minor tasks. He would only focus on the Red Dragon and the Lizard King. The protagonist asked, "Who the hell is that?" He responded, "The monster next to the dragon. Maybe I'll take them both at once." At that moment, MC grabbed Sungjin by the collar and shouted indignantly that it was outrageous for him to take on such a dangerous job for 4 billion. Sungjin replied that he needed to wait and let him finish. The 4 billion was just an advance, and after completing the task, he would pay him twice as much. He was surprised, double surprised. Then he hit him on the arm and said, "Shake stakes." He thought he couldn't resist such a sum. Meanwhile, Heimdall folded his arms and looked ahead. He noticed Alberto and asked why he was so late. He sat on his horse, holding the monster in his hand, and said that something had happened on the way back. Then he threw the monster down and added that he had caught it down there. Now they had started appearing in Northern Europe as well. Heimdall spoke, noting that they were already there. It had happened faster than he had expected. It's time for them to take action. He had sensed for a while that the end was approaching, but he never expected it to arrive so soon. Then Alberto mentioned he had other things to attend to. "See you later," he said, leaving him surprised. "Things to do? Where?" he replied. Lord Odin had indicated there was a problem in Valhalla. He requests a one-time trip to Helheim, already running late. It's time to leave. He responds that, in that case, he shouldn't worry so much. He had heard that Freya had been aided by a hero from the Greek gods, and, judging by Sigurd's praise, that hero had done his job well. He said that if he were Greek, then was he Orpheus or Achilles? He replied that wasn't true. Based on what he had been told, he was just an ordinary man, like himself. He emphasized that he was an ordinary man. This led him to think that it meant another man was also delivering something to the gods. So, he worked for the Greeks. How dare he encroach on his territory? Now he wants to see what kind of impudent person he truly is. Meanwhile, the MC cheerfully declared, 8 billion! The nymph joyfully exclaimed that they were going to eat. Sometime later, at the Nansen Gate, in the southern province of Chinchon, the protagonist stepped forward and reminded himself that he had promised not to take a step in this direction. Here he is. Damn it. At that moment, Lucio looked at him and asked if he had already been in this dungeon. He replied that he hadn't, but for about a month, he had lived in a place even worse than this. She asked if he had truly spent a month in a place worse than a dungeon, knowing he was no ordinary person. Hajun. He replied that he was indeed ready. He had been to the bottom. Then, pointing his hand forward and smiling, he said they should go inside. In the next moment, a scooter appeared in front of him, and he thought they were about to ride a customized model. A system window popped up, stating it was a very durable scooter, a new product for elite delivery drivers, masterfully crafted from innovative materials. While driving, the duration of all status effects on the driver is reduced by 90%. To be safe, he asked Hephaestus for a favor. He then handed him the crystal and expressed his desire to use it. Hephaestus replied that he could count on it. He never imagined he would gain such incredible abilities. Although the scooter's durability had improved, he didn't want to risk exposing himself to any side effects, as he had seen with Modgood. As they approached the portal, the protagonist laughed heartily and declared that he was now afraid of nothing. He didn't care whether it was a lizard man or a red dragon. Lucio shouted that they would defeat them all. After a while, they found themselves inside, and the protagonist smiled, asking if it was all thanks to this tuning. They were driving through a swamp, yet the wheels weren't getting stuck at all. Suddenly, Lucio, clutching his back, let out a scream. Dirt was flying all around her. He replied that he couldn't help. Suddenly, she let out a loud yelp and began calling for him. "Can you see what's happening?" A massive city appeared before them, and he exclaimed, "Wow." He thought to himself, "Holy cow, this place is enormous." She then asked if she had really lived at the bottom like this for about a month. He replied, no, of course not. It was like playing Maltuck-Packy. She wondered what that was. He said it would take a long time to explain. He thought about the report that claimed he could meet a lizard man by going through this gate. It sounded so simple that it felt suspicious. There would always be someone guarding a place like that. He noticed several lizard warriors and realized he should have learned this pattern by now. Suddenly, one of the lizard men glanced toward the entrance and looked surprised. The protagonist quickly hid behind the wall, muttering to himself, "Damn children, always the same thing. Can things ever be simpler?" Lucio pointed ahead and said, "Whatever, those lizard men." He replied, "But they ought horses, obviously." She needed to get off him, so she flew in front of him and asked, "So what are they going to do now?" As usual, the order was to destroy them all. He peeked around the corner and realized he hadn't been tasked with annihilating the monsters this time. His mission was to study them. This meant he didn't have to take the risk of attacking them head-on like he had before. They were simply observing the Lizard King, successfully completing the first part of their mission. As he walked on and turned slightly, he thought to himself how fortunate it was that they hadn't noticed him thanks to his invisibility skill. He hoped to reach the main monster's location without any issues. After all, he could still buy things at the store, right? He might as well show off, especially since he was getting paid $8 billion for this mission. His phone indicated a delivery order, and he thought in surprise, what the hell? Why now? Just then, Lucio shouted in alarm, "Hudgen, they've been spotted." A multitude of lizard men armed with weapons charged straight toward them. The protagonist, clutching his phone, yelled in frustration, "Damn it, why won't it turn off?" They started running, and the nymph shouted for him to do something about them. Suddenly, he thought to himself, "Stop." He halted abruptly, and she turned around in surprise, asking why he had stopped. He smiled and told her to stay put. He hadn't just stopped for no reason. At that moment, one of the lizard men aimed a weapon directly at his phone, prompting him to exclaim, "Wow, they need to stop for a second." Their boss had sent the order, and his phone indicated that the customer was the king of the lizard men. One of the lizard men looked at him in surprise, and then they began to converse. After that, Lucio, clenching her fists, exclaimed in astonishment that the king had ordered delivery from Hudgen. He responded that it was indeed what the phone had said. He smiled, finding it strange that the order came from a monster rather than a god or a hero. But what difference did it make to him? He could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He said there was no time to waste and urged them to take him quickly to their boss. The lizards pointed their fingers ahead. He asked why they were pointing their fingers like that. Then he turned around and wondered if this could really be their king. Behind them stood a trembling lizard, barely able to stand. He thought this did not resemble the incredible description in the report at all. It was even embarrassing to refer to him as a boss monster. He mentioned feeling somewhat embarrassed and questioned what he was actually telling them. He wondered if there was anything in the store that could assist him. To place an order for delivery, he needed to hand over the item and specify the destination. Then, Lucio asked if she should translate, which took him by surprise. Did she understand what he was saying? She smiled and replied that it was obvious. She had learned the Naga language a long time ago, and even translating this dialect was a piece of cake. He responded, "Of course, an elite nymph." Then the king spoke again, and she made a few sounds in response. The protagonist asked what he had said. She replied that a long time ago a disaster struck the lizard kingdom. The invader ruthlessly exterminated the lizard people's babies, the young and the old, every single one of them. The MC pointed at himself and asked, "So they want me to deal with him somehow?" The other lizards looked at him and he thought, "Wow, why are they suddenly so cute?" Then he waved his hand and said that he couldn't do it. They couldn't look at him like that and ask for such a thing. He wasn't that good. Meanwhile, the king was saying something else. Lucio mentioned that if he completes the task, they will reward him with all the treasures of the kingdom. He then wondered aloud what treasures might be available. Regardless, he assured them they could count on him. She told him to follow them into the dungeon. At that point, the other lizards knelt before him, and he responded, "Okay." He reassured them that they need not worry about the criminal and that they could leave everything to him. After some time, Sion found herself in a room filled with treasure and wondered, "I wonder if there's anything useful in here. Maybe I should just take it all." With only 10 seconds remaining until the Hermes thief and the Hermes knight would meet, they paused near a large door. The protagonist glanced ahead and smiled, saying, "Judging by how the treasure is protected, there must be a lot of it, right?" Lucio remarked that it resembled the treasury of the gods. The king then reached forward and activated the device on the door, causing it to open. The protagonist gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "So much! There's as much wealth here as in Ares." Meanwhile, the king and Lucio were engaged in conversation about something. She turned to the protagonist and said that he claimed these treasures had been taken from the people who once lived here. The protagonist asked, "Is this just bragging?" He shrugged it off, thinking, well, whatever, it's all theirs. Then he pondered in surprise. What was that sound? He glanced at Soyeon, who was holding the treasures in her hands, and she looked back at him in surprise. She waved and greeted him with a cheerful, "Hello," he thought. Well, hello indeed. But then the lizard warriors grew aggressive, and Lucio shouted that they accused her of being a thief. "Grab her!" he commanded. MC stated there was no need for translation. The lizard warriors then aimed their weapons at Soyeon, compelling her to kneel. The protagonist inquired how she had arrived there. Lucio remarked that it was quite rude to steal treasure from monsters. Soyeon clenched her teeth, pondering what she should do. She wasn't entirely sure why, but obtaining the treasure felt crucial to her. She couldn't escape using her astral body, so she mentioned Hubei. He remembers her, doesn't he? If he also came here on a mission from Hermes, he should explain to them why she is here. At that moment, the king spoke up, and Lucio responded that he was asking if this thief was his colleague. MC shouted, insisting she wasn't. He pointed his finger at her and demanded to know what kind of Hubei he was to her. He had graduated from an all-boys junior high school with no senior girls around. Lucio asked why he was crying, clearly indignant. She responded, claiming that Hermes had sent her, and questioned whether she really thought he would fall for that. With those words, he folded his arms across his chest. She thought to herself, so he doesn't know anything? Why didn't Hermes tell him? Then she replied, so they can do this. If he is here to help, I will do everything he asks. He responded, really everything? The nymph warned, you can't trust a thief. The protagonist paused, then smiled and replied, all right, she must swear on the river Styx. If she does, I will help her. She gasped in surprise. On the river Styx? Does he even understand what that means? He responded, she doesn't want to as she wishes. Either they will cut her down here, or she will rot alive in their dungeon. She noticed the weapon pointed at her, clenched her teeth, and cried out that she would take the oath. If he saves her from the lizard men, she swears by the Styx River that she will repay him by fulfilling one of his requests. He replied that, okay, Lucio, she must explain everything to her. She replied that she wasn't sure it was worth it. After a moment, the warriors raised their weapons and Soyeon sighed, reflecting that not even a year had passed. She felt grateful. No matter what, he remembered her promise. She shouted, so what does he want, you little pervert? He retorted, asking what she had imagined. He looked in surprise at the system window that appeared, stating he must fulfill the prophecy of salvation, pass down through generations of lizard men, and destroy the cruel invader. The time limit? 3 hours. A tip for delivery? Royal treasures? He was taken aback. Only 3 hours? How can they give so little time to kill a monster? He ran and, turning around, shouted, Lucio, she must move her wings. We have to catch the monster quickly. She asked if he wouldn't even consider the promised reward. He replied that he had already told her there was no time. Soyeon extended her hand to him and shouted for him to wait. She asked why he was pretending they didn't know each other. Then she turned her gaze to the king. Meanwhile, the protagonist mounted the scooter, and the system reported that the destination was 30 kilometers away. He thought to himself that it was still a long way to go. Even if he drove at full speed, he would reach his destination without any problems. But once there, would he be able to defeat a monster he knew nothing about in the limited time he had? At that moment, Lucio felt her grip tighten on his back as she shouted that they were going too fast. He urged her to hold on. They were in a hurry. At that moment, Soyeon appeared in front of them, waving her hand as she remarked that things didn't seem to be going smoothly. He shouted, where did you come from? Then he stopped abruptly, looked at her and asked, what do you want? She should just take what she needed and leave. With a wink, she replied, how could I leave like that? She believed she could help solve the problem. He responded that he wasn't going to relieve her of her debt, wanting her not to do something foolish and leave. Lucio clenched her fist and replied that she had already been told to leave. Soyeon replied, will they be able to say the same after they drain her? The monster they were about to kill turned out to be a red dragon. The protagonist shouted in surprise, what did she just say? He thought to himself that if this was indeed the same red dragon, Soyeon had asked him to study, as it was a monster of the highest level. That's why he sent him to study the lizard people and the red dragon. Soyeon realized she didn't really want to encounter a creature like the red dragon, but she knew that she could only obtain the lizard people's treasures by earning their trust through a task. She offered to show him a shortcut to the red dragon and promised to help him catch it. MC asked how she could help if she only knew how to steal. She replied, "Darling, he only sees the tip of the iceberg. Helping isn't just about fighting. He'll see. Thieves have their tricks." As the sun began to set, So-yoon, sitting on a scooter behind the protagonist, announced that they had arrived. The red dragon lay sleeping, its loud snores echoing in the air. The protagonist observed that it wasn't blind. Lucio questioned whether they could truly catch it. The protagonist donned his invisibility helmet and declared that they would need to attack. Meanwhile, the system indicated that the suit's power mode, super jump, had been activated. In the next moment, he pushed off the ground sharply, raising his fist as he thought about the dragon's immense strength. He struck, and in an instant, the dragon let out a loud scream, jolting awake. The main character grinned and thought, "Well, here we go." He struck the monster's head once more, and So-yoon instinctively covered her face with her hands and screamed, "No way! How did he even do that?" She thought to herself that since Hermes had chosen her, she had faced more trials than most hunters could ever imagine. Yet what she was witnessing now was simply incomprehensible. In the next moment, the protagonist struck the monster once more, sending it crashing to the ground. So-yoon realized it was a red dragon. The association had classified this monster as at least level 7. Throughout all the dungeons and gates that humans had successfully cleared, the occurrences of such dangerous monsters could be counted on one hand. If he were a Hermes envoy like her, he certainly couldn't have become so strong so quickly. Nowadays, reaching that level requires at least 15 years of experience as a hunter. Even from a mythological perspective, everyone has more than one patron deity. Yet this guy in front of her hasn't even been around for a year, and he's already on par with her, if not surpassing her. There's something strange about this red dragon. Even though Ha-jun stands right in front of it, the beast seems completely unaware of his presence. She wonders if it has an invisibility helmet. Suddenly, the dragon lets out a loud scream and raises its paw to attack, delivering a powerful blow. The protagonist jumped up and exclaimed, "The dragon doesn't know where it is, so it decided to destroy everything around it? What a monster!" He raised his fist and, flying forward, shouted, "This means it's definitely going to enjoy this." He delivered another powerful blow, then jumped to the ground and sighed, expressing how tired he was of the dragon. In the next moment, the dragon charged at him, and he remarked on its tough skin. Just then, the system window displayed that there was 1 minute and 32 seconds remaining for using the boost. He thought, damn it, there's almost no time left. Even though the invisibility helmet concealed him, without the suit's power, he couldn't fight this creature. He had to confront it with the little time he had left. With determination, he charged again and summoned his baton, shouting, "It must die." But the next second, as he struck, the dragon remained unfazed. The protagonist wondered if he had dodged the attack. But a helmet, could that be the reason? Did the invisibility not apply to this situation? He was taken aback when the dragon's paw loomed above him and then it struck. So-yoon shouted, "That idiot! Why is he just standing there?" She thought. Then he wouldn't have been able to avoid this attack. Taking out a potion, she declared, "It's time to stop being so overconfident." At that moment, Lucio chimed in, "Silly girl." So-yoon looked at her in surprise as Lucio continued, suggesting that instead of ruining everything, she should just stand back and watch. So-yoon was taken aback. When had she been here for so long? She reassured him that Ha-jun would definitely be fine, and that she shouldn't worry. He had faced countless difficult situations, yet he always managed to pull through. In the end, he earned recognition from many gods and heroes, ensuring he would never be defeated by this monster. So-yoon apologized, saying, "But that attack wasn't that strong after all." She understood his strength, but she wondered what would happen if she simply watched. She was surprised as she looked at Lucio and thought, "Is that the baby shaking?" Of course. She raised her voice slightly, but what could she do if she was so worried? It would be good if she intervened and helped him. Suddenly, she heard a sound, and MC shouted that he was clutching his stomach. She wondered if he had climbed onto the dragon's stomach. She asked how and why. In that moment, Lucio clenched her fist and shouted that she knew he could do it. The system window displayed that there were 57 seconds remaining to use the boost. The protagonist continued to hold on to the monster, thinking, damn, he was able to climb on it, but he didn't have any time left. Then he thought in surprise, what is this? What are those strange scales on its neck? Lucio shouted. He should attack it Ha-jun, the protagonist considered. Attack? It's a weak point. He then said, open shop, golden apple, 1,000, lead arrow, 1,000, golden arrow, 5,000. He believed he could definitely defeat it with these items. He turned around and shouted, "Lucio, this monster is considered a dragon, right?" She was taken aback, wondering why he was suddenly asking about this. He urged her, "Hurry up, there's no time." She admitted that she didn't know, as she had never looked into those details. However, she thought it resembled a dinosaur-like dragon. He said, "Okay, but he's still a dragon, right?" Then he clicked on the system window. The remaining points showed 1,372,000. He thought that would be enough. After a moment, the points updated to 1,072,000. He took out his sword, looked at the weapon in his hand, and thought, purchasing a magic sword. The purchase was completed. At that moment, Sioyan shouted, "It can't be! How did this guy get the legendary Gram sword from Norse mythology?" The protagonist gritted his teeth, realizing that this sword would be powerful enough to strike the dragon in its weak spot. He swung the weapon and shouted that he must receive. In the next moment, the dragon focused its energy, and the protagonist looked on in horror. Fiery energy began to gather around the dragon, and he thought, "He's ignited?" He quickly flew back, shielding himself with his hand, and thought, "Damn, he even had a trick up his sleeve." He fell to the ground, realizing he couldn't get close to him anymore. At that moment, Lucio screamed that it was too dangerous. So-yun burst out of the bushes, shouting that this was the second phase and that he couldn't win alone. She rushed up to the protagonist and offered to join forces, but he warned her not to come any closer. She couldn't hide from him. She replied, "I told you, thieves have their ways, right? Now I'll show you." With that, she hurled a potion forward Tears of Demeter, an ice potion. This mysterious liquid contained the divine power of the goddess of Olympus, who governs nature and the earth, and it unleashed a freezing effect. In the next moment, the dragon was encased in ice. Suyeon clenched her fist and joyfully shouted, "How could he handle that? Demeter's tears can freeze anything." Then MC rose to his feet, surprised, and said she could have taken him out with that potion right from the start. Suayun replied, "Idiot, isn't it obvious she was waiting for the second phase?" He asked, "Wouldn't it have been better if she had used the potion from the start?" At that moment, Lucio pointed her finger forward and shouted, "Relaxing too early. The ice is melting." In the next instant, the ice shattered and flew in all directions, causing the dragon to scream loudly. Menat, the protagonist, thought, "Damn, he's freed himself." So-yun screamed, "This can't be happening. It's impossible to just destroy it." The protagonist replied, "It said the potion could freeze anything, but there was nothing about ice being unbreakable." She agreed, acknowledging the truth in his words. In the next moment, the dragon began to concentrate its fire, prompting MC to ask, "Well, what else are thieves capable of?" The system indicated that only 20 seconds remained for the boost. He gritted his teeth, realizing that the suit's boost was truly depleted. So-yun grabbed the second potion bottle and shouted that she would come up with a plan. He needed to distract him for the time being. She believed she had only one Demeter remedy left. She had to take a chance. With determination, she threw it forward a potion made from Demeter's tears. The dragon let out a piercing scream as the system announced, calling on the forces of nature to bind the target. So-yun shouted, "Now?" The protagonist charged ahead, affirming that he understood the plan. He kicked off the ground, swinging his sword as he aimed directly at the dragon's weak point. He thought of Hejin, the delivery man, as the invulnerable level 7 boss monster. He said he won, believing the Red Dragon's attack was over. After a while, Doyen mentioned there was a wyvern gorge in Kosan, Gangwon province. Upon investigation, they discovered that neither the location nor the boss monster posed a threat. Sumjin recorded this and replied, "Good job this time too, Doyen. You can leave work early today and get some rest." He added, "By the way, I heard about it from my colleagues in the elevator." He asked if the rumor was true and wanted to know what it was about. He realized the bomb that the association had slipped them was causing him to scratch his head in confusion. He thought about the Lizard Man's dungeon and how he shouldn't let this drive him crazy. Everything seemed fine until he received a message saying the task was completed in less than a day. In disbelief, he shouted, "What? The research is already complete." The protagonist replied, "No, not the research the Red Dragon. It seems he accidentally killed it. His mission was considered complete, and at first Sumjin thought he was joking. However, after the guild members went to check, they confirmed it was true. He never imagined that this monster could be defeated. How was he supposed to report this to the association? While he was certainly glad to have killed a creature that could have caused a future catastrophe, the problem was that it was too powerful for them to handle. One of the conditions was to keep the delivery men's identities a secret, but the association would definitely suspect them of entrusting the assassination of a level 7 monster to an outsider. Who could even defeat such a monster? Doyen clenched his fist and said, "First those giants, now the Red Dragon. Shouldn't everyone else be demoted?" Sumjin asked. He didn't mind if he was demoted to rank A. He laughed and shouted, "That's too much." He worked hard too, so he can maintain his rank, right? Sumjin replied. That wasn't true, he thought, since the Red Dragon had been defeated. Research on the Lizardmen was still ongoing. Meanwhile, the Lizard Warriors knelt down, and Lucio looked at the protagonist, expressing their gratitude for protecting their kingdom. He replied, "Oh, come on." He didn't do anything special. Then he knelt before the king and, taking his hand, said, "It's okay. He can stand up, dear customer. He's the king. You don't need to do this to him." The king began to cry, and the protagonist added, "Well, by the way, when will he receive the promised reward?" After that, the lizards began to talk among themselves. One of them opened the chest in front of the protagonist, who peered inside and wondered, "What is this?" "A purse." The king then asked if he liked the gift, but the protagonist was indignant. He questioned whether they had made him go through all this for such a trivial item. At that moment, Lucio remarked that this was no ordinary purse. He asked what kind of purse it was from a local designer. She replied that this purse could hold large, heavy items. "It's a magic purse," she added. He thought about the word magic. The next day, the lizard man wished the protagonist a safe journey, and Lucio replied, "Bye, everyone." The protagonist recalled that he had received a call from Sonjin that morning. Then he said, "Mr. Hudjin, can he speak?" He mentioned that the gate that appeared in Nansan had vanished. Perhaps the gate had been the lizard man's salvation from the destruction of their kingdom, especially now that peace has been established there. They no longer have a reason to move. Moreover, if there is a way to eliminate monsters without torturing or killing them, why would people continue to fight them? Just imagining a world where all problems on Earth could be resolved peacefully is overwhelming. At that moment, Sonjin looked at the protagonist and congratulated him. It seemed he had won a nice prize yesterday. He replied with something like, "By the way, how are you?" She had spent her expensive potions and received nothing in return. She stated that she doesn't work at a loss. With those words, she displayed the object in her hand. The main character asked if it was a bell by any chance. Before he could finish speaking, Solyun appeared in the air and mentioned that they had fun with him yesterday, and today, thanks to him, she was able to get what she owed. She hoped they would see each other again. Lucio watched her leave and remarked that she really couldn't keep her hands to herself. The protagonist asked if she was missing anything. She then inquired whether they were going home. He replied, "Not quite. Maybe they should go get the money first." After a while, 8 billion won arrived in his account. The phone confirmed everything he had said earlier, stating that the remaining amount had been transferred to the specified account. They would process the Red Dragon's body and transfer a portion of the proceeds to him. The protagonist looked at the phone screen in surprise. He realized that the body was worth money too. He had thought all this time that he was entering the dungeon without a hunter's license, and now he learned that he could earn extra money from monster carcasses. He heated up his food and asked, "I can't just walk past monsters now, right? How can you just turn down the profits from selling the byproducts of killing monsters?" Then, Lucio asked if something good had happened so early in the morning. He looked at her and asked if she was awake. She should be sitting down to breakfast, Lucio. She was surprised. "Breakfast? Oh, that aroma. It's chicken," he said, noting that it was as if she had never eaten it before. They had just ordered it yesterday. She took a piece of chicken, shouted, "It's hot." He held out a can of soda to her and remarked, "My God, this is steaming. Of course it's hot." Then Lucio added, "She almost died." He replied, "Little one, she should eat slowly. Did she really die of starvation in her past life?" He tried the dish and exclaimed how delicious it was. They say that expensive chicken tastes great even when cold. Reheated, it tasted just as good as it did yesterday. Until recently, he could only afford 2 servings of chicken because he wasn't wealthy. Now he can't believe he can buy chicken for 30,000 won and enjoy as much as he wants. Money is indeed a good thing. At that moment, the nymph asked if he was crying. Perhaps it was because Lucio hadn't asked for permission and had eaten both legs. She then handed him a bone and said there was still half left. He could have that too. He asked her if she was tired of life when a notification sounded on his phone. A delivery order had arrived. He initially thought it was a new order. Lucio, still eating the chicken, asked if they were really going to leave right now. He replied no, reflecting that in the past, he would have immediately stopped eating and rushed to work, afraid of losing the order. Then, he looked at his phone screen and said they would eat leisurely and leave later. With 10 billion won in his account, he realized that missing a couple of orders wouldn't change anything. Meanwhile, the island of Crete was engulfed in flames. The warriors shouted that they must stop the intruder. They can't let him inside. Meanwhile, a subordinate called out to their lord, reporting that their warriors were doing their best to fend off the attack, but it seemed insufficient to stop this monster. He needed to escape before the intruder broke through. Minos asked what was wrong with the heroes. He replied that he had sent a message to everyone he could, but they wouldn't arrive for at least 3 days. Frustrated, he shouted, "Why is it taking so long? The heroes are needed now. Are they just waiting for their deaths?" Suddenly, everything around them shook as a subordinate shouted about the castle wall. At that moment, the monster appeared in the room with them. Minos called out to Poseidon as the creature charged forward, letting out a deafening scream. The ruler questioned why Poseidon had left them in such a dire situation. MC walked through the gate and asked if anyone was there. Lucio placed her hands on her waist and asked if they had left because they were too late. She wondered if it was because he kept reheating more and more chicken. She replied that they couldn't just leave it like that. He told her not to make excuses, then walked forward, glancing at the phone screen and thinking about how many times the delivery request had been sent. It was urgent. Did they grow tired of waiting and leave? Then Lucio turned around in surprise, reaching out his hand to the protagonist and saying, "Hagen, you have to look." The protagonist was taken aback. "Mr. Hephaestus?" he asked, surprised. Did he actually come? He thought, why is there such a negative energy coming from him today? He then asked, did he order delivery? He thought he should be angry about arriving late. He mentioned that he called because the task was urgent and might be too difficult for him. He decided it would be better to go inside and discuss the details there. With that, he turned around and the protagonist replied, "Okay." After a while, they sat down at the table, and Hephaestus stroked his beard, admitting he didn't even know where to begin. The protagonist extended his hand and asked, "Hey, where did all this tension come from between us?" He simply had to express what he believed was right. He took charge and got it done. Until now, he thought he had only been nervous when he met Chiron, and he hadn't shown it. However, his nervousness was making him uncomfortable. Then, Hephaestus asked Hajun if he remembered what he had discussed with Freya when he returned from Helheim. He asked what he had advised him to forget, and Hajun answered correctly. The protagonist recalled that they had clearly mentioned something about splitting the earth. He remembered the place where the earth split into 7 parts, everything around it burning with blue flames. But they had told him to forget about it. So he reminded him of Hephaestus. He wanted to handle this problem solely among the gods. However, the situation was too serious. They had reached a point where they could no longer assist. That meeting was the result of a gathering of 12 gods who convened to discuss the recent emergence of tentacles. These tentacles had taken root not only in the realms of the gods, such as Greece and Scandinavia, but also in the human world. It remained unclear whether the seeds of this phenomenon had fallen to the earth from above. Even the gods found themselves powerless against what had already taken root in the ground. According to the principle of causality, the gods should not interfere in earthly affairs lightly. Then Hephaestus folded his arms and added, "Fortunately, they could move at will. At best, the seeds that had already been sown would simply sprout." The protagonist then asked Lord Hephaestus for clarification, apologizing and asking what he meant. Who were they, and what kind of seeds was he referring to? He was taken aback, realizing he truly didn't understand. In the next moment, the main character was surprised by what he had just said. Lucio noticed that she seemed momentarily cut off. She couldn't hear anything at all. He contemplated this. He understood that they weren't supposed to know. Apparently, in the past, the gods had joined forces to seal away the knowledge of their very existence. Now, even revealing their name was forbidden. He added, "Be that as it may, there's no need to rush to uncover all the details. What they are about to ask him could relate to them. Actually, offerings from Crit were supposed to arrive today, but they haven't received anything yet. Fortunately, they couldn't have forgotten about it, especially with their meeting with Uncle coming up. If he finds out about this, he'll be very angry. It would be wise to find out what happened before Uncle learns of it, and, of course, he would pay handsomely for that information." The protagonist replied, "Yeah, it doesn't seem like too much of a problem. Maybe the offering was delayed for some reason. Is it really that urgent?" Lucio looked at him and said, "In other places, you might be able to overlook certain things, but not when it comes to a minotaur." He questioned how he was supposed to know, especially since she wondered if it wasn't a well-known story, the tale of the queen who defied Poseidon's offering, which greatly angered him. He was surprised by what she had said. It was all true. The story was about a terrible labyrinth from which no one could escape, and a monster, a minotaur. After a while, the main character set off on his journey, with Lucio clinging to his back. Lucio asked if they were definitely going in the right direction. He replied, somewhat perplexed, that he was following the navigator. He activated the invisibility helmet modification, which showed he had 30 seconds remaining. Realizing that moving across the sea with the helmet had a time limit, he spotted an island and shouted that they had finally found a place to stop. Lucio happily exclaimed that they were just lucky. After they walked to the shore, the protagonist sighed, admitting he had thought they would drown. Lucio remarked that he never prepares properly and wondered what would happen if he forgot about the time limit. He replied that it would be much more convenient if Hephaestus sent them to their destination immediately. She folded her arms and said, "Mr. Hephaestus can only move them to places associated with his constellation." The protagonist then called up the system window and added, "For starters, he can't even swim." He considered the idea of buying something for this, perhaps even opening a store. The system window displayed prices: Theseus's boat for 30 million, the Argo for 50 million, and Noah's Ark for 100 million. He thought to himself, those aren't prices, they're rip-offs. Then Lucio asked, "What should we do now, Hajun?" Hajun replied, "What do you mean?" Lucio continued, "We'll have to sell something." He suggested they explore the area first. Then, he took out his pouch and mentioned that he anticipated this situation, so he brought it along. He thought about the magic pouch he received from the king of the lizard people. He noted that even though he had packed everything he needed into it, there was still plenty of empty space. He took out his binoculars, feeling that the effort he had put into defeating the red dragon was definitely worth it. Peering through the lenses, he wondered if he could spot anything from his vantage point. Suddenly, he noticed something. There appeared to be a nearby settlement where people lived. He believed all he needed to do was go there and learn how to reach crit. At that moment, he noticed a warrior shouting indignantly, "What are they doing here?" Confused, he thought, "What?" The warriors stood defiantly in front of them, and one shouted that they were invading their lands. The protagonist realized, it seems they have problems. He raised his hands in front of him and urged them to calm down, explaining that he was simply looking for a boat to take him to the island of Crete. They responded in surprise, asking if he was aware what had happened there. Theseus then placed his hand on the warrior's shoulder and asked him to wait. He wanted to know more about them. The protagonist looked at him and wondered, who is this? The man claimed he simply wanted to know who their guests were. The warrior was taken aback. It was Lord Theseus. The main character asked in surprise if this was truly Theseus. Lucio explained that he was the famous hero who had defeated the Minotaur and escaped from the labyrinth. He was the king of Athens, renowned for his many feats, which earned him great respect among both the gods and the people. Observing the protagonist's unusual outfit, he remarked, "Judging by that strange attire, are you the god's delivery man I've heard so much about?" The protagonist was taken aback. Did he really know him? The king responded, "Of course. You're wearing such an intriguing outfit, one that's rarely seen. He's the aspiring hero the captain mentioned." Surprised, he thought about it. Captain? Lucio suggested that the captain was probably referring to Jason from Argo. Was he the one who tasked him with killing the sirens? Despite the fact that the sirens nearly drowned him, he earned a significant amount of money from this mission. But why did the captain refer to him as an aspiring hero? He was surprised. Was he unaware of his reputation? He had exterminated the sirens in their lair and even defeated the Hydra to heal Chiron's leg. Furthermore, he had reached Helheim at the request of the Norse gods. He was already famous, believing there was no one who hadn't heard of his achievements. The protagonist ran a finger under his nose and said, "Well, yeah, he's done a lot." The nymph clenched her fists in anticipation and asked, "And Lucio? Maybe they're saying something about her too?" He replied that he didn't even know, but he thought he had heard something about a nymph accompanying the novice hero. In desperation, she dropped to all fours and asked, "So she's just an escort for everyone?" MC smiled, looked at her and said, "Oh well, she needs to cheer up." Then Theseus asked, "So he's going to quit, huh? He should read this." The protagonist glanced at the piece of paper in his hand and asked, "What is this?" He picked it up and turned to Lucio, asking, "What does this say?" She examined the text and was taken aback. A warning has been issued that the monster from the terrible labyrinth on Quit has been resurrected. The main character was taken aback. "What? Didn't I defeat the Minotaur, Mr. Theseus?" he asked. Theseus replied that he hadn't killed the creature, but had instead locked him away. He wasn't sure why, but it seemed the Minotaur had been released. Determined, he resolved to return the next morning to capture him once more. The god's messenger agreed to accompany him, hoping that this time he wouldn't have to fight. However, he soon realized that, as always, everything had gone wrong. After some time, the Minotaur seized Minos and moved forward, creating a loud commotion. Meanwhile, the protagonist approached the nymph's bed and called out to her. She answered sleepily, asking for 5 more minutes. He insisted she didn't have time, questioning what minutes she meant. The boat would be arriving soon, so she needed to get up. Sitting up and rubbing her eyes, she asked if the sailors were really awake. It was dark outside. He replied that the captain decides when they set sail. Enough already. She should go wash up and start packing. She stepped forward and replied, "Yes, I understand." She had already done so. Then he opened the window a crack and asked how she managed to become. He looked out the window and said, "I wonder if Theseus managed to find them worthy companions." Just before that, Theseus had folded his arms and announced that the boat was leaving at dawn, so they should get a good night's sleep while he tried to assemble a crew. MC replied that he understood, but he was curious about something. Hadn't he already defeated a Minotaur in the past? He lowered his gaze and confirmed that he had, but that was with the help of Ariadne, the princess of Crete. The Minotaur, in his form, was a divine punishment for attempting to deceive the gods. The royal family of the island of Crete carries the shame of a forbidden relationship, so vile that it is difficult to even speak of it. According to legend, the monster should be dead, so why has it returned to terrorize the island once more? Theseus explained that this is precisely why they are in such a hurry to begin their journey. If possible, he hopes to kill it himself. The protagonist was taken aback, realizing there was no need to assemble a large group. He responded that he felt the same way, having heard it from Hercules' messenger. Now, in the present, the protagonist reflected on what he had just learned. Could it be connected to what Hephaestus had attempted to convey? Something that had fragmented into 7 pieces and scattered seeds everywhere. He clutched his head and expressed how tired he was of fighting monsters, realizing he had unknowingly signed up for some kind of nonsense. Just then, Lucio ran up to him, excitedly announcing that she had washed her face. He thought to himself, what a carefree little thing. After a while, the warriors began moving boxes onto the ship. MC, noticing Theseus, called out to him, asking if he had arrived. He was about to follow them when the nymph mentioned that Hygiene had overslept. He looked at her and asked if she was tired of living. Then, Theseus said they would be sailing soon, so they should board and wait there, where they would be shown to their cabin. They replied, "Yes, sir." The protagonist looked ahead and exclaimed, "Wow, that looks quite large, even from afar." But up close, it was simply enormous. Lucio mentioned that it would be her first time traveling on the hero's boat. The protagonist thought to himself that they had both been on the Argo, and this ship resembled something straight out of an anime. Then a voice next to them said, "Isn't it obvious who this boat belongs to?" The protagonist looked at Lucio and asked, "What did she say?" She extended her hands to him and replied that she was silent. He scratched his cheek, pondering the strange, squeaky voice, which he thought must belong to a nymph. Then the voice called out, "Here, here, who is this nymph from the ditch with her master? They are even getting excited over such a boat." The protagonist turned around and thought, "That brat." Lubor placed his hands on his hips and said, "This is just lame." The main character wondered, what kind of fairy analog is this? At that moment, the nymphs exclaimed, "Lubor!" They hadn't seen each other in a long time, and the protagonist was taken by surprise. She approached Lubor, extending her hands toward him, and remarked that she had heard his tyrannical nature was that of a hero. Was he really like Theseus? He also reached out to her, irritably telling her not to act like a fool, hillbilly. The protagonist continued to gaze at them, realizing that aside from Lucio, this was the first time he had encountered a nymph. He recalled her remark about being tall for a nymph, but it turned out she was nothing of the sort. Just then, Theseus approached and asked Lubor what he was still doing there. He turned around in surprise and exclaimed. Theseus added that it seemed he had instructed him to show the guests to their cabin. He replied, "Sir." Then MC raised his hands in front of him and said, "Oh, it's okay. These two seem to know each other," so he allowed them to chat. He asked, "Ah, is that so? Well, okay." He then apologized to Lubor. Regardless, they will arrive soon, so they should settle in quickly. At that moment, the protagonist looked at Lubor and wondered if he should ask him to take action now. Lubor replied that they should just follow him. After a while, he led them to the cabin and said, "Look, you can settle in here." The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, this place is really nice." The nymph remarked that the cabin was even better than the rooms they had spent the night in. Lubor expressed his gratitude for covering for him in front of Mr. Theseus. The protagonist responded, "Oh well, it's fine. My friend Lucio is like a little brother to me." She flew forward and asked why her friends felt like little brothers to him. He replied that he wasn't older anymore. She pointed out that it was the first time he had seen him in his life and questioned whether calling him a little brother was a bit much. At that moment, Lubor flew in and said, "Lucio, she truly met a wonderful hero." MC asked what had suddenly happened to him. Perhaps Theseus was treating him poorly. Lucio replied that couldn't be true, as she had heard that Lord Theseus was kind to everyone. Generally, they, the nymphs, were just helpers, making him a very unusual Hachin. She suggested that he should help properly. Then he reflected that, of course, the gods and heroes he had encountered treated them like objects. Greek myths originated from a time when slavery was commonplace, a concept that can be challenging for modern audiences to grasp. After a while, Theseus looked ahead and remarked that they were back at the terrible labyrinth. They then stopped near an island and entered a crumbling city. The main character asked, "Is this the island of Crete?" Total ruins surrounded them as they walked forward. He thought about the lives lost here, a terrible death. What had happened in this place? Theseus approached and explained that the Minotaur was responsible for the destruction. He needed to find survivors as soon as possible. Just then, the nymph pointed ahead and shouted, "There! That building is intact." Theseus remarked on the Temple of Poseidon, noting that he had chosen not to disturb it. Indeed, had the Minotaur destroyed the temple, the consequences would have been far more severe than a mere punishment. As they approached the temple doors, Theseus gazed ahead and noticed that the bloody footprints came to an abrupt stop just before the entrance. Perhaps the Minotaur is inside. With that thought, he opened the door to find a crowd of people within. They were screaming and begging for salvation. Theseus sighed in relief, realizing there were survivors. The girl in front of him looked surprised. "Mr. Theseus?" she exclaimed, as the others cried out in joy, proclaiming that they had been saved. "They will live." Then, Theseus approached the protagonist and instructed them to take the survivors to the ship, expressing relief that the people were safe. The protagonist replied that there were too few of them and that King Minos was not present. At that moment, a man approached and said, "Mr. Theseus, he apologizes." He turned around and asked, "What?" The monster had grabbed the king and dragged him away. The protagonist inquired, "But where?" "Will he let us know?" he replied, "Into a terrible labyrinth from which there is no escape." Theseus gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it." He never expected to have to go there again. If they don't hurry, disaster will strike. After a while, the protagonist stopped and looked ahead, saying, "This is the labyrinth." Theseus remarked that he didn't think this creature would hide here again. If he had known that, they wouldn't have had to save just the people. The labyrinth of the island of Crete is a mythical structure built by Daedalus at the request of King Minos. They say that no one who entered could ever come out, which is why it was called the labyrinth that devours people. What on earth is he doing here? MC thought, "This is huge." He glanced at his phone screen, realizing he needed to uncover why the offerings hadn't arrived from the island. He knew he had already completed his task. At that moment, his phone instructed him to follow Theseus into the labyrinth to uncover the truth. He wondered why he should even bother investigating. Theseus then said they needed to tie something to a post before entering. The protagonist was taken aback. What were they supposed to tie it to? Holding out a thread, he instructed, "Tie the knot tightly so it doesn't come undone." The protagonist gazed at the thread in surprise and replied, "Exactly, I've heard of that." He continued, "On the way back, we can follow this thread." Theseus nodded and said, "That's right. Otherwise, they'll wander this labyrinth for the rest of their lives." He thought of Ariadne, the princess of Crete, and the eldest daughter of King Minos, who had once been his lover. Although it was said that she left him to marry the god Dionysius, he had not forgotten the way out of the labyrinth that she had taught him. Now, as he looked at the ball of thread she had left behind, he realized he would have to navigate these corridors once more. After a while, they went inside, wrapping themselves in thread. Lucio stroked her hands and remarked on how creepy it was. The protagonist thought to herself that was an understatement. The atmosphere was chilling. Then, Theseus looked ahead, holding a torch in his hand. The main character following him asked, "Mr. Theseus, why did you suddenly stop?" He replied, "Something's wrong." He asked her to be more specific, noting that he didn't remember it being so stuffy in that place. What was the matter? Lucio added that she had smelled a strange odor earlier, one that was more viscous than the scent of blood. She definitely recognized that smell from somewhere. Then she looked up in surprise and found a huge creature staring down at her. She screamed in fear, prompting the protagonist to shout, "Why is she scaring him?" He looked up, gritted his teeth, and thought, "That creature. It's definitely the tentacle monster we saw at the gate in Hyundai and at the place where we met Hercules." Suddenly, the monster let out a deafening scream and unleashed a surge of energy. The protagonist believed that the presence of this monster was undoubtedly connected to what Mr. Hephaestus had mentioned. At that moment, Theseus reached for his weapon and inquired about the nature of the creature. He wondered when other monsters had begun to inhabit the labyrinth. He knew he would have to destroy this beast. He suddenly pushed off the floor and jumped up, delivering several slashing attacks. The main character exclaimed, "Unbelievable!" He finished it off with a single blow, then sheathed his sword and asked Hajun if he knew what this was. Heijun replied that he had encountered such a creature a couple of times before. It was small, but they had seen ones that reached several meters in size. Theseus considered the possibility that such creatures might emerge in the future. He suggested that they would need to retreat and return once they had devised a plan, as it was too dangerous to continue while they were inside the labyrinth. Suddenly, they looked up in surprise and MC shouted, "Is that an earthquake?" Theseus shouted, "Damn, has it already started?" The protagonist echoed, "Already? What does this mean?" Just then, Lucio tapped him on the shoulder and urged, "Heijun, you need to look ahead." He thought to himself, the walls are moving. So this is what the labyrinth that devours people means. Then he called out, "Lord Theseus, what should we do?" He appeared above them, holding out his hand and shouting, "There is no time to stand still. You two get out of there quickly." The protagonist extended his hand forward and called out, "Fly like an arrow!" Then he glanced at his hand and thought, "A shadow?" At that moment, a wall descended right in front of them. He placed his hand on it and shouted, "Damn it, Lord Theseus!" He believed they were separated. This creature had been counting on this from the very beginning. Turning around, he noticed the monster. At that moment, Lucio clenched her fists and asked what they should do. He replied that first, they must find Theseus. He looked back and thought, a labyrinth is a labyrinth, but the paths in this one surely intersect, and not just in one place. Theseus was speaking when the walls began to shift, indicating that if the walls were moving, there must be a way out. As long as they had a chance to return, there was nothing to fear, and they could utilize the invisibility helmet and suit. On the contrary, if there was a problem, it lay with Theseus. Not only had he concealed the fact that the labyrinth was changing, but he also failed to mention something else. The Minotaur's escape from the labyrinth was complete nonsense. Lucio looked at him and asked if they couldn't go faster on the scooter. If that goo appeared again, they could just crush it, right? He's shown his phone in front of him and mentioned that he thought it would be easier, but then the thread would break. Lucio wondered if they really had to trudge along like this until they found Theseus. He walked forward and declared that there was nothing to be done. They could only hope to meet him soon. Then, to his surprise, he wondered if that was the sound of the walls rearranging again. He grabbed Lucio, covered her mouth, and they hid behind the wall. He realized it wasn't the walls shifting. It was the sound of heavy footsteps. Only one creature could walk like that. At that moment, he peeked around the corner and saw the Minotaur. He thought to himself, he's gone crazy. He's completely lost his mind. Then, the Minotaur let out a loud scream, and he realized they had come here specifically to confront this monster. He put on the helmet, believing he was about to launch an attack on the Minotaur. Circling the monster from the side, he sprinted ahead, thinking, we need to get out of here, and fast. He ran at full speed, grabbing Lucio as he went. The Minotaur slammed his fist on the ground behind them, prompting MC to shout that he had activated the invisibility helmet. But why was this bull still chasing him? Lucio glanced back and yelled, "Heijun, this is all a thread. The Minotaur is following the thread." He then shouted, "Exactly, damn it. Lucio, break it quickly." She bit the thread with her teeth and shouted, "It's done." He smiled and replied, "Okay, he can't follow them." At that moment, the Minotaur appeared behind them and swung his weapon to attack. After that, he struck and screamed loudly. At that moment, the protagonist hid behind the wall and sighed, realizing they had almost been caught. He thought, even though the attacker didn't know where they were, he swung his axe powerfully, capable of chopping off their heads. How could he get past him? Wait, what was that wrapped around his arm? Lucio peeked around the corner and asked, "Hey, isn't that the tentacle creature we encountered earlier?" Just then, the monster on the Minotaur's body extended its tentacles in various directions. The protagonist exclaimed, "What are those?" To which Lucio replied, "Hajin." Perhaps that tentacled creature is controlling him, he wondered. He asked her if she thought that was the case. She reminded him of how they had possessed the man at the gate in Hind. He acknowledged that she was right. She suggested that if they could pull those tentacles out of him like last time, they might have a chance to win. He responded, saying it was easy for her to say. How did she propose to do that? He cried out in surprise, wondering why the walls of the labyrinth were moving again. Perhaps it was for the best, as it gave him time to slip through the crack. Looking ahead, he was taken aback to see Minos hanging from chains, suspended from the ceiling. Lucio pointed her finger at him and shouted, "Minos, Hajin, King Minos is there." He asked, "The missing king?" This revelation made things more complicated. He hadn't expected to find the king in the midst of a battle with the Minotaur. The invisibility helmet could only conceal two people, himself and Lucio. Even if he saves the king, he won't be able to escape the Horned One. He expressed his regret, saying he was truly sorry, but first he needed to escape. At that moment, he looked away in surprise and asked, "What? The status window?" It indicated that he must save King Minos from the Minotaur, and then he must listen to what the king has to say. He said, "Damn, listen to this old man too," Lucio asked. "How is he going to save Minos now?" He replied, "Right. Who knows when this labyrinth will change again?" She then asked, "Does that mean he'll fight the Minotaur too?" He waved his hand and responded that he wouldn't. He would just take the king to safety. In the meantime, he needs to distract the bull. She said that's what fighting him means. But if he attracts the monster's attention, who will save the king? He told her to guess. "Of course," she said, "Lucio." She placed her hands on her waist and asked, "What? What nonsense! How can Lucio save a man on his own when he's shorter than his foot?" He asked if she didn't say she was the tallest of the nymphs. She clenched her fists and replied that when they returned, she wanted to be properly rewarded for her efforts. He laughed lightly and said, "As you wish." Then he activated the suit. Time remaining 2 minutes, 59 seconds. He pushed off the floor, determined to try. Grabbing the chain, he screamed loudly, breaking it. He landed, cradling the king in his arms, and said, "Here, Lucio." She extended her hand forward and replied, "Good." At that moment, the Minotaur let out a deafening roar, and the main character realized he recognized that sound. He noticed them and screamed, "Lucio, she must fly." She shouted back that she was trying, turning around in fear. She saw the Minotaur charging after her. She screamed loudly, prompting the protagonist to move forward and ask where he was going. He better play with him. With those words, he struck the Minotaur on the head with his club and wondered why this fool had such a hard head. The Minotaur then turned to him and began swinging its axe. The protagonist gritted his teeth, pondering what kind of creature this was, swinging directly at him despite his invisibility helmet. Can it really see him? He looked closer at the monster and wondered if it was due to the tentacle eyes. If his assumptions were correct, those tentacles could see him even with the invisibility helmet. Damn it! He had planned to distract the monster for a while and then make his escape. All that remained was to finish it off. At that moment, the Minotaur swung its weapon in front of itself, and the protagonist thought, "Good, it's stuck in the ground." Seizing the opportunity, he swung his club with full force, delivering a powerful blow as he shouted for the creature to take it. Then, he smirked and said, "What, you don't like it, huh?" His victims hadn't wanted to die either. In the next moment, the Minotaur rose to its hooves, leaving the protagonist in shock. What, he survived? He thought, it can't be. Just then, a monster with a massive eye framed by teeth burst out of the Minotaur's mouth. The protagonist exclaimed, "Have so many of these creatures been inside me all this time?" He realized that from the very beginning, it wasn't he who controlled the Minotaur's body, but rather these tentacled creatures. Suddenly, the tentacles seized him, and he screamed for them to let go. He thought, "Are these creatures really trying to get inside me?" At that moment, Theseus shouted, "Hudgeon, you must duck!" With those words, he swung his weapon and leaped to attack. A bright light spread around them, and MC flew back, screaming loudly. Theseus jumped toward him and called out, "Hudgeon, are you hurt?" He answered, "Lord Theseus." Rising to his feet, he asked how he had managed to find them. He replied that he had followed their thread, which had now snapped. It seemed he had arrived just in time. At that moment, they looked at the Minotaur, whose body had transformed, and the protagonist wondered if the Minotaur's tentacles had united. The monster slammed its fist forward, prompting the protagonist to jump back and declare that he had become much faster. Theseus noted that this was clearly not the Minotaur he had faced before. He then pointed his weapon ahead and urged Hudgeon to escape from the area first. He unraveled his ball of thread, knowing that if he followed it, he would be able to escape. He acknowledged that even he couldn't handle the Minotaur alone. They needed to get out together and call for reinforcements to defeat it. Turning slightly, he revealed that he had intended to fight it one-on-one from the very beginning. He was surprised. Why is he so obsessed with the Minotaur? He replied that it was because of an achievement. In that realm, heroes who accomplish a certain feat can ascend to godhood. Among these achievements, defeating the Minotaur stands out as a top accomplishment. He rushed forward, declaring that he had already faced the beast once and now had the chance to become a god. The protagonist called out to him, and Theseus pondered that if this came to pass, Ariadne, who had abandoned him, would surely. The protagonist glanced at him and thought, "Wow, all the characters in mythology are clearly insane. Why is he so determined to become a god?" At that moment, the system reported that the suit had only 25 seconds of duration left. He thought, "Damn, the suit has almost run out of time." But now, the Minotaur is Theseus's problem. His task is to uncover the truth about King Minos. He reached out for the thread, believing he had already done enough. At that moment, Theseus engaged the monster, delivering another strike. Suddenly, the tentacles lunged toward him. He wondered if he had deflected its attack with his sword. In the next instant, he leaped to the side and, glancing ahead, realized with frustration that he had lost his sword. He frowned, realizing that the tentacles were striking from all sides, making it difficult to predict the trajectory of the attack. It was better to devise a strategy rather than charge in head-on. There it was. In the next moment, the monster let out a deafening scream and thrust its tentacles forward. Theseus, harnessing the speed of Athens, charged ahead, determined to keep pursuing it. Suddenly, the monster leaped directly in front of him. Theseus approached from the Minotaur's side, swung his hand, and then turned around, realizing he shouldn't have done so quickly. He found himself completely tangled up in his own two hooves. As the monster fell, Theseus moved closer and asked if it thought he couldn't attack without a sword. He was mistaken. His body is a weapon. With those words, he unleashed a powerful punch, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Then he remarked, "Pitiful freak, you died twice over a trivial matter." He needed to calm down. As he walked forward, the monster suddenly rose to its feet and, with a slight laugh, said, "No way. He can't just let go of such a wonderful host." He would tear his body until it resembled a tattered rag. Theseus frowned, contemplating how he remained alive even after enduring the might of Athens. He questioned, "What is he?" and laughed, admitting he didn't know what he was. What if he were his beloved Ariadne? He shouted her name, Ariadne, but quickly wondered how that could be possible. He realized he needed to calm down. It's a trap. Ariadne is now safe in Dionysius's palace, while the monster mocks him. He knows where Ariadne is, yet doubt lingers in his mind. He climbed onto the monster, extended his hand toward the girl, and asked, "Is this real? Is it really her?" She replied, "Theseus, my love." She was overjoyed to meet him again. He hugged her and insisted it couldn't be. This was the real Ariadne, and he would pull her away from this creature immediately. In that moment, she smiled wickedly and thanked him. The girl transformed into a monster, and he remarked that he had known it all along. People are funny. It only takes one seed of doubt for them to bring about their own destruction. Nevertheless, he felt grateful. All he needed was a new body, and he would gladly inhabit the form of a Greek hero. With that thought, he placed his tentacles into Theseus's mouth. Moments later, the protagonist rode forward and wondered, "Who is this?" He smiled and declared that by achieving greatness, one could become a god. In that case, this achievement would be his. He laughed heartily, holding Theseus in his arms, and thought of the fairy of the ending, Hajun. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly, and the monster on the ground remarked, "I thought he had run away. Why did he come back again?" MC declared, "Idiot, he didn't run away. It was a strategic move." As he spoke, he pointed a finger at himself. The monster retorted, "Damn, he just ran away." Then, the protagonist began crushing him with his foot, saying, "So, who wins now? Losers aren't allowed to speak, okay?" Theseus sat on the floor and exclaimed, "Unbelievable." He managed to kill the creature he couldn't defeat, even with the power of Athens. So the rumors were true. A strong newcomer had emerged. At that moment, the protagonist looked at him and, smiling, asked, "Is he all right, Lord Theseus?" Meanwhile, Lucio stood next to the king and inquired, "Hagen, when will he come? Is he really fighting again?" She noticed the headlights and shouted, "Hagen!" He smiled while sitting on his scooter and asked if she had been waiting long. Indignantly, she replied that she thought he had been killed. Was he not injured? He assured her that he was fine and told her not to scream. On his way, he encountered Lord Theseus. Then Theseus approached the king and asked what was wrong with him. "Is he all right?" Lucio replied that he was breathing, but still hadn't regained consciousness. Theseus inquired about their next steps. Should they wake him up? The protagonist responded that they needed to return first, noting that he didn't seem to have any serious injuries. At least there was medicine in the temple. Lord Theseus felt relieved. He was frankly delighted by it. This would certainly make it easier for him to complete his task. He reflected that, although it had happened a long time ago, this old man had attacked Athens, the land of his ancestors. He was the one who sacrificed 14 people to the Minotaur each year, but that was a long time ago. Enough time had passed for him to find forgiveness. The protagonist suggested that they should leave now. He believed that all that was left was to learn the truth about everything that had happened, and to receive his reward. After a while, MC placed his hands on his waist and remarked that it had taken them a long time to return. Lucio was surprised. Was Hajin really going to him just like that? He asked what was wrong. Damn old man. He had gone out of his way to bring him back, and he hadn't paid a dime. This was the truth he realized. King Minos sent offerings to Poseidon, and then the tentacles crawled into his body, heading straight for the sealed tomb inside the labyrinth. This disaster began with the Minotaur, or rather, with his body coming to life. In short, this tentacle monster is a mystery. The protagonist asked Lord Hephaestus, "Is he here?" He wondered what kind of creature this was, and why it was causing trouble everywhere. Hephaestus responded, "Wow, brother, so he's figured it all out already." The protagonist pointed at himself and replied that he had learned all the details of what happened on Crete. Hephaestus remarked that it was a good thing he had asked. They wouldn't be standing outside. He needed to go inside. He replied, "Yes, sir." After a while, they were all seated at the table when Hephaestus posed a question. The entire city was destroyed, and he even ventured into the labyrinth, where he killed the Minotaur and saved King Minos. He smiled as he explained that he had initially only intended to rescue the hostages, but events unfolded differently. Additionally, Mr. Theseus had played a crucial role in the rescue. Hephaestus smiled and remarked that he was still magnificent. First, he defeated the Sirens and Giants, and now the Minotaur. He could almost be considered a hero. Smiling awkwardly, he wondered what kind of hero he truly was. Lucio looked at him and said, "Hudgeon, if he likes it, he should say so." Hephaestus chimed in, acknowledging that he had done a great job regardless. After all, this task was partly his initiative. Then someone knocked on the door and the MC asked, "Is someone here?" He looked surprised, but he wasn't. He stood up and told the visitor to wait a moment, assuring him that he would be back soon. The protagonist replied, "Yes." Hephaestus then opened the door and mentioned that he actually had a guest. He advised that if the MC needed anything, he should come back later. Hermes said, "Brother Hephaestus, it's me, Hermes." Hephaestus was taken aback. "Little Hermes?" the protagonist asked. Lucio was equally surprised. "Did Mr. Hermes come here?" Hephaestus inquired. "Is it for a visit or something else?" "If it's about that task he asked me to do, it's going to take a while before it's finished." "Oh, did he send nectar again?" In response, he laughed and said that, unfortunately, he hadn't come for that reason or any other. He asked if he hadn't come to see him. Looking at the protagonist, he said, "Hagen." He then mentioned that his father was calling him and that he should follow him. Sometime later, on Olympus, the protagonist learned he had reached his destination. He paused near a majestic building and asked, "So this is the same Olympus?" He recalled seeing many tall structures during his time as a courier, but this was an unreal colossus. And there sat the father of the Greek gods. Olympus is the home of Zeus. At that moment, Lucio asked fearfully, "Hagen, what will they do?" He answered, "Of course, they have been working together all this time," she said, tears in her eyes. "But this time, it is completely different. This is Zeus, the current ruler of Olympus. He is the greatest god who won the war against the Titans." The protagonist lifted her into his arms, and as he walked forward, he mentioned that even he knew that Hermes had ordered him to take her along. She began waving her arms and exclaimed, "Can't he just say that I'm sick?" He replied that he couldn't, then asked why the stairs were so long. Finally, after climbing the stairs, Hermes waved to him and said, "Hagen, hurry up. They are already expecting you." He said their father wouldn't scold them. If anything, he wanted to praise them for their exploits. They shouldn't be so worried. Lucio was taken aback by the idea of praise. Then Hermes opened the doors and told them to get ready. The protagonist looked ahead seriously and thought they had to go. The protagonist covered his eyes with his hand, wondering what kind of light it was. Lucio squeezed her eyes shut and screamed, fearing she would go blind. In that moment, the main character thought that Zeus himself, the king of Olympus, stood right before him. The light was so blinding that he couldn't even look at it. Then Hermes expressed his gratitude for the work. He said that he could go. When asked if they would go alone, he looked at them and explained that their father had invited only them. Curious, they wondered why he was there. He stepped closer and added, "Oh right, Hajun, I wanted to tell him something. He did great all this time, exceeding all his expectations." The protagonist asked if he really installed the delivery app for him. He laughed and confirmed that it was true. He hoped he would fulfill future orders as well, and advised him not to hate the girl so much. Despite first impressions, she was actually kind. He replied, "That girl, is he talking about a thief? Where's the kindness in that?" He believed she was going to steal the lizard man's treasures. Is that what kind people do? He couldn't grasp the moral principles of the gods at all. Then Zeus asked, "Well, are they done introducing themselves to Hermes?" MC ran up to him and apologized for making him wait so long, Mr. Zeus. He replied, "No need. After all, this was their first time meeting Hermes, so he would turn a blind eye to it this time." He had heard a lot about Hajj and how he helped Hercules uncover the harbingers of disaster, resolved conflicts among the Norse gods, and even assisted his negligent successor. This job would be challenging even for those with divine blood in their veins. He truly is remarkable. He began to smile, scratching the back of his head, and then, feeling confused, he thanked him. Following this, Zeus added, "Of course, the little nymph next to him, Lucio." She looked surprised. He mentioned the name Lucio, Lord Zeus. She then leaped from the protagonist's arms, knelt down, and expressed that this was a great honor for her and for her entire family. The god then rose from his throne and added that they were likely tired after recently returning from Crete, so he would not keep them for long. He summoned them to bestow rewards. The protagonist thought to himself, rewards from Zeus himself. Could he finally become an S-rank hunter? Then the god extended his hand forward and, concentrating his energy, explained that this reward was prepared not only at the request of King Minos, but also to aid him before the impending disaster. He must accept it without hesitation. MC examined the object in his hand, surprised by what he saw. He asked about it, and the reply came. It was a glass. Initially, he had considered granting him the powers that others possessed, but he ultimately decided that this suited him better. Still, he wondered if it would truly be enough. Zeus laughed and urged him not to refuse. He has plenty of those things, the protagonist thought. No, he also wants power, not just a pretty trinket. Even Songjin, under the auspices of Ares, holds third place in the rankings. If he were to receive his father's power, Zeus, how high could he rise? Perhaps to second place? Or even to the most powerful position? The god extended his hand forward and said that he would wait for their next meeting. The MC was surprised. "Is that all? Can I exchange it for money?" he asked. The god replied, "No, you can't. You shouldn't even think about doing that. Now, you must go home." He directed energy at him, and the protagonist felt as though he was on the verge of being deformed. He extended his hand forward and shouted, "Why is this happening to me? I just want power." In the next moment, he vanished. Zeus, covering his face with his hands, began to laugh and said, "Exchange the reward for money?" Hermes had truly found a funny guy. At that moment, he heard a voice that reminded him of his own childhood. He turned and asked, "How long has Ra, the sun god, been here?" The voice replied, "Since Hermes brought this guy." Could this child really be the man from the prophecy? He asked, perhaps, but until now, he had acted as the prophecy foretold. Ray expressed his concern about whether he could bear this burden, knowing a merciless future awaited him. Zeus folded his arms and stated that there was no other way out. They could not alter the law of causality. The only person who could stop them was a child named Hadjin. Soon, dark figures began to gather around the ruined tower. One of them questioned why he had summoned them at such a tense moment, only to arrive an hour later himself. It wasn't even amusing. The man then offered an apology. Things had suddenly gone awry, and he had some urgent business to address. Hecate twirled a strand of her hair and asked if they hadn't waited too long. He knew he needed to get straight to the point. What issue could their dear friend possibly have that warranted this meeting? Sure, there were empty seats at the table, but those gathered here had taken the time to come because it was interesting. The man folded his hands in front of him and began to explain why he had called them together. Recently, the seeds that had sprouted on Crete had disappeared. She wondered if he was referring to the seeds they had sent during the last meeting. He mentioned that he had lost all contact with them, explaining that their bodies had been damaged before they could properly spread. Charon then asked what the problem was. The Minotaur would have drawn attention regardless. He explained that the issue wasn't merely his death, but rather who was responsible for it. He inquired if, in discussing the critical matter, they might consider Poseidon or Theseus as suspects. However, he clarified that neither was the case. He was just an ordinary man. He wasn't a hero of legend, but an ordinary man. Charon spread his arms and asked, "A man from Earth?" He thought he could believe that. He replied that it wasn't a matter of whether they believed him or not. It really happened. Bepar then questioned if they wanted to change their plans because of some man. He replied, "No way. He just wants them to keep that in mind. Even a small flap of wings, seemingly insignificant, could one day return as a great typhoon." With that, the meeting came to an end. They must each do their part. After a while, the protagonist picked up the bottle and expressed his hope for more when he learned about the ruler of Trifle. He gazed at the item, a ball containing the spirit of Zeus, which grants immunity to lightning and bestows favor from all spirits. He thought to himself, but it's still a wonderful thing, right? Just then, Lucio flew up to him and asked what he was doing there. He still hadn't eaten it. He replied that he was just about to. Then, he put it in his mouth, prompting Lucio to worry and ask what was wrong with it. Was there something wrong with the ball? He gave her a thumbs up and said it was delicious. She then asked if he really wanted to die. After spending some time at the aquarium, Lucio placed her hands on the glass and exclaimed, "Wow, look over here. There are so many fish," he replied. "Of course, it's an aquarium." She then ran ahead, excitedly pointing out, "Look at those huge fish." He cautioned her, saying, "Hey, you shouldn't run around like that. Otherwise, she might bump into someone." He thought she had been pestering him all along about wanting to come here. Last night, as MC was watching TV, he remarked that it was so funny. Lucio approached him and said she had been thinking about this for a long time. He looked at her and said, "Little one, you're blocking the TV." What does she want? She asked if he had really forgotten. He promised to reward her for all her efforts on Crit, but he replied that he had already bought her enough goodies. In response, she began stamping her foot and screaming that it wasn't enough. He sat up and said, "Hey, the neighbors downstairs can hear you. So what else does she want?" She took the remote control, pointed it at the TV, and shouted that's what she wants. The oceanarium, which had just opened, is where she wants to go with him. He thought that sometimes a walk would be nice too. Meanwhile, Lucio continued to look around and exclaimed, "Wow, there are so many different species." She never expected it to be this big. He mentioned that the oceanarium truly deserves its popularity, and the scale is indeed impressive. "Oh, that's a whale shark," he said, noting that it's even larger in person. As he watched the creature, he wondered where it was headed. Suddenly, the whale shark crashed into the glass and he shouted, "What's going on here?" He was surprised to see all the fish swimming toward them. The little girl pointed and exclaimed, "Mom, look at all the fish that came here." The protagonist thought, "Damn, there's going to be a crowd." Lucio pressed her hands against the glass, her heart racing. "Hey, are they trying to scare everyone here?" They needed to disperse. At that moment, the fish swam away from them. The main character approached Lucio and called out to him, reassuring him not to worry. She scolded the others, saying that now they wouldn't scare anyone. Just then, the boy pointed ahead and said, "Mom." Meanwhile, the girl began talking to the fish. The protagonist thought to himself, "Damn, they're attracting attention." He then picked up Lucio in his arms and said they needed to get out of there first. She asked, "Why, Hajin?" He replied, "What do you mean, why? You're attracting too much attention." She wondered aloud, "Am I standing out that much?" He replied that although her wings weren't visible to others, if she continued to act this way, they would discover she was a nymph and could potentially harm her. Nymphs fascinated people, and he believed there were many hunters in the world, each with unique abilities. Some were said to possess psychometry, enabling them to see the past simply by looking at a photograph. If she suddenly found herself in the media spotlight, he couldn't even begin to imagine the consequences. Lucio then grabbed her headdress and asked what they should do next. Were they going to catch her now? He responded that it wasn't a certainty until it actually happened. She just needed to be more careful in the future. After that, he released her and inquired about what was next. She wanted to be here so badly that she had already seen everything. Wouldn't it be nice to rest for a while and then explore again? However, she replied that everything was fine and that she had seen enough. Then she pointed ahead and told them to go there. Hajin was surprised. At the dolphinarium, after a while, the audience settled into their seats. The host announced, "Attention, dear visitors, the show will start very soon." Lucio took a seat and exclaimed, "The beluga whale. She wants to see it so much." The protagonist turned to her and asked, "Does she like them that much?" She looked at him and asked if he knew that in ancient times, fishermen mistook beluga whales for mermaids. He responded, "Mermaids?" After her words, he felt a sense of unease. She then asked if it was because of those sirens. In that case, she reassured him, there's nothing to worry about. Although they are similar in some ways, they are completely different species. He said, "That's how it is." The host then added that they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. "Dear guests, the show is starting." The protagonist looked ahead and urged her to pay attention. To his surprise, he thought, a girl. So Yun stepped forward and announced, "The pride and symbol of our aquarium. The fantastic beluga whale show starts right now." The protagonist thought to himself, "This is Hermes' thief." Just then, Lucio pointed ahead and asked, "What is she doing here?" The main character scratched his cheek and replied that he didn't know. Perhaps this was her main job? Meanwhile, the crowd was shouting, "Soyun, we've been waiting for you." He couldn't help but think, who are these idiots? The crowd was shouting Soyun's name, expressing their love for her. The protagonist remarked that it was overwhelming. Soyun then winked and thanked everyone for attending, promising them a sea of new impressions. As she spoke, she noticed the protagonist and was taken aback, wondering what he was doing there. He waved at her, and she thought to herself, what an idiot. She covered her face with her hands, feeling a wave of dread. She couldn't believe he was seeing her like this. In fact, the costume wasn't much different from her usual appearance, but it felt so tight. The audience was taken aback. They wondered, does she look different? Is she feeling unwell? Will she not perform today? The show was about to start again, and he had come here to watch, right? She thought to herself, exactly. She had to perform. Suddenly, a beluga whale swam up to her and asked if they weren't performing today. Did she want to be fired? She replied, a beluga whale? Even she couldn't believe it. Then she raised her finger and thought it didn't matter anymore. She shouted that the show was starting just as the beluga whale leaped out of the water. Soyeon jumped in alongside it, and together they began performing tricks. Afterward, she asked if she hoped the audience liked everything. The MC responded, saying the nymph was so exciting. The audience cheered, calling out Soyeon's name, showing their love for her. Lucio watched in surprise. Some audience members were even crying. The protagonist asked if these were tears of joy, and it certainly seemed that way. Then Soyeon pointed out a beluga whale, suggesting that it should shoot the water cannon at those hooligans. Just then, the creature released water directly onto the audience, and Soyeon encouraged them to applaud the beluga whale for its excellent performance. The protagonist asked if she did this on purpose. Lucio replied, most definitely. Then Soyeon added that those were all the numbers they had prepared for them, and that they were asking visitors to head to the exit. At that moment, an energy sphere shot toward the center of the dolphinarium, and Lucio shouted in surprise, "Hey Jin, what is that?" He was surprised. An earthquake? At that moment, Soyeon wondered where it had come from. She shouted for the guests to head to the emergency exit as quickly as possible. People were screaming for help, urging everyone to run faster. The protagonist grabbed the nymph and, rushing forward, exclaimed that they needed to escape quickly as well. The building is on the verge of collapse. He glanced to the side and thought, wait, is that the gate to the dungeon? After a while, they found themselves in a cave. The protagonist, rubbing his head, muttered, my head. Then he looked up and exclaimed, damn, this gate, where did this suddenly come from? He looked around and shouted, Lucio, where is she? Frustrated, he thought, damn it, did she really get thrown somewhere else? She said she was here. Turning to her, he expressed his concern, saying that she scared him. Why are you lying there? He asked, realizing she had screamed because Hajun had crushed her. She picked up a stone engraved with symbols, and MC asked if she recognized it. She replied that she had definitely seen this writing before, but the stone was so badly damaged that she couldn't decipher the text. However, she was certain they needed to leave quickly. The damage to the artifact indicated that it was extremely dangerous in this area. He noted that they were clearly at risk as long as she remained inside the gate. However, he reassured himself that there was no need for excessive worry. He believed the gate had opened not in the suburbs, but right in the heart of Seoul, specifically at the aquarium, where a large crowd had gathered. In no more than half an hour, perhaps even less, the hunters would arrive to rescue the civilians. He pointed to the side, instructing them to wait in a safe location until then. Additionally, he mentioned the possibility of finding other civilians trapped at the gate. Lucio questioned whether he was simply going to sit there. He looked at her, then hid behind a rock. She followed his example and asked what was going on. Is something wrong? He replied that his internal danger radar was activated. Just then, a girl fell to the ground and he thought, a civilian. The girl was begging for help, screaming that they had no idea what this place was. The girl next to her screamed. They had gone out for a walk, but were unlucky enough to end up at the gate. The Triton aimed his trident at her and ordered her to be quiet, warning that if she made any more noise, he would send them straight to the sea god. He then turned around and announced that they had found 2 more here. The other Triton praised their efforts, suggesting they tie them up and take them to the castle. The protagonist was taken aback, asking, are they sirens? Lucio replied, Tritons. The protagonist then inquired about the difference between the two. She explained that while both are formidable sea warriors, only females can be sirens, whereas mermaids can have male counterparts as well. These are the very same Tritons. At that moment, one of the Tritons said, Captain, there is a broken tombstone here as well. The girl shouted that they knew nothing about it, and the girl next to her added, that's right. They suffered themselves. In response, the captain struck the ground with his trident and commanded them to be quiet. They will take them to the castle, where they will decide what to do with them. After that, the main character emerged from behind the stone and urged Lucio to follow them. She placed her hands on her cheeks and asked, didn't he say that if they just waited in shelter, the hunters would come and save them? He extended his hands and replied, true, but that doesn't mean they should just leave these people in trouble. He thought that since the gates at the aquarium were open, children could have gotten in as well. He couldn't just sit and watch this unfold, so he walked forward, noticing a light and wondering if this could really be the exit. As he looked ahead, he was taken aback and thought, what the hell? Am I dreaming? Lucio, still holding the stone in her hands, expressed that she understood everything, the words inscribed on it. She recalled where she had seen it before. Once upon a time, there was a region where humanity thrived, a place where civilization first arose. However, the gods despised this city and ultimately destroyed it, the underwater city of Atlantis. The protagonists were taken aback, exclaiming, "Atlantis, how did we even end up here? Aren't the underground and Atlantis two different things?" The nymph looked at him and replied that underwater valleys could be more perilous than the depths themselves. The Tritons were unaware of who had shattered the stone tablets, which meant they might be facing a more formidable enemy. What will they do, Hajun? Will they return to the cave? He took out a bag and suggested they should first try to penetrate as deeply as possible, believing it would be beneficial. After some time, Triton saluted and praised him for a job well done. He then inquired if they had encountered anything unusual near the city. They replied no, nothing at all. Just then, Triton turned to the group and pointed out that the people behind him were criminals, claiming that Earthlings were wandering through their cave. They were surprised. They didn't even have tails. Could it really be them? He replied, no, they are too weak to be that. However, for now, they needed to be taken into custody. He agreed, saying, yes. At that moment, Lucio pointed forward and asked Hajun if he had heard them just now. He replied, yes, fortunately, they're not planning on doing anything to them yet. She turned to him and said, apparently, the newts themselves don't understand what's going on. Will they be able to solve this problem if they talk to them? He folded his arms and asked, talk to them. He considered that even with the lizard men, they had managed to resolve issues peacefully without resorting to violence. However, if hunters and newts clashed now, a lot of blood would surely be spilled. What a shame. Not only did he need to find a way to negotiate with them, but he also had to figure out how to prevent a conflict. He needed to resolve the misunderstanding before the hunters arrived. Clutching his head, he wondered if he should just let them fight. Meanwhile, a delivery order came in on his phone. He pulled out his device and asked, but why now? The nymph inquired about what had happened this time. Imagine a time when so many people ended up in prison. When will the other hunters arrive here? Based on past events, those newts were searching for whoever destroyed the tombstones in the cave. If Hermes' hunter can negotiate with the ruler of Atlantis, all the hostages will be able to escape safely. She then said, from now on, even if I disappear somewhere, I will always find a way back. He mustn't tell anyone about it. He asked if she would disappear, and her response was simple. She showed him the sphere and said that she always has a plan. After some time, the ruler of Atlantis sat on the throne. The Triton then asked, is this the captain of the guard, Flops? Can he come in? He asked if it was him. He must come in. Did anything strange happen during the patrol? He placed his hand on his chest and said that inside the sacred cave, they found unconscious people. The ruler was surprised. People? He asked, referring to those who live on land. Yes, that's right, he answered. The ruler scratched his beard and wondered how landlubbers could have ended up in Atlantis. Could they somehow be connected to the recent strange phenomena? He replied that they were still investigating but had a feeling that wasn't the case. They didn't resist. They were so weak that they could all be defeated by one of their warriors. The ruler said he understood and would take a look at these people himself later. He did a good job, he replied. Yes, Your Majesty. He left the room, and the ruler asked what was happening, noting the tombstones that had been holding up the barrier, now destroyed, allowing people to enter. He wondered if all of this was connected. Just then, MC approached him and asked if he saw that help was needed. A delivery man from the gods had arrived, and the nymph clung to his leg, calling out, Lucio! The ruler thought in surprise. A human? He asked. How did he get in here? He laughed softly and mentioned that he offered express delivery for an extra fee. The ruler thought it was a strange job. Lucio remarked that they weren't really express delivery. The protagonist glanced at her and replied that in times like these, one could lie. The ruler considered how he didn't seem particularly strong. So, how had he managed to get past the guards? Then he asked if he could take a closer look at what was hanging on his belt. He pointed to the bag and, curious, asked if she thought he had bought something without her knowledge. He grabbed the bag and questioned why she would think he was crazy enough to buy something he might not need in the future. He examined the contents of the bag, the scooter, the baton, and the bow that Chiron had given him, along with the golden apple he received during the meeting with Atalanta. Originally, he had planned to give her the apple, but he had changed his mind. The ruler shouted in surprise, exclaiming, "A golden apple! But how did he manage that?" He asked what was happening when Lucio raised her index finger and said, "By the way, Hajun, Atlantis was founded by the descendants of Atlant." He spoke seriously, glancing at the golden apple and realizing he hadn't received any reward for it. So, he decided to keep the apple for himself. Perhaps the ruler knew he was supposed to give it to Atlant. Then the ruler told him to wait, suggesting there had been a misunderstanding. As the ruler approached, the protagonist screamed in fear. Damn! He thought, the ruler is a despised descendant bowing his head before the envoy of his great ancestor. Shouldn't he be the one bowing? The ruler knelt before him and expressed that he never imagined he would meet someone who had seen the ancestors. He requested permission to bow his head once more on behalf of the people of Atlantis. The protagonist raised his hand and replied, "No, Your Highness, why create such an awkward situation?" At that moment, Soyen asked, "What do you mean by that?" The protagonist spoke again, and Soyen screamed. What did he do to make the great ruler of Atlantis kneel before him? He pondered this as he thought of Hermes' hunter Soyen. He asked if she was also in Atlantis. She replied that now was not the time to discuss it unless they hurried. At that moment, the doors swung open, revealing a bright light. The protagonist thought in surprise, "What? There was a cave in that direction?" The one they had ended up in. Soyen placed her hands on her chest and said that the hunters and the newts would soon run into each other. Meanwhile, Doyen looked at the gate and remarked that such a large flood couldn't have happened right in the center of Seoul. At the aquarium, where many people had gathered, a gate had opened. He thought about how the difficulty level of the dungeons had also started to increase rapidly. So many strange things had been happening lately when a worker ran up to him exclaiming, "He's here, Hunter Doyen." He asked, "What's the situation?" He replied that they hadn't seen any signs of it before the gate appeared, and at least 50 civilians had already entered. When he asked about the difficulty level they were expecting, the response was that, according to the sensors, the dungeon was at least level 7. He inquired about the danger level, and upon hearing it was indeed level 7, he realized that if this gate truly was that level, the dungeon's difficulty would be comparable to the one in Hande, where the entire guild had been defeated. In that case, entering the gate with so many people would be tantamount to disaster. Then the worker turned to Captain Doyen and asked what he would do. He paused for a moment before deciding to first request reinforcements from the leader. He wondered if this group would truly be able to clear the dungeon. He clarified that wasn't their primary goal. Instead, they aimed to gather information and rescue civilians. Once reinforcements arrived, they could launch a full attack, so they needed to avoid overextending themselves. Everyone needed to be cautious. He believed that if they hesitated, the casualties would only rise. They had to save at least one person first. Then, he entered the dungeon with the rest of the group, reflecting on how the third team from the Young One Guild had successfully entered. One of the guild members called out, "Captain, this looks like a cave," he replied. "First, we need to find any traces the civilians might have left." They had to be very careful as they ventured deeper into the cave. To their surprise, they spotted a light ahead. They shouted, "There's a light ahead!" Doyen covered his eyes with his hand and said, "Maybe something will come out of there. We need to be ready." He peered ahead and wondered, are they on the seabed? Then how could they breathe? Suddenly, he heard a voice begging for mercy. At that moment, the Triton captain shouted for them to follow him. Silently, Doyen thought, are those guys some kind of monsters? This was the first time he had seen anything like this. He ran forward and shouted, "Okay, everyone prepare to attack. We must save the civilians from the monsters." At that moment, the captain noticed him and thrust his fist forward, their fists meeting in a powerful clash. Doyen realized they were able to deflect even a sudden blow. These are not simple creatures. The Nanoot screamed, "What? Those people attacked them." The captain warned them to be careful. Attackers are different from prisoners. Doyen wondered if these monsters spoke their language as they repelled the assault. They were strong, and then he charged, shouting that they must fight with all their might. At that moment, Doyen wondered in surprise, what is that shadow? Suddenly, the ruler appeared right in front of them and said, "Come on, they must stop fighting. This concerns everyone." The captain shouted, "Your Majesty, what is he doing here?" the guild girl asked, noting that he was huge. Her colleague wondered if that meant he was a boss monster. The main character replied that they didn't need to fight each other. Doyen looked at him in surprise, folded his arms, and suggested negotiating. He thought to himself, a delivery man for the gods. After a while, the girl announced that the hunters had come to save them, and another girl beside her expressed her gratitude. The protagonist observed the unfolding situation and felt relieved that the negotiations between the humans and the newts had been successful. The hostages held in the palace were released. Lucio then looked at him and asked, "Are you okay?" He looked surprised. What do you mean? She replied. Come to think of it, he saved the humans, so why are they the ones receiving gratitude? He responded, oh, come on. The most important thing is that everyone is alive and well. So, what's the point of gratitude that doesn't involve money? She objected. But at that moment, Soyeon replied, that doesn't mean they worked for nothing. All of this was done to prevent conflict between the newts and humans, right? The protagonist expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that they were able to halt the battle thanks to her help. Just then, Do-yeon rushed over and shouted, Lord Hajin, we survived because of you. He turned to Do-yeon and asked if he had managed to convince the newts. Do-yeon hesitated before responding. You could say he's my assistant. She reacted with indignation. What assisted? He began serving Hermes after her doy and asked Hermes. MC covered Soyeon's mouth and told him not to pay attention, as she sometimes likes to lie. He responded, I understand. Then he said he apologizes, but asked if he could find out what was going on here. The protagonist expressed uncertainty about how he accidentally fell into this gate, but he was certain they would encounter other monsters. He pondered aloud, asking if they could request the guild to send hunters with psychometry. Seyoon inquired about this, and the protagonist questioned why she was giving orders, noting that she was a thief. She claimed to be more experienced than him, so he should keep quiet. As they entered the gate, she added that during his report, Captain Flop mentioned the broken tombstones. This was all part of maintaining the barrier in Atlantis. The protagonist asked, the barrier? Is that it? She confirmed, saying that someone had broken the tombstones that support the barrier because they were planning to bury Atlantis underwater. Do-yeon explained that a hunter with psychometry could identify who was behind this from the broken tombstones. He understood the urgency and would send a request immediately. Then he ran to the rest of the guild, shouting for them to send civilians to the gate and to request reinforcements. Immediately, Nymph asked Hajun if something was wrong or if something was bothering him. He replied, not really, and then glanced at his phone screen. It displayed a message stating that he must find the cause of the strange events happening in the city within a time limit of 8 hours. The reward was the treasures of Atlantis. He wondered if those who had destroyed the tombstones were truly behind everything. What the ruler of Atlantis asked him to discover sounded different. An hour ago, the ruler had folded his arms over his chest and stated that, as he claimed, the conflict between humans and the newts had been averted. Now, he wanted him to complete the task he had entrusted to him. Recently, the newts had become more aggressive, and strange incidents sometimes occurred when they attacked one another. The protagonist questioned why the newts were present seemingly without reason. He explained that initially, they regained their senses after about half an hour, but now they are transforming into uncontrollable monsters driven by anger. Kemsi expressed that this is a significant issue and wondered if he didn't find their behavior strange. He replied, come to think of it, even before everyone started going crazy, the newts mentioned they heard eerie singing. The protagonist thought, singing? I've heard that somewhere before. Then the ruler urged him to uncover what had caused these events. If he didn't act quickly, Atlantis would be destroyed. In the present, he believed the ruler had asked him to investigate this matter for an unknown reason. It didn't seem related to the tombstones, suggesting that perhaps no monster was targeting Atlantis. Just then, Suyeon approached him and mentioned she was planning to go to the cave where the tombstones were located. Lucio then expressed his desire to accompany her. The protagonist grabbed her and said he would search elsewhere, mentioning he had some ideas. She hesitantly replied that she would have to think about it. Meanwhile, Songjin looked at the gate in surprise and asked if all the civilians who had entered had returned. The worker replied that he had counted them all. Songjin then questioned why he always mentioned needing reinforcements. The worker replied that the captain had requested reinforcements to save the civilians. Songjin wondered if the situation had truly changed. Given that they had asked for backup, it was clear this was an unusual circumstance. Then, Aaron asked what they should do next. He responded that, for now, they would proceed as planned. Even though the situation had improved, they remained uncertain about what might happen next. He recalled that, according to the reports, this gate was classified as level 7. Fortunately, he had managed to get the civilians to safety. However, a level 7 designation could indicate a potential breach into the dungeons if they weren't careful. He then shouted that they must enter the gate immediately. Since the gate is level 7, they must be cautious and follow the instructions carefully. He thought they needed to clear the dungeon as soon as possible. Then he stepped forward and said, well now then. At that moment, Do-yeon emerged from the gate and shouted, they're finally out. The guild leader exclaimed, Do-yeon, what is he doing here? Has he already cleared the dungeon? He asked. Yes, came the reply. However, the situation was a bit more complicated. He pondered how to explain everything. Finally, he mentioned that they had encountered the god's delivery man in the dungeon. Songjin was taken aback. What? The delivery man? He explained what happened, and that's how it all ended. Songjin folded his arms and said, I understand. He thought about newts and wondered if these mythical creatures really existed. Then he continued, but he asked for a hunter with psychometry to be sent here. For what purpose? He replied, these tombstones are needed to support the dungeon, but they were destroyed. The god delivery assistant requested that a hunter with the necessary abilities be summoned to investigate. Aaron questioned why this was necessary. Songjin wondered what she was thinking. She replied that if they destroyed the remaining tombstones, the dungeon would be cleared as well, right? Do-yoon thought to himself, yeah, right. After a while, the newts began to move through the cave. Soo-yoon pointed out, there they are, the tombstones that support the Dome of Atlantis. Flops added, there used to be 4 tombstones in the cave, but now only 1 remains. So-yoon was surprised and exclaimed, there's only 1 left. Flops replied, but even that one is damaged. By protecting it just before the attack, they barely managed to prevent it from being completely destroyed. She asked if they hadn't figured out who was responsible. He turned away and replied that they had found some traces. They should bring that thing, he added. Then the newt brought the item and said, here. Soo-yoon asked, what is it? He replied that it was part of the tentacle that had tried to destroy the tombstone. Flops mentioned that they had never seen such monsters in Atlantis before and believed someone must have released this creature. Soo-yoon smiled, pondering the horror before her. She had visited worlds filled with various mythologies, but this was the first time she had encountered something like this. Perhaps Ha-jun would know more. No, this idiot definitely knows something. Even now, he's trying to deceive her. And why is she the only one expected to investigate what happened here? With these thoughts racing through her mind, she clutched her head, prompting Flops to ask if she felt unwell. She believed she would surely earn a reward for this. Meanwhile, Ha-jun and the guild members entered the cave. Songjin asked if this was a cave above the sea. Al-Rin replied that it resembled the cave in Hongdae. Do-yoon expressed concern, questioning whether it was really safe for the 3 of them to enter. Songjin pointed out that they had already entered, so there was no need to ask. He assured them that the newts weren't enemies. He replied, but as Al-Rin had mentioned earlier, they might be able to destroy this place by taking down the remaining tombstones. He agreed, perhaps. However, it wasn't just anyone who had asked them for this favor. It was the god delivery man. He must have had a compelling reason for it. With her weapon in hand, Al-Rin stepped forward and urged them to be on guard. There was someone up ahead, and she noticed the lights drawing closer. Songjin readied his weapon and asked, so this is a dungeon after all, right? We must be prepared for battle. If we see anything strange, we need to attack immediately. Then So-yoon called out, Do-yoon, are you back so soon? He thought, the god delivery man's assistant? Songjin looked at her and asked if he knew her. He replied that he hadn't explained anything to him. It was the girl who was the god delivery man's assistant. Ah-rin wondered if she worked with him, noting that she didn't look all that strong. Flops mentioned that they hadn't seen these people before. So-yoon stepped forward and reassured them, saying they weren't enemies. Songjin thought to himself, so there really are talking mutes here. He then added that he had been informed about what had happened. This is his first time collaborating with creatures of a different species, but their guild will provide all the support they can. So-yoon stepped forward and said, okay. They mentioned bringing in someone with psychometry. The captain confirmed that they had sent a request to the association, and a person with those abilities would arrive soon. She asked, is that right? But they needed him right now. She believed they could only solve the problem by discovering who the tentacle belonged to. Then Songjin asked if she was working with the god's delivery man, Ha-jin. But where had he gone alone? She spread her arms wide and replied that she didn't know. She could only speculate based on his words. He had gone there alone and remarked, I see, a truly unpredictable person. Then, in a moment of surprise, he shouted, where did they get that? So-yoon wondered if he was referring to the part of the creature that had smashed the tombstone. It became clear that they needed someone with psychometry to identify the individual who had released this creature. Ah-rin asked if this was what she thought. Songjin confirmed, saying, that's right. It's a creature from the Hyundai Gate. Lu Shio then shouted indignantly, Ha-jin, where are you going? This is the area where the aggressive mermaids and mermen live, isn't it? Ha-jin replied, right. It really is creepy here. She responded, but that's not the word. She shouted that she was scared by the way they were looking at her. He replied that they probably thought they had come with bad intentions. She added that everyone had terrible expressions on their faces. The protagonist thought they didn't resemble the mermen from the palace at all. Their expressions were truly frightening. Lucio questioned why they had even come here, reminding them that they had been warned anyone who caused trouble would be isolated from others. He asked if she truly believed what the merman had told them. She replied, pointing out that they had no reason to lie. After all, they would only suffer if they failed to find whoever was behind all of this. He acknowledged that this was true. They were only meant to save the civilians, so they could simply refuse the reward and return home. However, the well-being of Atlantis now depended on the mermaids and the Tritons. He believed that if the dome vanished, the inhabitants would perish. No matter how long they lived on the ocean floor, they would ultimately perish, unable to withstand the water pressure. Then he looked up and asked, "But what if this isn't what the culprit is after?" She responded, "Are you suggesting that he's hiding something from us?" He claimed that if he wanted to, he could destroy the tombstone and enchant the Tritons in the palace, but not those living in the slums. This would make it easier for him to control the guards and gain access for himself. So why did he provoke aggression among those who live here? Lucio asked Hajun if that meant he believed there was an entirely different reason behind these events. He raised his index finger and replied, "Exactly." He knew the mega elite nymph would be sharp. She folded her arms and questioned, "But how will they act if they only have guesses? They need solid evidence." Then she paused, noticing a sound. "Hajun, what is that?" she asked. Suddenly, a powerful explosion erupted in front of them. The villagers were screaming in chaos, a full-blown riot. "We need to call the guards. They have to save themselves," the protagonist thought. This meant the Newts were heading their way. Lucio clenched her fists and said, "Hajun, it seems he was right." He asked, "What do you mean?" She replied, "Didn't you hear? There's a strange singing." He recalled the ruler mentioning testimonies from young mermaids and newts who had heard eerie singing. He thought to himself, exactly. The ruler claimed that this song could only be heard by children like Lucio. He wondered if she knew where it was coming from. She swam forward and pointed, saying, "From there." She pointed her finger at the door and said, "The sound is coming from here." The protagonist looked at the door and asked, "An underground prison? Are you sure this is the right place?" She replied confidently, "I'm sure of it. My nymphadar pointed this way." In the next moment, they quickly hid behind the wall. The protagonist exclaimed, "Damn it, they're rebelling again. We need to stop them quickly." "Won't the newts target them?" Lucio responded, saying she had already told him not to worry about it. He retorted, "What nonsense." Just then, an inhabitant behind bars screamed for them to let him out of there. It wasn't his fault. He looked at the protagonist and screamed, "Their tails? A human? How did a human get here?" He thought this place was so terrible that it couldn't even compare to where the Earth's civilians were kept. Now it made sense why the inhabitants of Atlantis were escaping. He walked on, and Lucio mentioned that the singing continued to come from this direction. He noted that they had hit a wall, placing his hand against it, as he wondered how he could use his suit to break through. To his surprise, the wall began to slide apart. He asked, "What?" It looked like a secret door. Puzzled, he looked ahead and exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" Inside, Ariel was chained up, begging them to kill her. In Norse mythology, even Helheim, the afterlife, has its own version of Christmas. Hel hung the skull on the tree and declared, "That's it. The Christmas tree is ready, all thanks to one person's stubbornness." She insisted, "Ganglote must see how beautiful the tree is. Santa will come and be delighted by such beauty." However, Ganglot looked at the decorations and remarked that she thought he would be shocked rather than delighted. "These decorations are terrible, embodying true Helheim style." Then, Ganglet placed his hand on his chest and declared that this tree is truly perfect, Miss Hel. Of course, he believes that if it were tidied up a bit, it would be even more beautiful. Ganglat asked when he arrived. Hel jumped up and down joyfully, exclaiming, "This is perfect for Helheim. Santa must come." Ganlote then placed her hand on her chest and said, "Miss Hel, I apologize, but can Santa really reach such a place? After all, this is the world of the dead." She answered, but Santa insisted he had not neglected any child. She was obedient and deserved a present as well. Ganglote found her confusion quite endearing. Then Hel shouted that Santa would definitely come here this year. "Come on!" Her subordinates exchanged glances, and as they stood in the hallway, Ganglot thoughtfully asked what they should do next. The lady eagerly awaited Santa's arrival, knowing she would be very disappointed if he didn't come. Ganglot responded that he would honestly say Santa doesn't exist. She questioned his sanity, and he asked what their options were. After a moment of thought, she suggested that they create Santa themselves. He was surprised. Santa wasn't a robot. How could she suggest they make one? She replied that there were many different people in Helheim, and perhaps one of them would be suitable. He responded that he didn't even know where to begin. Sometime later, in the Helheim gym, Sigurd was lifting weights when he asked, "They say they're looking for someone to play Santa Claus." The gang replied, "That's right. They think his nobility makes him the perfect candidate." He lowered the weights, pointed at himself, and said, "That's interesting. Okay, he'll be Santa's first choice," Sigurd added. "But there are conditions. He can't be Santa in just his damn underwear." He asked what was wrong with his muscles looking the best this way. She replied that he was just a naked Santa Claus who traditionally wears red clothes. She pointed to the suit Ganglotti was holding and asked him to try it on, please. He responded that he couldn't believe he had to wear such a huge fur coat. The butler extended his hand and said, "Mr. Sigurd, you shouldn't talk nonsense. Just put it on." After putting on the suit, he asked how it looked and if it suited him. Ganglotti inquired if that seemed quite plausible. Sigurd laughed and said that with a body like that, anything would fit him perfectly. They should go. He's about to surprise Mistress Hell right now. Ganglot put her hands in front of her and told him to calm down first. He was surprised, and then the suit on his body tore. He laughed and shouted that he was sorry. His muscles were just too fond of fresh air. Ganglot thought this candidate was not suitable. Then Maud Good was surprised to become Santa. The second candidate was Maud Good. She said she would certainly like to help, but would they be able to get a suit in her size? Ganglot replied that a suit could always be made, but Maud Good didn't look like Santa at all. Ganglot agreed that the second candidate was also not suitable. Ganglot couldn't believe there was no suitable candidate. Ganglot expressed that she knew she would have to tell the mistress the truth. Maud asked if the person playing Santa was nearby. Ganglot then inquired about who she was referring to. She replied that it was the two of them. When Maud asked if they should become Santa, she confirmed it was indeed the two of them. They decided to take on this task to preserve Lady Hell's childhood dreams. After a moment, a dressed-up Sigurd appeared, holding a gift in his hand and cheerfully exclaimed, "Lady Hell, Merry Christmas." A small version of Maud adjusted her hair and congratulated Lady Hell. The ruler placed her hands on her waist and expressed her delight that they had come to her Christmas party. They all hoped to have fun as the feast began. She asked, "But where is he?" Ganglotti and Modgood replied that they had come to meet Santa Claus. She happily inquired, "Is he really coming?" At that moment, Sigurd approached Modgood and mentioned that he had heard the two would dress up as Santa. He asked if she thought it would work. She replied that she didn't know, but she would find out soon. Then the doors opened and a voice rang out. "Santa Claus!" Sigurd exclaimed. "Here they come!" Ganglotti chimed in with a cheerful, "Merry Christmas!" Sigurd thought to himself that anyone would recognize it was Ganglotti. Just then, Hell joyfully ran forward and shouted, "Santa!" He finally arrived, saying he brought a special gift for the good girl. "Hooray!" she replied excitedly. As he opened the gift, he encouraged her to take a look. She gazed at the item and exclaimed that it was just the kind of toy snowman she had wanted. Grateful to him, she felt that this was the best Christmas of her life. She was having so much fun. It was time to stop the Ganglotti. They tried so hard to fulfill her silly wish, but when the butler asked, she hugged him and said she knew Santa didn't exist. So, she hadn't really been expecting him at all. She had heard that people's dads dressed up as Santas, and that gave her hope. She wondered about the father who had left her here. Ganglotti asked, "Is Lady Hell talking about Loki now?" The ruler turned around and replied that everything was fine now. She realized once again that there were dear people around her, and she felt very grateful to them all. Sometime later, she lay in bed, placing her snowman next to her, and said that today had been a very joyful day. "Good night, Rudolph." She thought she hadn't seen her father at all this year, but she felt no regret. However, a scream startled her. "Quiet, girl," she yelled, recalling a moment when she had once thought she saw Santa Claus. Later, MC rode a scooter, shouting in disbelief that he was back in Helheim. "What kind of stupid outfit is that?" he exclaimed. What was Loki up to? Why did he ask for the presents to be delivered? He wanted to ensure that no one would see Lucio, but he had already caught a glimpse of Mrs. Hell's face. She truly felt as if Santa and Rudolph were right there with her. He remarked that he enjoyed seeing her happy as well. It was the first time he had witnessed a bright smile on Hell's face, a fragile being who ruled the underworld. Joyfully, she held the creature in her arms and said, "Daddy." "He's such a fool." The protagonist was taken aback, wondering who could have committed such a terrible act. At that moment, his phone notified him that the cause of the anomaly had been found and that he should return to the palace to receive his reward. He realized that the cause of the anomalies meant this woman was exactly what the ruler of Atlantis had been searching for. Now he faced a dilemma. Should he heed the pop-up window's instruction to return to the palace? But if he used the suit to break this woman's chains, who knew what disaster might follow? Then Lucio said, "Hudgen, there seems to be something here." He asked what it was, then looked at the table and thought it might be a book written by someone. He inquired about the text, and Lucio turned the page, explaining that it was in an ancient language, making it difficult to read, but she would try while exploring the cave leading outside. They were able to find the long-lost youngest princess, although she was severely injured and in an indescribable state. Despite the passage of time, she looked the same as before, as if they had stepped back in time. On the way back to the palace, the princess woke up, slurring her words with an unusually hoarse voice. However, when they finally reached the palace, she suddenly suffered a seizure and lost consciousness. At first, he decided to report this immediately to the ruler. However, after some thought, he asked the prison guards to place the princess in a secret room for a while. He truly couldn't imagine the shock the ruler would experience if he, already ill for several days due to her disappearance, saw his daughter return in such a state. Unfortunately, reality proved to be more cruel than he anticipated. The plan to bring his daughter to the ruler once she was better fell apart when the princess slit her vocal cords with her own hands. Her condition worsened as she continued to mutilate herself. Eventually, he had no choice but to chain the princess up like a criminal. It was reminiscent of how mermaids in impoverished areas began to behave strangely. First, it happened to just a few, but now there are more than 20. They moved enchanted by the song, and some even sought death. It is a cursed gift that has been passed down through generations in the royal family. He knew the princess was the cause of this, but he could not bring himself to kill her because he had fallen in love. That is why he decided to write it all down. He would wait for the hero who could ease his sins. Lucio expressed hope that this hero would free the princess from her suffering, signing off as the captain of the guard. Then she looked at the main character and asked what he thought. He replied, "Like what?" It was a sad story. He glanced at Ariel and realized this was why she had asked him to end her life again and again, because she considered herself cursed. Guilty, he received a new task on his phone. It instructed him to grant eternal peace to the Princess of Atlantis with a time limit of 3 minutes. He was to deliver this message under the full trust of the captain of the guard. A warning flashed. Refusing the quest in Atlantis would result in disaster. He waved his hand dismissively and scoffed. "What nonsense! This is simply ridiculous." They had to go, Lucio. She asked if they were really leaving like this. He replied that the situation was difficult, but they couldn't expect anyone else to finish the job for them. He would confront Flops, slap him on the back of the head, and tell him everything he thought. If he loved someone, he had to either save them or finish them off himself. In that moment, he realized he had to make a choice. As Hanyuji approached the gate, he sensed an ominous energy filled with so many unknown thoughts. This is no ordinary dungeon. Then Song Jin ran up to her shouting, "Yuji, she's here!" She asked, "Aren't you Song Jin from the Young One Guild?" He answered, "Yes, that's right." He apologized for calling her on her day off, but explained that psychometry was needed to clear the gate. She smiled, placing her hand on her chest, and said, "It's okay." She had heard they freed the civilians trapped in the gate, so of course she wanted to help them. Then she looked back in surprise and asked, "Who are those people behind you?" He replied, "The captain of the Triton Guard Flops. And is that the God Delivery Man's colleague?" She looked away, thinking they had called someone with psychometry. However, she had forgotten that they could figure her out that way too. But until the lady touched her, it didn't matter, right? Then Yeji activated her ability and said, "Really, it's all clear." So Yoon, she's also a god representative, she wondered in surprise. How could she know that without even touching her? She claimed to be surrounded by divine protection, so powerful that it was visible to the naked eye. Song Jin mentioned that he recognized she and the God Delivery Man were summoned by the constellations. Who was she? She folded her arms and suggested they ask the delivery man about the tentacles. "Shouldn't we find out who sent these here?" Yeji proposed that they prioritize this investigation, as they needed to eliminate the gate as quickly as possible. Song Jin agreed, saying they would be very grateful for any help. Flops then handed over a tentacle, explaining that these tentacles had destroyed the tombstone that protected their kingdom. She replied, "Understood. Let them give me a minute." Then she activated her ability and noted that these tentacles were similar to the ones at the gate in Hyundai. "But wouldn't destroying these tentacles solve the problem?" he asked. She closed her eyes and replied that it wasn't that simple. Some things felt different from the tentacles at the gate. She realized she needed to delve deeper into her memories. As she explored another area, she was taken aback and wondered, "What is this place?" She heard a voice say, "How dare people come here?" He noticed her incredible abilities, and as she turned around, she saw his huge eyes. He warned her that this would kill her. In that moment, she reflected on the feelings she had experienced back in the cave. This is the reason behind all these events. She must return and inform the others about everything. At that moment, tentacles seized her, and the demon demanded to know where she was running. She had thought he would simply let her go, but instead, she began kicking and screaming. Who is he? What is he? What is he planning? He said that her mind cannot fully comprehend his essence. Soon, he will rule the entire world, and for his first step, he has chosen Atlantis. Yeji asked if that was why he destroyed the tombstones, to weaken the barrier over the kingdom and take control. The demon questioned whether the mermaids had informed her of this, considering they are the ones hiding the kingdom's dark past, so they certainly wouldn't reveal the truth. She asked, "What does that mean?" He replied that the tombstones protect the barrier. They are both a monster and a weapon that the gods used against humans in the past. When all the tombstones are destroyed and the shackles fall, he will bury Atlantis in the sea forever. She asked, "What the hell is that?" At that moment, the tentacles squeezed her body tighter, and she cried out in pain. Then the creature transformed into a man and said he didn't expect them to come here. All the preparations had already been made, so she should die peacefully as a mortal. After a while, Yeji opened her eyes in fear and screamed. Looking at her, Doyen asked if she was okay, and he shouted, "Yeji has woken up." Some Jin thought, "Thank heavens." Yeji asked, "Where is he?" as Jin placed his hand on her bed and told her to calm down. This was the infirmary in Atlantis Castle at that moment. Yu rushed into the room and shouted, "Is she okay?" Yeji sat up and asked if she had lost consciousness. Jin explained that while she was examining the tentacles, she suddenly began to shake and then fainted. Yu inquired about what the psychometry revealed. Yeji trembled with fear once more and said it was a man with goat horns and many tentacles. He told her that the tombstones do not support the barrier. Instead, they contain both the monster and the weapon. If the monster is released, it will mean the end for them and the city. She asked if the monster sealed in Atlantis was a weapon. He looked at her and asked if that sounded familiar. She replied that she wasn't sure, but she had one idea. Long ago, Atlantis attacked Athens, which was under the protection of Olympus. They say this is what brought down the wrath of the Olympian gods and ultimately sank the city underwater. In response, Atlantis sought to rebel against the gods and unleashed a giant monster known as the Kraken. The others looked at her in confusion, and Doyon shouted, "Kraken? So that octopus monster from the legends is real?" So Yoon replied that it wasn't true and expressed her uncertainty. The legend had been passed down through generations. Just then, Flops entered the room and warned them not to speak that name so casually. He then pointed a weapon at them, declaring they had learned too much. So Yoon was taken aback. Flops. He explained that they were able to learn about their kingdom's past, but he knew they shouldn't have allowed anyone inside. Then Yeji asked, "Mr. Flops, what about the tombstones?" He reassured them not to worry, stating that they had sent soldiers to protect the area, and it was time for everyone to return to where they came from. They would resolve their own issues. Soyun stepped forward and asked, "So they brought them here, and now they're kicking them out?" Yeji replied no, explaining that if the monster is released, it would not only threaten this city, but also endanger the entire ocean. Flops turned around and added that outsiders have no reason to interfere. Maintaining order was their duty. He then ordered the Tritons to seize everyone and send them through the gate. Meanwhile, the man moved through the cave, grabbing a Triton by the neck and lifting it off the ground. He then threw it down, exclaiming, "Annoying idiots." He hadn't anticipated having to act alone. As he contemplated, mermaids proved to be resilient creatures. With that realization, he decided it was time to destroy Atlantis. He moved his hand toward the tombstone, unleashing several tentacles that shattered the stone. In response, Ariel screamed, urging him not to come any closer. At that moment, the Kraken rose above the barrier, energy radiating around it. Meanwhile, the protagonist stepped forward and asked, "What?" Suddenly, a chill filled the air. Just then, a notification appeared on his phone. He glanced at the device, puzzled by the delivery notification. But why were there so many? The message continued. "Delivery failed. A disaster is approaching Atlantis." He remembered they had warned him of a disaster if he refused. In a panic, he cried out, "An earthquake!" Lucio pointed ahead and shouted for him to look up. He gazed in astonishment at the enormous tentacles of the Kraken. He thought to himself that this was total horror, not just a disaster. At that moment, the ruler floated out onto the balcony and proclaimed, "God of the sea, an irreparable tragedy has occurred after all, the fall of Atlantis." Meanwhile, the monster's tentacles were cracking the barrier, and eventually, one tentacle made its way inside. Lucio shouted, "Hajin, they need to run." He was taken aback when the system reported a danger detected, indicating he must avoid it. Just then, several tentacles slammed down, prompting the main character to leap to the side. "I almost got hit," he exclaimed. "This suit is amazing." Suddenly, he heard a cry for help. The Tritons were screaming. "Mom, she has to wake up," he cried out, thinking of the people of Atlantis. Then he muttered, "Damn it, what a nightmare." He never imagined it would be this bad. What kind of octopus monster is this, he wondered, realizing he definitely wouldn't be able to fight it. Just then, Lucio shouted, "It's a kraken!" He replied, "A kraken!" Just like in the movies, he hopped on his scooter and explained that he had tried to solve the problem, but it was complete chaos. They needed to rush to the gate quickly. Lucio said to Hajin, "If they run now, all the inhabitants of Atlantis will die. Are they really going to abandon them?" He turned slightly and replied, "Little one, at least the mermaids can swim, so shouldn't they save themselves first?" She answered, but her response was heartless. If he had followed the instructions, the entire catastrophe could have been avoided. They rode forward, while the newts behind them continued to beg for help. The protagonist thought, "Damn, what should I do?" At that moment, Soyeon, holding a potion in her hand, shouted, "Hey, idiot! Why is he just standing there?" She then hurled the Demeter potion forward, causing everything around them to freeze in an instant. Eren charged in, unleashing an attack known as the Spinning Blade. At that moment, Doyen slashed at a tentacle, while Songjin swung his sword and shouted for everyone to get out of the way. He delivered a powerful blow, severing several of the monster's tentacles. Then he shouted, "Hajin, they'll join in." Hajin responded, "What?" Even those who hadn't been there moments ago had arrived. At that moment, Soyeon ran up to him and asked if he was really planning to escape quietly. He looked at her and replied, "Well, usually the best thing to do when facing such a monster is to run." Songjin suggested they argue later, but first, they needed to stop the creature. As the delivery man of the gods, hadn't he tried to find a way to resolve this situation? He believed he should have found a solution, but the task felt impossible. He then stated that he couldn't do it, which is why he believed it was best to leave through the gate now. Yeji responded firmly, saying that if they didn't defeat the Kraken here, everything in their world outside the gate would also perish. Doyen questioned whether the gate would close if Atlantis fell. The protagonist insisted that they needed to clarify who she was. At that moment, Yeji stepped forward and introduced herself. Utilizing her abilities, she confronted the one who orchestrated everything. He revealed that starting with Atlantis, he would also launch attacks on other dimensions. Before he could continue, Soyeon completed his sentence for him, stating that there would be a gate breach. He'll unleash the Kraken upon their world. After that, the main character grasped his head, realizing that this was why he had run away. He had believed it was merely their problem, but the situation had escalated far beyond that. Regardless of whether the dungeon breaks through, how can they possibly stop this creature? Then Soyeon announced that she had melted all the ice, but warned that it would attack again soon. The protagonist responded, expressing disbelief and insisting that someone needed to defeat this monster first. Just then, they heard a voice that seemed to offer assistance. They turned to Ariel, who was being held by Flops, and she revealed that she was the princess of Atlantis. The protagonist pondered, Flops and the mermaid from the dungeon? Flops mentioned that the princess had revealed everything to him, Hajun. He could only express his gratitude. Curious about how it all transpired, he speculated that it must be due to the mermaid's powers. Ariel explained that after the Kraken was released, she regained her senses, overwhelmed with worry about her ability to hold him back. She recalled that the Atlantis royal family had passed down the power to control sea monsters for generations. Therefore, she should be able to stop the Kraken for a time. Meanwhile, MC glanced at his phone screen, which indicated that he needed to save Atlantis by stopping the Kraken. The time limit was set at X. The rewards included the return of points for defeating the Kraken, the trust of the Atlantis Titans, and the chance to forge friendships with them. He wondered if the points he earned would truly be returned and if the rewards were worth it. Then he smiled, considering that maybe he should really give fighting the Kraken a try. Then he said, "Open the store," with his remaining points totaling 2,700. He thought that with this kind of cashback, he could buy anything. He would buy weapons with all his points. Doyen clenched his fists and declared, "There's no time." Meanwhile, Eren wondered aloud. Is he a mime or something, waving his arms in the air like a delivery man from the gods? After that, the protagonist pointed forward and declared, "Found it." The system reported that the remaining points were 72,200. Astrea's replica was valued at 3 million, while Zeus's spear, made of lightning, was so dangerous that it could turn even the user to ash. The others stared at him in surprise as he took the weapon in his hands. With a smile, he thought that the power of the thunder god would aid them. Clutching the spear tightly, he unleashed lightning in all directions. Yuji watched in astonishment, wondering what kind of weapon was overflowing with such divine power. Lucio shouted, "Ha Jin, that's Zeus's lightning." MC warned that it was very dangerous and advised Lucio to move away, as the situation was quite difficult to control. Thanks to the glass spirit ball that Zeus had given him, he had immunity to electricity. However, he doubted his ability to fully control Zeus's divine power. He then asked Choi So-yun if she remembered the time she swore by the Styx River. She asked again if he meant her promise to fulfill his wish. The main character confirmed that he did, and she was ready to do it now. Choi So-yun stepped up to take charge and lead everyone out of the gate. With a hint of fear, So-yun asked, "What about him?" Song-jin replied, "The delivery man of the gods is Ha-jin. He can't do this. The Young One Guild will stay here and fight until the very end." So-yun asked how they could leave him alone. Aaron screamed that she never abandons her colleagues. The MC pointed out that they should see what was in his hands. If they didn't want to be struck by lightning, they needed to run away faster. So-yun replied that since this was his wish, she had no choice. She spread her hands in different directions and activated the power of Hermes. Everyone was enveloped in mana, leaving them surprised. Sung-jin felt as though his body had become as white as a feather. What kind of skill is this? So-yun apologized to everyone, asking them to follow her calmly. Although it wasn't entirely reliable, she vowed by the oath of the river Styx that she would lead them safely from this place. With everything now resting on his shoulders, he was determined to win. If he were to die, she would find him in the afterlife and kill him once more. The main character assured her that everything would be fine. He was unkillable. So-yun made her way toward the exit with the others, but Ha-jin suggested they take a look at something first. Lucio shouted for Ha-jin, insisting that she stay with him. MC asked the child why she didn't leave. She replied, "Lucio is a nymph who serves Ha-jin. She really can't." At that moment, a huge monster let out a loud scream. Ha-jin, filled with horror, realized there was no time to waste. He turned around and said, "Princess, then let him ask her for something." She replied, "Yes, okay." MC decided to activate the suit. The system window displayed the remaining time, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Ha-jin quickly super jumped up while the princess unleashed her mana. The squid roared loudly as MC closed in and launched an attack. He screamed, "Tentacle head, let it have it." A massive lightning bolt shot toward the monster, followed by a loud scream. An electric discharge pierced the creature's body. The princess then asked, "Flops, is what I see real?" He replied, "Yes, princess. The Kraken is dead." The main character was thrown back and declared, "I won." But he had exhausted all his energy and had no strength left. Was he really going to die like this? It seemed he couldn't keep his promise. What a nightmare. Although he hadn't lived as well as others, he had still enjoyed a good life. Lucio rushed after him, calling out, "Ha! Jin!" He thought Lucio. She urged him to grab her hand, tears streaming down her face. He wondered where she was coming from. Lucio said happily as she grabbed it. Ha-jin warned, "Lucio, it's dangerous here." Why did she come? She questioned why he rushed into battle so recklessly, noting that he always takes on difficult tasks alone. If she couldn't get him out, MC smiled and said, thank you very much," as he thought to himself. He had a reason to believe he should never die. The princess and Flop shouted, "Ha-jin, he's okay." At that moment, the man declared, "The Kraken is dead." He wondered if someone under the protection of the constellation had interfered. No, he thought. He would have definitely noticed if such a person were present, especially since the owner of the constellation was not in his territory. This would certainly impact the law of causality. So, were those who came here truly responsible for this? He carefully peered inside the cracked dome and thought that this was the first time he had seen this man with a nymph. Lucio then remarked, "By the way, Ha-jin, he was incredible. He reminded me a lot of Zeus in his youth." MC laughed and said, "You're a kid." He swung his lightning bolt just once. Lucio replied, "It's obvious." MC asked again, "What?" He added, "What a little girl. Did she even think about making fun of adults?" He grabbed her cheek, and she screamed, "Ha-jin, it hurts." The man then said, "Ha-jin, Lee Ha-jin, so it was him. That's who has been bothering him for so long. He would definitely kill him during their next meeting." After a while, the news anchor reported breaking news. The massive gate that had appeared near the aquarium in Jamso had vanished. It was confirmed that this was made possible by the Young One Guild's successful attack. Despite many civilians being caught in the gate, the guild managed to save them all. The main character remarked that he closed the gate, allowing Young Hwan to receive all the credit. It couldn't be helped. Revealing his true identity to the world was impossible. In addition, he received numerous rewards. Not long ago, the ruler of Atlantis declared him a hero sent by the ancestors. Thanks to his bravery, peace has returned to the kingdom, and the ruler struggles to find a way to express his gratitude. Ha-jin laughed and replied that he was simply lucky, admitting that initially he had considered just running away. He even felt a little ashamed. Flop said, Ha-jun is a true warrior, worthy of their respect. The princess expressed her gratitude, stating that thanks to him, she had regained her freedom. She thanked him from the bottom of her heart. The MC laughed and replied that he was simply doing what he had to do. The ruler of Atlantis then presented the reward he had promised. MC thanked him and looked at the chest, crying out in surprise. The ruler of Atlantis explained that it contained the ring of the sea god, a treasure passed down through generations in the royal family, along with scales. MC realized that the ring of the sea god had the incredible ability to collect moisture from the air and create water anywhere. He was sitting on the couch looking at Lucio. Ha-jun pointed a ring at her and said, "Target detected." The ring hit Lucio on the head, causing him to laugh out loud. She turned around, clutched her head, and screamed, "Ha-jun, stop making fun of Lucio. He may seem like an adult, but he behaves like this." MC laughed out loud and asked what he was talking about, noting that he was just sitting there. Lucio responded, "That ring? No, she's just nice and will tolerate it." MC chuckled and said, Okay, let her forgive him. He won't do it again. By the way, what is she doing there?" Lucio replied, "Can't you see? She's packing her things." Ha-jun screamed, wondering if this was all a result of his teasing. Lucio questioned who he thought she was, believing she was just a child running away from home for fun. In his opinion, she hadn't been to the academy in a long time and needed to at least show up at home. MC asked again, "The academy? Home? Is she talking about Streamwater now?" Lucio replied, "That's right. She'll be back in about 5 days. You shouldn't worry and try not to miss her too much." MC pressed on. What? Did she just decide to throw this in his face? If she's leaving, then he's going with her. They're one team after all. Lucio turned around slightly embarrassed and said he would let MC wait a little and not leave without him. Lucio replied that she was giving him a minute. After a while, they were riding a scooter through the forest, and Lucio said, Ha-jun, we'll have to walk from here. He got up and asked if there really was a village nearby, wondering if they were sure they weren't lost. Lucio replied that they weren't lost and suggested he should be quieter. She hadn't been here in several years, so she felt a bit confused. Sticking her hand into the bush, she said thoughtfully that she believed it was somewhere around here. She finally found it. MC looked ahead thoughtfully and asked about the fence. At that moment, the nymphs stood near a gap in the fence, watching them. The girl asked fearfully, "What should we do? Our perfect disguise is blown. The people are already here." The guy questioned again, "Really? How did the people get here?" The girl warned them not to open the door, saying it would lead to their doom. The main character asked if she could hear the nymphs. Lucio shouted for them to let the door be opened. Then Lucio returned. The nymph opened the door slightly and asked, "Lucio, is she the same Lucio who was at the top of her class? Skipped 2 years at ditch water and went straight to stream water." Lucio screamed, "That's right." The nymphs rushed to Lucio shouting joyfully, "It really is Lucio! It's been so long!" Ha-jun chuckled softly to himself, thinking, these guys really are small. The gate opened, and MC looked around in surprise. Lucio welcomed Ha-jun, saying, "This is my homeland, Villa Guadar." After a moment, the nymphs shouted joyfully, "Human, human! Is he really such an outstanding hero?" Ha-jun asked everyone to stand still as the crowd erupted in cheers. They celebrated the news that he and Lucio had defeated the Hydra, the Sirens, the Minotaur, and even the Kraken. "He's really cool." A nymph asked, "Isn't he like Hercules?" Another nymph replied, "Well, he's not as cool as Hercules after all." The main character thought, it's just a nightmare. When a whole crowd of people like Lucio starts making noise, his head begins to ring. Lucio frowned and said, Okay, that's enough. They're bothering Ha-jun." The guy asked for forgiveness, and the MC thought, she's great. Lucio encouraged her, saying, "Let her show them what it's like to be a sunbae." Lucio then shouted in disbelief, how could they compare Ha-jun to Hercules? Do they really think the hero of Olympus is such a weakling? The nymphs began to murmur among themselves, and one of them remarked, "Now we see. Even she admits he's not Hercules." But Hercules couldn't kill the Kraken. MC thought he wanted to go home. Suddenly, the director approached them and ordered Lucio to stop. Orbis, Felis, and Virgo agreed, urging him to halt as well. Was it appropriate to disturb guests like this? Ha-jun glanced at her and wondered, who is this? Lucio apologized, and the other nymphs nodded in agreement. MC thought they were completely ill-mannered. The director approached and introduced herself as Matrina, the director of the orphanage, saying it was nice to meet him. MC replied, Yes, my name is Lee Ha-jun." Matrina then asked, "So, are you from the orphanage? Would you like to come inside for a while?" Lucio added, "Let her keep an eye on them." Lucio replied that she would keep a very close eye on them and allowed them to go inside. After a while, they entered, and Hajin looked around the room in surprise. He thought to himself, why is the room in such disarray? He wondered how the director's office could be in such a state when the building and corridor looked good from the outside. Matrina smiled and asked why he wasn't coming in. MC replied that he was there right now and took a seat in the chair. Matrina then expressed her gratitude, saying she wanted to thank him. Man, Hajin, she said, thanks to your work, children no longer have to go hungry. MC pointed at himself, confused, and asked, thanks to me? What did I do? Matrina asked if he really didn't know. When a hero works with a nymph, the nymph benefits greatly. It was a significant help to their orphanage, MC thought. So whenever he came in the money, Lucio received some as well. Matrina had been sending money to the orphanage all this time, but that raised the question, why Lucio? She expressed her genuine happiness that such a hero had taken Lucio under his wing. Hajin asked what kind of job it was. Matrina explained that they simply help each other, but Hajin wondered why Lucio donated money to the orphanage. Matrina frowned and replied that more than 20 years ago, a young nymph arrived with a baby in her arms. Her face was so pale that it seemed she could lose consciousness at any moment. She asked her to take care of the child. She still remembers how the girl, like her mother, had sky blue hair. The child fought with her little hands, struggling against a stranger who had picked her up. That was her first meeting with Lucio. Since then, Lucio has grown up in the orphanage. The question lingered in her mind. Was that young nymph who brought Lucio here really her mother? Matrina answered affirmatively. Her mother was a renowned nymph in the village, even summoned by Lord Zeus himself to serve him. Although she wished to follow him, her frail body prevented her from doing so, leading her to refuse the call. Years later, she appeared here, cradling Lucio in her arms. Then Matrina confirmed her answer once more. At that moment, there was a knock on the office door, and a voice called out. It was Lucio. Can I come in? She asked. Matrina replied, yes, come in. Lucio opened the door and said she had come to say goodbye. It was time for her to leave. Matrina asked, are you leaving already? Please, let her stay at least for the night. Lucio replied that it was urgent and she needed to hurry. MC looked at her and asked if she was leaving, noting that she wasn't supposed to be going anywhere. Lucio responded that she had said she needed to go to university. Hajin could receive another order at any moment, so he thought about what Matrina had said she needed to stop by the university first, not the village. Matrina acknowledged that it couldn't be helped, and they would finish what they hadn't discussed today during their next meeting. Hajin agreed, saying that was indeed the plan. He rose from his chair and, with a sigh, remarked that he had hoped to take a break. Lucio replied that the man could rest as much as he wanted. Outsiders weren't allowed to enter the university by the stream anyway. Even a hero or a god had to obtain permission from the rector in advance. Hajin wondered what kind of university possessed such power. Lucio then said to Hajin that until he returned, the man could stay here. MC asked again, what? She wanted to leave him alone among the restless bandits. He imagined laughing nymphs and thought, no way! He'd much rather take a walk somewhere and meditate. Lucio added, and one more thing. Hajin, if you have any time left, could you do something? He turned around and looked at her questioningly, wondering what she was talking about. Lucio smiled, and after a while, a nymph's joyful cry echoed through the forest. Another walk. If it were possible to venture outside the village every day, he would have no other desires. I wonder if they will be able to see the squirrel again today, MC thought as he shouted loudly at them. Let's walk more quietly and slowly. He marveled, my God, where did they get so much energy? 4 days had already passed since he arrived at the village by the stream. While Lucio was away, he remained at the shelter taking care of these chaotic creatures. Orbis questioned Hajin about his sluggishness, noting that although he was said to be a great hero, he appeared to be a complete weakling. The main character then asked if Hajin wanted to die. The girl repeated the question, asking, die? What does that mean? He thought Lucio is begging, pleading for her to come back faster. Orbis shouted, Hajin, Hajin, today they'll go even further. Virgo screamed, Orbis, shouldn't he call him Mr. Hajin? You need to be more polite. Orbis replied, but Lucio just says Hajin. Virgo responded, that's because Lucio is an elite nymph. MC sat down next to them and said, okay, we'll figure out the titles later. He suggested they decide on a location first. Orbis, do you have any ideas? He replied thoughtfully, come to think of it, I've heard there's a beautiful flower field hidden somewhere near the village. Virgo screamed. She had heard that story before. Felice mentioned that the headmistress had told her the same thing. MC pondered the details. A flower field? That's right, Lucio had two of them, hadn't she? He recalled her asking Hudgen if he could find just one flower. This rare flower with yellow petals blooms only at night. Lucio had been searching for it since childhood, but she had never found it. For some reason, she is convinced that he will definitely succeed. She pleads with him earnestly. Before leaving the village, Lucio asked her to find at least one flower, to which she agreed. He proposed a bet on who could find the rarest flower. Orbis chimed in, claiming he would find an exceptionally rare flower. Virgo screamed in excitement, and she joined in as well. She refused to lose at any cost. Felice stepped forward and declared that they were leaving immediately. Hudgen pondered when he would be able to tire out the children and find the flower. It was automatic farming. As the sun began to set, Orbis shouted, "Flower field, come out quickly!" Virgo said, upset, "You can't see anything because of the foliage." MC ran after them and urged, "Guys, let's not fly too high. It's dangerous." Orbis turned around and replied, "They got it." Hudgen added, "The sun is already setting, and that flower field still isn't in sight." He thought to himself that perhaps they should head back before it got dark. His eyes widened in surprise as he finally beheld a vast flower field before him. Orbis and Virgo remarked that it was truly beautiful. Hudgen stepped forward, exclaiming, "So many flowers! This must be the one Lucio was searching for." The MC looked around and said, "All right, let's see. Not this one, and not this one. It isn't here at all." Lucio mentioned that this flower only blooms at night, so it might not have appeared yet since the sun hasn't completely set. Orbis ran up to him and shouted, "Hudgen, Hudgen, let him look. It's a four-leaf clover." Virgo then showed her flower and said she had found such a huge one. MC exclaimed, "Wow, they are great." Then he asked, "By the way, have they seen a yellow flower that blooms at night?" After a brief hesitation, he added, "Where is Phyllis?" They pointed towards the flowers and replied, "Phyllis was just here in the field." They quickly flew there and shouted in panic, "She's gone!" Virgo cried out, "Phyllis, where is she?" MC felt a surge of horror. In his search for the flowers that Lucio had requested, he hadn't kept an eye on Phyllis. Nearby, a summer landscape loomed, likely teeming with dangerous wild animals. He ran ahead and told the others to wait. He would quickly find her and return. Orvis shouted that he would go look as well. Virgo flew after him, insisting that she would join too. Hudgen agreed, but made it clear that they both needed to stay close to him. Did they understand? They shouted in response, affirming they did. The MC thought to himself, "Are all nymphs as stubborn as Lucio? I just hope nothing happens." At that moment, by the stream at the university, a man asked, "What is wrong?" He was grading papers and thought it best to let them come later. Lucio entered the office and said, "Professor, we haven't seen each other in a long time." The professor joyfully exclaimed, "Lucio, how long has it been since we last saw each other?" He believed that once Mr. Cupid chose her, they would never meet again. "Has she finally decided to enroll in graduate school?" Lucio asked once more. "Is he kidding?" The professor replied, "He's kidding. He's kidding." He had already heard the rumors. They say she has been given the honor of accompanying the greatest hero. But what brought her here? Lucio explained that she seeks access to the academic archive. The professor inquired once more, asking if she meant the department archive. Are there truly gaps in her knowledge? Lucio? She replied, yes. This time, even she cannot find the answers. This is what the gods themselves have consigned to oblivion. She wishes to study the records of the forbidden books. At that moment, the main character raced through the forest, calling out, "Pellis!" Virgo asked, "Where is she?" Let her answer. Suddenly, a loud scream pierced the air, and the main character exclaimed, "That sound?" Virgo pointed to the side and shouted, "Hey, Jun!" The massive bear swung its paw, and Pellis narrowly dodged, pleading for mercy. "I'm not tasty," she cried. The bear roared in response, "Nymphs are incredibly delicious." Heijin pushed off the ground and charged toward the creature that had already pinned Pellis beneath its paw. She looked up in surprise to see MC grabbing the bear and shouting, "What a strong back!" Pellis yelled. "Master Hajun!" The bear exclaimed, "What's going on?" MC lifted the creature and joyfully declared, "This is the perfect wild bear cub. May it fly happily ever after." What a way out for a mad bear! Heijin threw the bear and chuckled, saying, "The flight is fine." He crouched down and asked, "Pellis, is she okay? Is she hurt?" Pellis rushed to him, screaming in fear. She was terrified, convinced that Master Bear would eat her. Orbis shouted, "Amazing! Hajun, no! Master Hajun, he is very, very strong." Virgo asked, could it be otherwise? It's no coincidence that Sister Lucio referred to him as a great hero, a hero of the highest rank, accompanied by nymphs. Orbis wishes to follow such a figure. The MC remarked that he had sent Mr. Bear far away and for a long time. Now it was time for them to return to the village. He paused, contemplating and wondered, isn't that a yellow flower? He approached the flower and asked, is this the one Lucio was talking about? Pellis replied, it's the very one. Hagen then asked, does she know what this flower is? Pellis answered, it's a precious flower of the nymphs, said to bloom only on a special night. It's called Donkey's Nest. At this time, Lucio sat at the table in the academy, remarking that there were too many books in the forgotten corners of Olympus's past, which they sought to erase. Nothing seemed unusual. Judging by the professor's reaction, there must be something significant at play. Some time ago, the professor inquired about forbidden books. Lucio wondered why she would need them at all. After all, forbidden books are called forbidden for a reason. Doesn't she understand that? Lucio replied that the earth was divided into 7 parts, where blue tongues of flame flickered here and there. The professor covered her mouth with his hand and shouted for silence. Where had she heard that? He removed his hand and Lucio answered, from Lord Atlas. The professor then asked, that Titan who holds up the sky as punishment? Lucio responded affirmatively, noting that she had already faced monsters emerging from there 3 times. The professor asked in disbelief, 3 times? Really? And you're still alive? Lucio shrugged, finding it unremarkable. After all, they had heroically defeated the Kraken. With a laugh, she added, that was easy. What is this place? The professor frowned and replied that she should discover it for herself. He couldn't reveal the truth, even if he wanted to. She was currently gathering books in the library and insisted it would be easier for both of them if he just shared everything. She had been searching for several days and nights, yet she still hadn't found anything. She urgently needed to find the information necessary to help Hajun. In her haste, she accidentally knocked over a cabinet, causing it to topple to the floor and pull the rest of the cabinets down with it. Lucio remarked that the professor would be furious with her. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise as she spotted a book hidden beneath the fallen cabinet. She picked it up and said it was the first time she had seen this. What is this about? The 7 deadly sins? The book contains descriptions of the tentacles that Lucio had already encountered, along with other terrifying types of monsters. When Lucio reached the last page of the book, she couldn't take her eyes off an illustration titled The 7 Deadly Sins. It depicted cursed creatures that had been defeated by the combined efforts of gods from various myths. Lucio easily discerned the meaning behind it. She closed the book and exclaimed, it can't be. If this is true, then why? Her voice rose in a loud scream. Be that as it may, we must make Hajun. She realized they had gotten themselves into something absurd. Meanwhile, the nymphs returned to the orphanage, shouting joyfully, the village, we finally made it. Virgo expressed her concern that they might have to spend the night outside. MC urged everyone to pay attention, reminding them that they would need to repeat what he had told them on the way there. He emphasized the importance of keeping all the bad things that had happened that day a secret. Suddenly, Pellis shouted, Orbis! Meanwhile, Pellis and Virgo were simply enjoying themselves in the flower field. MC chuckled lightly, thinking how mischievous they were, yet they were already more willing to please. Matrina screamed for Orbis, Pellis, and Virgo, ordering them to quickly wash their hands and feet. They rushed to her, shouting that it was for her. Orbis proudly presented a 4-leaf clover. Mrs. Matrina truly is amazing. She takes care of these children every day. Matrina said, Hagen worked hard today. Thanks to him, smiles have been constantly shining on the children's faces lately. MC mentioned that he does this because he enjoys it. Has Lucio returned yet? Matrina turned around and replied, she is. MC looked ahead in surprise to see Lucio sitting near a tree gazing at the moon. After a moment, he shouted, Lucio! She turned and replied, Hagen, he knows. She wondered how to share what she had learned at the academy. MC cupped her cheek and said, what a bastard. Does she even realize how long he waited for her? Lucio cried out, Hagen, it hurts her. Let her go. Hagen remarked that there was no need to be away for so long. He looked questioningly at the tombstone and asked, is this a grave? Lucio replied, it is the grave of my late mother. The MC asked again, what? Lucio then sought forgiveness, expressing his sorrow. He said nothing more. A lot of time had passed. Lucio remarked that he did not know her well. She was a nymph, renowned for her role in the sacred war. It was said that Lord Zeus had once visited their village because of her. However, she was incredibly frail. It was rumored that after Lucio's birth, her health had significantly declined. Hagen realized this was what Lady Matrina had been referring to. Lucio suggested that if she had never been born, the village might be in a much better situation today. Despite this, she remained grateful to the gods for her mother's assistance. At times, she noticed hateful glances from strangers, which led her to feel resentment towards her mother, who had died giving birth to her. Lucio chose to become a nymph of the highest order, one so renowned that she would stand apart from all others and serve a truly great god. Whether in a ditch, a stream, a river, or the endless sea, there would not be a single nymph who did not know the name Lucio. For the past 20 years, she has been striving to achieve her goals, fulfill her mother's unfulfilled dreams, and carry their memories through time. MC asked her once more if she needed to stay by his side. Just then, Lucio interrupted, clarifying that it wasn't about that. He explained that it is precisely because of this dream that she wants to remain by Hajun's side. MC said, slightly embarrassed, "Lucio." She waved her hands, urging him not to misunderstand her. Instead of serving the already glorified gods, she wanted to create a hero out of an ordinary person. MC thought to herself, she's so unbearable. Why be embarrassed? He'll just think it's ordinary affection. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a flower. "Here, isn't this what she asked me to find?" he asked. Lucio looked at it in surprise, then picked it up. He interrupted her, saying he had a little more free time while taking care of the guys than he had expected. He looked at Lucio and asked why she was still standing. She quickly set the flower down as he pointed out the wilted bloom, which felt somewhat insulting. Lucio placed the flower on the tombstone and expressed his gratitude. Hajun asked again, "For what?" Lucio replied that it was just a delivery, a common task. He then wondered why this particular flower was chosen. Was it because of its ability to bloom at night? Lucio replied, "No, there's just a legend about this flower." MC asked again. "A legend?" Lucio continued. "A long time ago, among the nymphs who loved the stars, there was one who was different. She loved only the moon. She believed that if all the stars in the world disappeared, she would be able to see the moon every day. She angered Zeus and faced his punishment. However, later on, Zeus recognized that he had been too harsh and transformed her soul into an evening primrose flower." Lucio fell silent for a moment, then waved her hands and said, "Well, these are just Mom's favorite flowers." Hajun asked again, "What?" Lucio smiled and replied, "Boredom. She also appreciates its meaning in the language of flowers. It's time for them to go and get some rest." MC asked again, "What? So what's the meaning?" Lucio responded, "She doesn't remember." MC pressed on. "What?" Hajun shouted, "She's annoying him." Lucio replied, "What's wrong with saying that? If he's interested, let him find out for himself." Sometime later, MC was enjoying pizza in the apartment and exclaimed, "It tastes perfect, sweet, salty, fatty, and stretchy." Lucio shouted, "She agrees. Compared to this, the nymph's food is completely tasteless." It was a peaceful evening after Lucio had finished her business, and they returned home safely. MC took another bite of pizza and, with tears in her eyes, said, "Yummy." In the village, they survived on grass and fish that contained no salt at all. He feared he might perish after eating only this for 4 long days. Lucio smiled and said, Hajun, pizza with fruit is truly something special." The combination of rich cheese and fresh fruit turned out to be incredibly delicious. MC explained, "It's called Hawaiian pizza. It can be seen as a revolution in the pizza world, though many consider it a decline." Lucio exclaimed, "From now on, this is Lucio's favorite food." Hajun added, "2 pieces at a time." "That's cheating." After a while, MC sipped his soda and asked, "To put it simply, the 7 deadly sins want to destroy the world, right?" Lucio screamed, "Exactly. All this time, their enemies have been the 7 deadly sins. The 7 deadly sins represent a concentration of the most terrible vices: pride, greed, anger, lust, gluttony, and laziness. One day, the constellations combined their powers to create the earth, dividing it into 7 parts where blue tongues of flame flicker here and there. In essence, they succeeded in locking the 7 sins in hell. Whether this tale is true is irrelevant. What matters is that the sins began to emerge one after another. Fortunately, it seems that only weak tentacles are appearing outside for now. However, time is running out, and stronger monsters may soon emerge." The MC stopped her and said, "But tentacles are supposed to be someone's limbs." Lucio replied, "Well, that's exactly what the book says. Of course, considering that in the place where Hercules was, they were scattered everywhere. It doesn't seem that far-fetched." The MC asked, "What about the gods? If such powerful beings are starting to act, why are the gods just ignoring it?" Lucio replied that she didn't understand either. Based on what Hephaestus said last time, the gods should take responsibility for this situation. Besides, unlike them, the gods at least know where everything is happening. Hajin replied, "That's not bad, but it's the god's responsibility." Suddenly, Aaron appeared in front of him and asked, "The god's responsible? What is he talking about?" The main character got scared and screamed loudly, falling off his chair. Aaron then asked, "What is he so scared of?" Hajin pointed his finger at her and asked, "Aaron? How long has she been here?" "No, wait, how did she even get here? This is his house." Aaron took a slice of pizza and replied, "Lucio invited her." Lucio added, "She wanted to try the pizza." The main character asked discontentedly, "Who gave her permission?" He hadn't heard the door creak. "How did she even get in?" Aaron remarked that it was delicious. Hajin exhaled and leaned back in his chair, asking what her business was with him. It was clear she wasn't just here for pizza. Aaron mentioned Jamzol and the aquarium, stating that she would reward them. The MC pressed for clarification, asking again, "What?" Aaron explained that he had defeated the gate, asserting that he was entitled to a reward. Hajin thought about the Eternity Guild, which, like last time, clearly resolves all issues related to money. It's no wonder it's the #1 guild in the country. The main character reflected that he isn't the type to refuse money that comes his way. He is grateful for it. Aaron added something else. MC looked at her questioningly. She turned around, stepped closer, and asked him to teach her how to fight, expressing her desire to become as strong as he is. MC smiled and asked again, "He?" He pushed her out of the apartment, stating that he didn't want to continue. Aaron sat on the floor, overwhelmed by the situation. After a while, Hajun stuck a notice on the door and declared it done. The note contained a warning. Merchants and religious figures are not allowed inside. Do not ask for fighting lessons. Anyone who violates this rule will be reported to the police. The main character believes that's sufficient. 4 days have passed since his meeting with Aaron, during which he declined her request. Since then, she has been stalking him, relentlessly repeating the same thing. Hajun remarked that it would be unfortunate if the famous huntress ended up in the police station as a stalker. Now, she definitely needed to stop. Lucio cracked the door open and asked Hajun why he was up so early. The main character chimed in, saying she woke up and wanted to take a look. Lucio then read the warning and questioned if it was because of the woman next door. Hajun answered affirmatively, saying, "Yes, he's doing well." Lucio, frustrated, tore the note off the door and shouted. Instead of wasting time on trivial matters, he should have made her breakfast. MC screamed, "No!" Lucio then questioned why there was any mention of merchants and religious figures on the note. MC replied that there was simply a lot of empty space on the sheet. Lucio chased him into the apartment and said, "Okay, let him go home already. Stop causing trouble here." Jun sighed and replied, "He tried so hard." Lucio then turned around and pulled out a coupon. Some time ago, Aaron had mentioned she would give her a meal coupon and that she was supposed to help her. Lucio responded with a cheerful shout. Aaron gave her a thumbs up and said, "Great, this is the killer's principle of creating a traitor." After a while, Lucio emerged with the soup and announced, "Ready." The MC looked at it and remarked, "It turned out pretty good for a first time." He even briefly thought it resembled ramen. Ramen sold in vending machines along the Han River is also prepared on-site. Lucio remarked, "Well, of course, it was made by a high-ranking nymph." Hajun blew on the noodles and said, "Cool. Well, enjoy your meal." The ramen prepared for him was incredible, with firm noodles and a fragrant broth. "Wow, ramen. Wait, this isn't the same kind they usually eat with Lucio." Lucio started waving her arms and exclaimed, "Hajun, why is this so spicy? This ramen is definitely too spicy for kids." MC poured some milk into a glass and said, "Stupid, you should have made the mild ramen we usually eat." Lucio replied, "Yeah, I'm so tired of this." He handed her the glass and instructed her to drink it. Lucio sighed and expressed his gratitude. Hajun considered going to the store to buy some ramen that would suit Lucio's taste. As he continued eating, Lucio spoke up, saying, "Hajun, I noticed something interesting." He looked at her with curiosity and she added, "If you mix ramen with milk, it loses all its spiciness." Is it Lucio a genius? MC smiled and replied, "Well, yeah, milk ramen." Lucio looked puzzled and asked, "What?" Jun chimed in, "So she didn't invent it, didn't she?" He laughed and continued, "No, it's a 100-year-old secret. If you mix it with milk, the spiciness goes away, and the next day, even your face won't swell. I used to eat that as a kid when it was too spicy." Lucio poured the milk and said that she would pour it into his bowl. MC screamed, noting that he hadn't eaten like that in a long time. He playfully hit her on the head and told her to respect other people's tastes, claiming she had ruined all the ramen with milk. Lucio reassured her that she would eat it all, so there was no need to worry. MC then asked if she had done it on purpose. Suddenly, a notification appeared on his phone, a delivery order. The main character glanced at the screen and thought, "Hephaestus order, work for a few days." Normally, he would have accepted the order without hesitation. But now, everything has changed. In the near future, they will face creatures known as the Seven Deadly Sins, which Lucio's mentioned more times than they would prefer. They can't simply sit back and do nothing, as a fate similar to what befell Atlantis could await them. After all, they are striving to reach their home. Lucio asked Ha-jun what they would do. She looked at him questioningly as he quickly clicked the accept button. He replied, "Is there a choice? You can't keep the client waiting. The delivery man of the gods is ready for work." Meanwhile, the human world, Midgard, was just a small port town located on the coast. The man ordered everyone to run. A monster has appeared, commanding everyone to flee the village and run as far away as they can. The girl peered out of the house, curious about the commotion. The man repeated, "A monster." He couldn't understand what nonsense they were talking about. Were they really waking up the entire village for this? What kind of monster could it possibly be? There aren't even any rabbits here. The man ran past him, shouting, "Run! You have to run before it gets here! Hurry!" The man asked, "What's wrong with them?" The girl replied, "If I'm not mistaken, it's Dwish and Shrell, right?" The man screamed in frustration, "Terrible idiots!" He decided to show them tomorrow. The man spread his arms in different directions and said they were going their separate ways, as everyone had a lot to do the next day. As the moon became shrouded in dark manna, he looked at it in confusion and remarked that it had suddenly grown dark. The man remarked that it was strange. The girl pulled him up and exclaimed, "Dad, the stars are gone!" Confused, he asked, What is this?" The people around them, filled with fear, questioned how this could be possible. The sky was completely black, and a massive shadow loomed over Midgard. That was how the disaster began. A huge eye loomed over the frightened people as they tried to escape. Just then, MC arrived at the Hephaestus Forge and remarked that he hadn't been there in a long time. Lucio glanced at him and said that Ha-jun had already informed him, but she would repeat herself if necessary. There was no need to bring up the seven deadly sins again. He would likely be furious if he discovered they were aware of such a taboo topic. MC responded that he would keep that in mind. Mr. Hephaestus was still nowhere to be found. Lucio suggested that he had probably left. Ha-jun then proposed that they should go inside and wait for him. Suddenly, a girl's voice rang out. It had been a while since Lee Ha-jun had seen her. The MC turned around, recognizing the voice. Freya smiled and revealed that she was the one who had called him today. She expressed her trust in him, the divine hero. The MC pondered. Freya, the goddess of fertility. He asked her if she had summoned him. Lord Hephaestus was listed as the customer. Freya mentioned that she thought it would be most convenient to meet here, so she asked him to place the order. The MC responded, "I see. Did Lord Hephaestus go somewhere?" Freya replied, "No, he's late, probably due to his own business." She walked closer to Ha-jun and said she had heard rumors of his exploits. The MC asked again. "Him," Freya continued. "He captured the infamous Red Dragon and Minotaur and recently defeated the Kraken that appeared in Atlantis, right? There isn't a single god in Northern Europe who doesn't know Ha-jun." MC chuckled softly and asked, "What's the matter?" She was clearly flattering him, but he wouldn't lower the price, no matter how much she praised him. Freya thought to herself that it wasn't flattery. Why was she being so pushy? The last time, she had been furious when he merely touched her shoulder. Did she have a split personality or something? MC suggested they discuss the delivery, noting that it seemed urgent. He felt he should quickly finish his work and leave before they found themselves in a precarious situation. Freya hugged his arm and asked why he was in such a hurry. She proposed that since the story would take a while, they could chat over a cup of tea. MC frowned and began to speak, but she interrupted him, saying that if he didn't like this option, they could always drink something stronger unless that was too reckless. Hephaestus appeared behind her and asked, "Is there really time for this?" Freya turned around and shouted, "Hephaestus, why are you here?" He replied that those should have been his words, reminding her that she was the one who suggested meeting on Olympus. He was tired of waiting, so he decided to come. She clicked her tongue loudly and spoke nervously, suggesting he should have waited longer. Hephaestus mentioned that he could hear everything. He would explain briefly, as this matter could be much more urgent than all the previous ones. The main character thought that it seemed he would have a difficult time ahead. Freya mentioned she would share more information. We're discussing Northern Europe after all. Recently, there have been an increasing number of cases of cities vanishing in Midgard, particularly those along the coast. The main character asked again. In Midgard, Lucio clarified that Midgard is the human world in Scandinavian mythology, similar to the island of Crete where they defeated the Minotaur. Ha-jun asked if it was true that cities disappeared one after another every night. Freya folded her arms across her chest and replied that, according to the fishermen who had witnessed the events, the sky and sea were completely obscured by an unknown monster, after which everything unfolded. MC asked if they were asking him to kill the monster. Freya replied, "Of course not. It would be shameless to ask him that." When MC inquired about what she wanted him to do instead, Freya responded that he should scout out the situation. He needed to go to Midgard immediately to find whoever was spreading the rumors and destroying the cities. The system window reported that incredible rumors were spreading throughout Midgard. He needed to find out who was responsible. The mission time was set for 168 hours. If he failed or refused, divine punishment would await him. The reward for completing the task was 3 million points. The MC's eyes widened in surprise as he thought, 3 million? After a while, his scooter zipped quickly across the sky, and the system window indicated that the destination was just 1 kilometer away. He could go straight ahead and would reach his destination in no time. The MC laughed out loud and exclaimed, "Really? 3 million for the job? That's the highest reward ever." Lucio said, "Hajin, she doesn't think he should be so happy. Whether it's reconnaissance or research, you always have to fight monsters, don't you? This time, they'll likely encounter a monster that matches the 7 million payment." He froze, realizing it could be a nightmare, something he hadn't considered before. Hajin turned around and asked, "Lucio, does she have any idea about the source of the rumors?" Lucio replied that yes, she had some doubts. MC pressed on, asking, "What about Jormungandr?" Lucio explained that it resembled some kind of magic spell. She continued, "The so-called World Serpent is the son of Loki, the god of mischief. It's a colossal monster with poison potent enough to kill even a god." MC, still confused, asked, "But what's the point of it attacking people? They are from the same mythology." Lucio mentioned that this is why she has her doubts. He also reminded him not to forget about the tentacles of the 7 deadly sins they encountered earlier, which were likely under someone's control. The MC realized he had completely forgotten about those creatures. It's not surprising if they are behind this. Meanwhile, the system window indicated that he had arrived at his destination. Hajin stopped in front of the rainbow path and exclaimed how amazing it was. He was surprised when she suggested crossing the rainbow bridge, but it truly was a rainbow bridge. Lucio flew down, and MC reminded her that if she fell from there, she would instantly die. Lucio shouted that she had wings, so everything would be fine. MC chuckled and said, "Right." He looked around thoughtfully and asked, "Why is there no one here?" Lucio turned to Hajin and asked, "Are they sure they're there?" MC replied, "The navigator says yes. I met people connected with the case along the way. Maybe we're just too early?" Suddenly, the sound of hooves and a voice came from behind him. It was them. MC turned around, and the man exclaimed, "That shameless bandit who enters other people's territory without permission and steals others' work." Hajin frowned, wondering if such bold words were appropriate for a first meeting. Lucio screamed in fear, "Mom, Hajin, let him look. It's Sleipnir." MC replied, "Yeah, but his horse is cooler." Lucio screamed in confusion, realizing it was Mr. Odin. MC covered her mouth and asked what he had called him, what he had mumbled. Angrily, he replied that Lady Freya had asked them to uncover something. They just wanted to earn their money by fulfilling her request and then head to Helheim once. Alberto frowned and asked, "So he's not that bandit?" Lucio shouted, "That's right. Hajin is not a bandit. He's a delivery man." The main character added, "Exactly. Let him look. Does he see a scooter? Look at those graceful forms. This is much cooler than his weird horse." Alberto thought about how he had promised to scare Hajin to death if they ever met. He grabbed his helmet and laughed loudly, thinking that he was something special. However, he turned out to be nothing more than ordinary low-grade trash, simply not worth the effort. The MC asked, what is he?" Lucio replied, "It seems like he's not right in the head." Suddenly, a voice came from behind them, surprising them. "Is this the work of that idiot Hermes?" MC asked, "What? Who is he?" The man laughed and replied, "Him. He's just an ordinary gatekeeper. If you think about it, he looks quite suspicious." Lucio then said, "In Northern European mythology, Caduceus, could that really be him? Lord Heimdall?" The man responded, "Wow, so she knows him?" Heimdall is the keeper of Bifrost, the rainbow bridge that connects Asgard and Midgard. Hajin threw the bear and chuckled, saying, "The flight is fine." He crouched down and asked, "Pellis, is she okay? Is she hurt?" Pellis rushed to him, screaming in fear. She was terrified, convinced that Master Bear would eat her. Orbis shouted, "Amazing! Hajun, no! Master Hajun, he is very, very strong." Virgo asked, "Could it be otherwise?" It's no coincidence that Sister Lucio referred to him as a great hero, a hero of the highest rank, accompanied by nymphs. Orbis wishes to follow such a figure. The MC remarked that he had sent Mr. Bear far away and for a long time. Now it was time for them to return to the village. He paused, contemplating and wondered, "Isn't that a yellow flower?" He approached the flower and asked, "Is this the one Lucio was talking about?" Pellis replied, "It's the very one." Hagen then asked, "Does she know what this flower is?" Pellis answered, "It's a precious flower of the nymphs, said to bloom only on a special night. It's called Donkey's Nest." At this time, Lucio sat at the table in the academy, remarking that there were too many books in the forgotten corners of Olympus's past, which they sought to erase. Nothing seemed unusual. Judging by the professor's reaction, there must be something significant at play. Some time ago, the professor inquired about forbidden books. Lucio wondered why she would need them at all. After all, forbidden books are called forbidden for a reason. Doesn't she understand that? Lucio replied that the earth was divided into 7 parts, where blue tongues of flame flickered here and there. The professor covered her mouth with his hand and shouted for silence. Where had she heard that? He removed his hand and Lucio answered, "From Lord Atlas." The professor then asked, "That titan who holds up the sky as punishment?" Lucio responded affirmatively, noting that she had already faced monsters emerging from there 3 times. The professor asked in disbelief, 3 times? Really? And you're still alive? Lucio shrugged, finding it unremarkable. After all, they had heroically defeated the Kraken. With a laugh, she added, "That was easy." "What is this place?" The professor frowned and replied that she should discover it for herself. He couldn't reveal the truth, even if he wanted to. She was currently gathering books in the library and insisted it would be easier for both of them if he just shared everything. She had been searching for several days and nights, yet she still hadn't found anything. She urgently needed to find the information necessary to help Hajun. In her haste, she accidentally knocked over a cabinet, causing it to topple to the floor and pull the rest of the cabinets down with it. Lucio remarked that the professor would be furious with her. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise as she spotted a book hidden beneath the fallen cabinet. She picked it up and said it was the first time she had seen this. "What is this about?" "The 7 deadly sins." The book contains descriptions of the tentacles that Lucio had already encountered, along with other terrifying types of monsters. When Lucio reached the last page of the book, she couldn't take her eyes off an illustration titled "The 7 Deadly Sins." It depicted cursed creatures that had been defeated by the combined efforts of gods from various myths. Lucio easily discerned the meaning behind it. She closed the book and exclaimed, "It can't be! If this is true, then why?" Her voice rose in a loud scream. "Be that as it may, we must make Hajun." She realized they had gotten themselves into something absurd. Meanwhile, the nymphs returned to the orphanage, shouting joyfully, "The village! We finally made it!" Virgo expressed her concern that they might have to spend the night outside. MC urged everyone to pay attention, reminding them that they would need to repeat what he had told them on the way there. He emphasized the importance of keeping all the bad things that had happened that day a secret. Suddenly, Pellis shouted, "Orbis!" Meanwhile, Pellis and Virgo were simply enjoying themselves in the flower field. MC chuckled lightly, thinking how mischievous they were, yet they were already more willing to please. Matrina screamed for Orbis, Pellis, and Virgo, ordering them to quickly wash their hands and feet. They rushed to her, shouting that it was for her. Orbis proudly presented a 4-leaf clover. "Mrs. Matrina truly is amazing. She takes care of these children every day." Matrina said, "Hagen worked hard today. Thanks to him, smiles have been constantly shining on the children's faces lately." MC mentioned that he does this because he enjoys it. "Has Lucio returned yet?" Matrina turned around and replied, "She is." MC looked ahead in surprise to see Lucio sitting near a tree gazing at the moon. After a moment, he shouted, "Lucio!" She turned and replied, "Hagen, he knows." She wondered how to share what she had learned at the academy. MC cupped her cheek and said, "What a bastard." Does she even realize how long he waited for her? Lucio cried out, "Hagen, it hurts her! Let her go!" Hagen remarked that there was no need to be away for so long. He looked questioningly at the tombstone and asked, "Is this a grave?" Lucio replied, "It is the grave of my late mother." The MC asked again, "What?" Lucio then sought forgiveness, expressing his sorrow. He said nothing more. A lot of time had passed. Lucio remarked that he did not know her well. She was a nymph, renowned for her role in the sacred war. It was said that Lord Zeus had once visited their village because of her. However, she was incredibly frail. It was rumored that after Lucio's birth, her health had significantly declined. Hagen realized this was what Lady Matrina had been referring to. Lucio suggested that if she had never been born, the village might be in a much better situation today. Despite this, she remained grateful to the gods for her mother's assistance. At times, she noticed hateful glances from strangers, which led her to feel resentment towards her mother, who had died giving birth to her. Lucio chose to become a nymph of the highest order, one so renowned that she would stand apart from all others and serve a truly great god. Whether in a ditch, a stream, a river, or the endless sea, there would not be a single nymph who did not know the name Lucio. For the past 20 years, she has been striving to achieve her goals, fulfill her mother's unfulfilled dreams, and carry their memories through time. MC asked her once more if she needed to stay by his side. Just then, Lucio interrupted, clarifying that it wasn't about that. He explained that it is precisely because of this dream that she wants to remain by Hajun's side. MC said, slightly embarrassed, Lucio. She waved her hands, urging him not to misunderstand her. Instead of serving the already glorified gods, she wanted to create a hero out of an ordinary person. MC thought to herself, she's so unbearable. Why be embarrassed? He'll just think it's ordinary affection. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a flower. Here, isn't this what she asked me to find? He asked. Lucio looked at it in surprise, then picked it up. He interrupted her, saying he had a little more free time while taking care of the guys than he had expected. He looked at Lucio and asked why she was still standing. She quickly set the flower down as he pointed out the wilted bloom, which felt somewhat insulting. Lucio placed the flower on the tombstone and expressed his gratitude. Hajun asked again, for what? Lucio replied that it was just a delivery, a common task. He then wondered why this particular flower was chosen. Was it because of its ability to bloom at night? Lucio replied, no, there's just a legend about this flower. MC asked again. A legend, Lucio continued. A long time ago, among the nymphs who loved the stars, there was one who was different. She loved only the moon. She believed that if all the stars in the world disappeared, she would be able to see the moon every day. She angered Zeus and faced his punishment. However, later on, Zeus recognized that he had been too harsh and transformed her soul into an evening primrose flower. Lucio fell silent for a moment, then waved her hands and said, well, these are just Mom's favorite flowers. Hajun asked again, what? Lucio smiled and replied, boredom. She also appreciates its meaning in the language of flowers. It's time for them to go and get some rest. MC asked again, what? So what's the meaning? Lucio responded, she doesn't remember. MC pressed on. What? Hajun shouted, she's annoying him. Lucio replied, what's wrong with saying that? If he's interested, let him find out for himself. Sometime later, MC was enjoying pizza in the apartment and exclaimed, it tastes perfect, sweet, salty, fatty, and stretchy. Lucio shouted, she agrees. Compared to this, the nymph's food is completely tasteless. It was a peaceful evening after Lucio had finished her business, and they returned home safely. MC took another bite of pizza and, with tears in her eyes, said, yummy. In the village, they survived on grass and fish that contained no salt at all. He feared he might perish after eating only this for 4 long days. Lucio smiled and said, Hajun, pizza with fruit is truly something special. The combination of rich cheese and fresh fruit turned out to be incredibly delicious. MC explained, it's called Hawaiian pizza. It can be seen as a revolution in the pizza world, though many consider it a decline. Lucio exclaimed, from now on, this is Lucio's favorite food. Hajun added, 2 pieces at a time. That's cheating. After a while, MC sipped his soda and asked, to put it simply, the 7 deadly sins want to destroy the world, right? Lucio screamed. Exactly. All this time, their enemies have been the 7 deadly sins. The 7 deadly sins represent a concentration of the most terrible vices. Pride, greed, anger, lust, gluttony, and laziness. One day, the constellations combined their powers to create the earth, dividing it into 7 parts where blue tongues of flame flicker here and there. In essence, they succeeded in locking the 7 sins in hell. Whether this tale is true is irrelevant. What matters is that the sins began to emerge one after another. Fortunately, it seems that only weak tentacles are appearing outside for now. However, time is running out, and stronger monsters may soon emerge. The MC stopped her and said, but tentacles are supposed to be someone's limbs. Lucio replied, well, that's exactly what the book says. Of course, considering that in the place where Hercules was, they were scattered everywhere. It doesn't seem that far-fetched. The MC asked, what about the gods? If such powerful beings are starting to act, why are the gods just ignoring it? Lucio replied that she didn't understand either. Based on what Hephaestus said last time, the gods should take responsibility for this situation. Besides, unlike them, the gods at least know where everything is happening. Hajun replied, that's not bad, but it's the god's responsibility. Suddenly, Aaron appeared in front of him and asked, the god's responsible? What is he talking about? The main character got scared and screamed loudly, falling off his chair. Aaron then asked, what is he so scared of? Hajun pointed his finger at her and asked, Aaron, How long has she been here? No, wait, how did she even get here? This is his house. Aaron took a slice of pizza and replied, Lucio invited her. Lucio added, she wanted to try the pizza. The main character asked discontentedly, who gave her permission? He hadn't heard the door creak. How did she even get in? Aaron remarked that it was delicious. Hajin exhaled and leaned back in his chair, asking what her business was with him. It was clear she wasn't just here for pizza. Aaron mentioned Jamzol and the aquarium, stating that she would reward them. The MC pressed for clarification, asking again, what? Aaron explained that he had defeated the gate, asserting that he was entitled to a reward. Hajin thought about the Eternity Guild, which, like last time, clearly resolves all issues related to money. It's no wonder it's the #1 guild in the country. The main character reflected that he isn't the type to refuse money that comes his way. He is grateful for it. Aaron added something else. MC looked at her questioningly. She turned around, stepped closer, and asked him to teach her how to fight, expressing her desire to become as strong as he is. MC smiled and asked again, he?